We are live at CollectCo for Wednesday, December 10th, live Facebook record sale. When you're on and watching, be sure to let us know. Welcome everybody to the machine. All right, everybody. All righty. Let's see what's going on here. Be-dee-doo, ba-da-da. Mm-hmm. Welcome, my son. Welcome to the machine. I start singing and Laura walks by. No one ever seems to stop and applaud. All right. Oh, ooh, great neck adjustment there. Whew. $5 on the Oreos. I think this is some early birthday gifts. It looks like it is. Early birthday gift, I think, from Ed. And Tanner's already ripped into them and had one, so. Let's see here. Welcome, my son. Okay. I can't believe Scott Apple's paying $5 for Oreos, as cheap as he is. I heard you got the first dime you ever made, Scott. Is that true? That's where Seth gets his cheapness. It must be a Apple thing. Seth is at home right now polishing up his pennies. He's got them displayed up on his mantle. All of his pennies. All right. Facebook Live. Where's the stuff from last night? Where are the stuff from last night? Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. Ba-da-da-da-da-da-da. Keep feeling fascination, fashion. Woman slowly. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Keep feeling fascination. I don't see last night's stuff. I had to do a correction on a Pink Floyd box set because somebody got confused and they thought they were buying the Super Deluxe Or they thought they were buying the regular deluxe and they wanted the super deluxe. But honestly, I don't know where any of the sold records are. They're not there. I guess they're stacked up over here somewhere. Has this stuff been tagged? Let's see if it's been tagged. Floyd, wish you were here. Let's see. Glenn Kesey, Michael Carrick, Ken Crooker, David Howard, Autumn Betts, Brian Jones. Okay, it's in the next batch then. Probably way down here at the bottom. All right, let me go ahead and get this link shared. I better not mess anything up over here. I better not mess any of these up. I have some angry. Here it is. All right, I found it. I found it before it got keyed in. Okay. Now, I don't see anybody praising my early start. So, when the hate comments come in when I'm late, that's one ear and out the other. When I'm early, I never get applauded. You know, I got to be petted and be like, good job, Chad, good job. But no, I only get yelled at when I'm late. Okay? Everybody always wants to be Mr. Negative, Mr. Negative. All right. YouTube. Nope. Story. All right, I'm almost done. I hadn't been sharing links. I'm early enough I can share links tonight. I haven't been sharing links. I've just been going live, and no one's really said, "Hey, I hadn't found the this or that." Yeah, is Mike Massey even on here? The people waiting for the starting gun isn't even on here tonight. Okay. Looks like Ed left, or I got a couple early birthday gifts. And a Paul McCartney Frist. Wow, that's a cool collectible. I got to go see that. Frist Museum. When's it up? Okay, we got plenty of time. Oh, yeah, I got to go see that. Oreos. I'd prefer that than a Rolls Royce, honestly. Can't do much of a Rolls Royce. I already have a vehicle, but I don't have any Oreos right now. If you're ever wondering for a gift, it's like, what doesn't Chad have right now? I bet he doesn't have any Oreos. Or Little Debbie's, you know, cookies, freshly made cookies. Okay. No, not today. Take pics of records. Dang it, I still didn't do that. Shoot. It's okay. I need to put this somewhere I don't forget. I'll put it up here. Okay. I don't need that. Sold a heck of a lot of coins last night. Still got a few leftovers. It's only rock and roll and I like it. Yes, I do. You know I like it. My mom made me Christmas cookies. Well, she made Christmas cookies for the house, her household, which has random visitors like my brother and my sister and my nieces and nephews. And they come in and ransack the place. And they eat all my Christmas cookies. So she has to divvy them out like it's some kind of drug. Here's you a cookie, here's you a cookie. All right, so Joseph Alves wanted a super deluxe and not a standard. Okay, so when I'm tagging and sorting who gets what in these, and I'm pretty sure there's, well, I'll do that later. Okay, so there's that. That's our first sale of the night. Our last super deluxe, sold to Joseph Alves. Okay, I know a lot of people, and a lot of people collect just box sets. They just buy, I mean, I see them buy just the Kiss box sets. They buy every super deluxe that comes out. They just buy the big super deluxe boxes. Nothing wrong with that, huh? Okay. Okay, so first thing I'm going to do is read through these cassettes that were left over last night before we make a bundle deal with Paul. Paul's delivering another crate. Isn't it nice to be able to walk through here and drop off a crate?
Yeah, it's great.
I know it. It's my pride and joy. Uh-oh, the t-shirt rack's made an appearance, though. I hate that t-shirt rack. Okay. First thing we have is this, Lee Morgan Infinity. This is $34.99, and I need to pull up this morning's comments. Lee Morgan Infinity. Boy, we had a lot of posts in the group today. Everybody getting their Christmas ornaments. Okay. Here we go. All right, Lee Morgan Infinity. This is $34.99. Lee Morgan, I think we sold one. We sold Raja, okay? So Lee Morgan Infinity is still available. This is Blue Note Tone Poet, cut from the original analog tapes, Kevin Gray RTI. That is $34.99 for Lee Morgan Infinity. Also, we have Sonny Stitt, Blows the Blues. Sonny Stitt is an acoustic sound series, pressed to QRP. These are amazing pressings, by the way, $34.99. Finally, all the jazz is in print and available. It took, I think, several years and decades, but it looks like most of it's available. Etta James, did we sell one of these? Etta James is sold to Sherry Darnell. Yep, $29.99 for Etta James Rocks the House, blue vinyl with bonus tracks, $29.99. Here was some cassettes left over from last night. We'll start right up here. We got Hot Tuna for $6.99, Jefferson Airplane for $6.99, the Ramones for $6.99, so was Whitesnake, Snake Bite, Band on the Run, and then Kenny Rogers' Eyes to See in the Dark. Those are all $6.99 on those. I got one copy left of Exciter, and Exciter is $29.99. And I got one copy left of Steve Earle, Austin City Limits Live in Texas, $29.99 for Steve Earle. Okay, and then next auction is going to go up right now. This is our first. Actually, let me not do that one yet. Let me set this off on the table, and let's go through this. Okay, Ace Frehley, Frehley's Comic. This is a 1987 USOG specialty press, VG Plus condition. Ace Frehley is a $20 start. That's now up for bid. Mr. Ace, $20 start on that. We have Whitesnake sold to Sean Miller for $6.99, and we got the Ramones sold to Sean Miller for $6.99. Also have John Coltrane and Johnny Hartman Impulse Acoustic Sound Series, $34.99 on that. We have two. One of them's open. Lee Morgan, the Rajah, is sold to Donna Turner. She gets that for $34.99. And we have Phil Collins Face Value, a 2015 remaster. Phil Collins is $33.99. And then System of a Down self-titled, or excuse me, System of a Down Steal This Album, $33.99 on that one. Other cassettes are Ricky Lee Jones, Flying Cowboys, Cream, Strange Brew, The Very Best of Cream, The Best of Luther Vandross, Taking It to the Limit compilation with Laura Branigan, Phil Collins, Genesis, Rod Stewart, Thompson Twins, and Glenn Campbell's Greatest Hits. All those are $6.99. We also have Jonathan Davis. That's called Black Lambert. Jonathan Davis is a double LP, $39.99. And then over here, we have Deftones Around the Fur. This is $33.99. Deftones Around the Fur, $33.99 for that. I hadn't got to watch the actual footage, but yes, I saw where Gene Simmons was on Capitol Hill today, I think demanding different laws for copyright and streaming payments and stuff like that. Over here, we got TT Quick, Metal of Honor. TT Quick is an 86 USOG specialty, promo stamp, direct metal master and sticker, VG++ condition, EX. TT Quick also a $20 start. And then over here we have Metallica The Black Album. Metallica The Black Album is $34.99. And we have Metallica Garage Inc. $59.99. That's the 3 LP set. It's the 598 EP. It has all their B-sides, etc., etc. $59.99. Scully Mack has both auctions. He's about to get Ace because it only has one bid for $20. So that's a final call to him. Sepultura, Dr. Music Festival. Sepultura is $39.99 on that. Here's a few more cassettes. Beatles, Free as a Bird. And then over here, we have Aerosmith's Greatest Hits. And then we have ZZ Top, Tres Hombres, and Fandango, a 2-in-1. And then we had The Rings, and we had Steve Miller Band's Greatest Hits. So there's 5 more cassettes. ZZ Top, Aerosmith, Beatles, Steve Miller Band, and The Rings. Over here we have TSOL. That's on orange vinyl, live in 91. $29.99 for TSOL. And then Kid Rock's Greatest Hits. Ba Wada Dang, a Dang, a Dang, Dingy Dingy. Kid Rock is sold to John LaBeatty. Thank you, John LaBeatty. That's sold to you. And then we have on MoFi, Mobile Fidelity Sound Lab, Miles Davis Milestones. That's $44.99. And we have 2 of those in stock at the moment. And then Bill Evans and Jim Hall Undercurrents, $34.99 for that. Got a couple of those available. Also, Miles Davis in a Silent Way. Miles Davis is $44.99. Ace Frehley was at 20, then 22, then 25, then 27. And TT Quick still has one bid for $20. We have Miles Davis. This is $44.99. Miles Davis. And then The Doors, L.A. Woman. The Doors, L.A. Woman, 2 LP, 45 RPM, $59.99. And then Miles Davis, Roundabout Midnight. Miles Davis is $44.99. More MoFi. And then Buckingham Nicks. And this is the Kevin Gray Hi-Fi Rhino, $39.99 on that. One copy of Elvis Presley, Loving You. That is on green vinyl. I have 3 of them, actually. This is a music on vinyl press, $44.99 on that. And then System of a Down self-titled, $24.99. And we have Mad Season, $39.99 for Mad Season. All right, so TT Quick sold Scully Mack, one bid, $20. TT Quick is sold. Thank you on that. And then Ace Frehley is sold to Seth, You're Fired. And that is $27. And that is $27 to Jordan Underhill. Thank you on that. Here's a few more cassettes that are $6.99. We have Beach Boys Endless Summer, Cyndi Lauper True Colors, Elton John Ice on Fire, and Pointer Sisters Breakout. Those are all $6.99. And that was our first crate from the new 6 a.m. video right there. You just seen it. We have Mad Season, System of a Down, Elvis Presley, Buckingham Nicks, Miles Davis, The Doors, Miles Davis, Jim Hall, Bill Evans, Miles Davis, TSOL, Sepultura, Metallica, Deftones. Deftones was sold. I forgot about that one. That's sold to Jeremy Todd. Deftones is sold to Jeremy Todd. Thank you on that one. And then we had Jonathan Davis, another System of a Down, Phil Collins, John Coltrane, Johnny Hartman, Steve Earle, and then Exciter, and then Etta James, and then Sonny Stitt, and Lee Morgan. Here's a few more cassettes. These are all $6.99. Prince, this is Prince of the Revolution, Parade, music from the motion picture Under the Cherry Moon. Amy Grant, Heart in Motion. Yes, Big Generator. Yes, Talk. And Yes, 90125. And then ZZ Top Afterburner and Heart Brigade. Steve Miller Band cassette, which was Greatest Hits over here. That's sold to Paul Brothers for $6.99. Thank you, Paul. He gets the Steve Miller Band cassette for $6.99. Milestones, all the MoFi Miles Davis is $44. So round about midnight, In a Silent Way, and yes, Milestones. All $44.99. Does the first System of a Down album have the track Spiders on it? The System of a Down self-titled has Spiders on it, yes. $24.99 on that one. All right, so we got Paul and Laura today marking records. Paul has dropped off a crate. Paul's dropped off another crate. We have all the auctions up here from Laura. She's now marking records. We got 4 crates of new vinyl. Couple looks like miscellaneous. And I think I've got some stuff from, we do have other kind of random tchotchkes tonight to go through. Miscellaneous, whatnot. But we'll probably be showing vinyl, whether it's new stuff or discount stuff, up until probably about the next 5 hours, okay? Over here is this. How much was Miles Davis Milestone? Miles Davis Milestone. Miles Davis Milestone. That was sold to Scott Yoakumstaller, okay? Thank you on that, Scott. And then James Rainey gets System of a Down self-titled. And then which Bon Jovi cassette is it? That is Slippery When Wet, but I haven't technically showed it yet. But give me 1 second, I'm about to get to it. $6.99. I should have turned these around sideways. We have Tesla Signs, Bruce Springsteen Greatest Hits, Asia Alpha, Carole King Tapestry, Pete Card, Not a Word on It, Shaka Khan CK, and then we had Kenny Rogers, What About Me, Rap Masters 15, Robin Trower, Victims of Fury, Steve Miller Band Live, ELO's Greatest Hits. And then we had Bon Jovi, Slippery When Wet, and The Best of Grand Funk. Those are all $6.99. Steve Little said he'll take Tesla. And over here, we're ready for that other crate. All right, we are ready for this other crate. Where is it? It is right here behind me. If anybody decides you want anything else in that crate, just let me know. Here's the stack I've got going of stuff I've already showed. So let me put that right there. And then let's go through this crate. Oh! And Steve Little also wants Bon Jovi. Okay? And that's sold to him for $6.99. Sarah wants both ZZ Tops. There was one right here, Afterburner, and then there was one earlier. She got one. The one earlier was that 2-in-1, which is right here. Okay? Those are all sold, and let's read through these again right quick, or not again. This is the first time going through these. Amon Amarth Berserker, Beige Marble Vinyl. Amon Amarth is $44.99. The Right Touch, Duke Pearson, $34.99. MT Matt on ELO's Greatest Hits. That's sold to MT Matt. Thank you on that. Let's put up another auction. And, another Weird Al Yankovic tonight. That's going to be busy. Let's run Kiss Animalize. Kiss Animalize is a 1984 USOG, a 56 Pitman press with the original under sleeve, VG Plus condition. Animalize is a $20 start. That's now up for bid. Over here we have Contour Sam Rivers. Contour Sam Rivers is $34.99. That's also a Blue Note Tone Poet. I have 2 of those in stock. And then over here we have the Remarkable Carmel Jones. That's a Blue Note Tone Poet as well. $34.99 on those. And we have Anthony Williams. That is a Lifetime with Sam Rivers, Bobby Hutcherson, another Blue Note Tone Poet. That one is $34.99 as well. We did sell a copy of the Adolescence. Adolescence is limited edition 1,000 copies on blue marbled vinyl, $29.99. $29.99. That is sold to Paul Conway from the video this morning. Thank you, Paul Conway. That is sold to you. Okay. So bundle deal on cassettes. I wonder if Solarplex Studios is watching. So last night, I'm pretty sure he said he wanted any leftovers at $4 a piece. And I don't know if that was true on every lot, but that's what we've been doing, especially if they're good titles. So I might go ahead and tag him for those, but I was going to count them up right quick. We had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32. Well, there's 32 cassettes here. 32 cassettes here. And $128 would be the bundle deal. I'll offer it right now, and I think I'll go ahead and tag it to him. I got to set them off the table anyway, and I'm just going to keep them together. So if anybody decides he wants those, 32 cassettes, $128, that's the leftover bundle deal, okay? And the odds of Japanese tonight, the odds of Japanese tonight is plus 3,000. Plus 3,000 on the odds. We have the Averitt Brothers and Mike Patton. This is $34.99. The Averitt Brothers and Mike Patton, $34.99 on that. And the Best of Annihilator. That is a 2 LP silver vinyl. First time available on vinyl. $54.99 on that. Topographic said he would do 15 on the 3 Yes cassettes. Let's go ahead and pull those out. These right here. Yes, yes, and yes. Those are also to Topographic for $15. I'll do that. And now the bundle deal will be 29 times 4. Okay, so now we're looking at $116. We have Mayhem Live and Les Peg. Mayhem is $34.99. I have one of those. I think I have another somewhere. There's that one. Lorna Shore. This is I Feel the Ever Black Festering Within Me. That's gatefold light blue marble vinyl. $44.99 on that. George Burleson on the Averitt Brothers with Mike Patton. That's sold to George Burleson. And then we have How the Grinch Stole Christmas. That is sold to Don Nicole. I think we got some new ones in with our order today, but I don't really know for sure. Everlast Eat It Whiskeys. This one is sold to Danny Thomason. All right, and then we have another one sold to Troy Robinson. That's sold to him. All righty, and then we have the Batman soundtrack with Sun Ra and his orchestra. The guitars of Dan and Dale. $24.99 on that, and then have a Holly Dolly Christmas with Dolly Parton. That's sold to Carla Brecky. And we have Friday the 13th, music by Harry Manfredini. This one was sold to Sean Lee Hooker Fairweather, Master Moss 666. We have Skid Row Slave to the Grind. That's back in print at $39.99. All right, so first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to make Kiss a buy it now for $20. It's an OG copy of Animalize, VG++ EX with the original inner sleeve. Just $20 on that. We're going to tag these cassettes. Why am my card getting declined charges? Hold on a second. There's no way that's right. All right, Scully Mac got Kiss for $20. Seth, You're Fired was second. And then all of these cassettes here sold for $116 to Solarplex Studios, okay? So these are sold for $116 to Solarplex Studios. I'm going to go ahead and set these in here on the table. These are sold to Solarplex. Actually, I'm going to set them, yeah, I'll set them right here. All right. So to Solarplex Studios. Awesome. All right, so now any cassette we show tonight will be a fresh one, which we'll get started doing that later tonight. And let's go ahead and put up another auction. Steve Little wants Skid Row. I've got 2 copies of that left, 2 Skid Rows left. Also, Offspring Smash. Offspring Smash is $24.99. That's available. So is Freddie Mercury, Mr. Bad Guy, 40th anniversary, green vinyl, $36.99. Brandy Carlisle, Returning to Myself, pink vinyl. Brandy Carlisle, $39.99. And then T. Bolin, Zip Gun. That's $39.99, okay? Next auction is going to go up right now. And that next auction is going to be Bob Marley and the Wailers, Kaya. Bob Marley's an 83 US, Purple Islands label, specialty press, $15 start on that one. Okay, everything from the video got pulled, and everybody that commented something got what they wanted, including Sherry Darnell, Jeremy Todd, etc., etc., etc. So thanks for watching those videos every morning. Some nights, as soon as I end the sale, I'm like, man, I really need to go ahead and just leave. But I know I have to at least set aside an hour to pick out what I'm going to put in the video, film it, upload it, make the vintage crate, which is the longest, picking out which records, sorting them by price, filming, uploading, and then cleaning up. And then I'm usually out of here in about an hour if I have to leave immediately. But sometimes I get kind of wrapped up making the videos and picking out the right records. And next thing I know, I've been here for another 2 or 3 hours after the sale. But it pays off, because I think probably a big part of our added sales this week have come from those videos every morning. I'm going to put the the Pet Sounds Somewhere Very Safe. That is signed by Brian Wilson, Mike Love, Al Jardine, and Bruce Johnston. And that is $1,750. It is signed, and I keep it over here very safe with our other high-end signed albums. We had some people asking, inquiring kind of what I had, what was available in stock, and I said, well, I got a couple expensive ones over here if you're looking for a Hall of Fame piece for your collection. That's a pretty affordable one, because if you add one more signature, it goes up four to $6,000 approximately. So, okay. Sean Miller on Annihilator. Sean Miller on Annihilator. Okay. Sean Miller on Annihilator. Let's pull that right here for Sean Miller. He wants this Annihilator best of. Okay, there's that. And Bob Marley has one bid for $15 with Troy Robinson. 83 US reissue, Purple Island label, specialty press. VG Plus, $15 start. Okay, all right, let me grab this first crate of new vinyl and anything else from that last crate. All those are available. That's the video from this morning, as always. Okay, in case you see something sold. So yeah, this is JSA and Beckett authenticated. It's been authenticated by Beckett and JSA. Brian Wilson, Mike Love, Al Jardine, and Bruce Johnston. $1,750. If you get that fifth and final signature on there, it's like that's a toughie, but it goes up exponentially. Okay, Bob Marley's at $15, and it's got two $15 bids now. And let's see what this first crate over here, showing this, actually, let me see. I got to get my laptop. There's corns. I still didn't send back the other corns I had. Okay, I'll do that in just a second. Let's go ahead and knock these out then. Okay. All righty. Here we go. First thing we have is a final call on Bob Marley. Troy Robinson has it for $15. Next thing we have over here is Crocus. Crocus is Heart Attack, and this is a 1988 USOG. Has a promo stamp on the back, near mint minus, $15 start on Crocus, Heart Attack. Okay, let me skip counting crows, because I think we had those. I got to double check on that one, but I will go ahead and start with this. This is new for Friday. This comes out new Friday, the best of the band. First time on vinyl in decades, back in print, remastered, $33.99. So that comes out Friday, $33.99 on that. And then Slayer, South of Heaven. I think that brings us to our first waiting list. Slayer is $34.99. That's for South of Heaven. And Bob Marley has bids for $15, $15, $15, and now $18. And I usually been good habit of bringing my laptop back here, but I haven't lately. Have not lately. Let me put this right here, and let me jump over here, and we've got to find my computer world. Up on Cripple Creek, She sent me if I spring a leak. Dun 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 dun. Dee dee dee. Boom boom. Okay. Me. Cash flow. I think this is for Mr. Keeney Slayer. South of Heaven, Kenny Cates Jr. Yep. South of Heaven, Kenny Cates Jr. All right, so this is sold to him. That's sold to him. And then over here we have the band. That's sold to Jerry Stone. There's 3 crates of new vinyl, 4 crates. You're looking at one of them right now. Bob Marley is sold to Kevin Chapman for $18. Mark Steele has Crocus at $18. Mark Steele has Crocus at $18. Also got 2 copies of The Doors Soft Parade. The Doors Soft Parade, Rhino, cut from the original Kevin Gray master. Cut from the original master by Kevin Gray. And I don't think I've had this one. We had a lot of the Doors Rhino Hi-Fi last week. Did not have this one, by the way. Okay, and then we have Accept. This is Balls to the Walls. Accept is an 84 USOG Pitman, original inner sleeve, VG condition, $15 start. That is for Accept, Balls to the Walls. There's the Doors Soft Parade. Like I said, Rhino Hi-Fi. We got 2 of those. John Denver and the Muppets, Christmas Together, Candy Cane Swirl Vinyl. Candy Cane Swirl Vinyl, that's John Denver and the Muppets. John, John Denver and the Muppets. And that was a waiting list for Carla Brecky. Thank you, Carla Brecky. I got you down on one of those. This is sold to Carla Brecky. This is $24.99. And then we have John Denver and the Muppets, A Christmas Together, Candy Cane Swirl Vinyl, $24.99. Mark Weiss gets the Doors Soft Parade. That's sold to Mark Weiss. Crocus is sold for $18 to Mark Steele. Accept has a bid for $15. A going to once and a going to twice. Let's move over Accept right here. Next thing we have is Korn. See You on the Other Side. I'm Coming Undone. This is limited edition magenta cloudy colored vinyl. Finally back in print. Was out of print for a long time. Scott Dwallow and Robert Johnson was on a waiting list. Scott Dwallow and Robert Johnson on a waiting list. And that was sold and sold. Those are sold and sold. And then Vladarchek wants one. There's one for Vladarchek. Accept has one bid for $15. Next auction is Paul Stanley. Paul Stanley is a 1978 USOG keel pressing. It has the original inner sleeve. It's in VG condition. And the cover is probably VG as well with some wear and tear. $10 start on that one, okay? Next thing is 3 copies of New for Friday, The Pogues, a 40th anniversary edition of Rum, Sodomy, and The Lash. 40th anniversary 2 LP limited edition red marble vinyl with B-sides, BBC sessions, and rarities. That is $39.99. That is The Pogues. And then this is New for Friday, Snoop Dogg, The Godfather. Excuse me, The Dogfather. Snoop Doggy Dogg, The Dogfather. Exclusive graphite vinyl. That is $34.99. $34.99 on that. Paul Stanley has a bid for $10. And there's Snoop Dogg. That's also New for Friday. And we have Wes Montgomery Bumpin'. This is also New for Friday. Wes Montgomery Bumpin', Acoustic Sound Series, pressed at QRP, $39.99. That is a new one from Acoustic Sounds, $39.99. And then here is the other Doors, Waiting for the Sun. Let me see which ones I had waiting list for, if any. D-O-O-R-S, Doors waiting list. Let's see here. D-O-O-R-S, Doors waiting list, Waiting for the Sun, Ryan Eaton. I know there was one. Ryan Eaton was on a waiting list for Waiting for the Sun. That is sold to him for $39.99. Jerry Stone on Snoop Dogg. The price on Korn was $39.99. We have one left. And then I've got another Waiting for the Sun. So we had one person on a wait list. And then over here is the Scorpions Coming Home, the new 60th anniversary live 2LP green vinyl, Joe DeGaldo and Alfredo Franks. Now, I don't think I've ever said the name Alfredo Franks. So that's got to be somebody that's normally under a handle. And I'm not going to reveal handles to names, but evidently that's somebody that's under a handle, and I just found out for the first time their real name. Or they're under or I said Alfredo Franks the other night, and they're new, and I never did register them. But whoever Alfredo Franks is, we got you on a Scorpions, okay? I've never seen the name Alfredo Franks before, so, but they had that down on a waiting list. So that means that's probably somebody's handle, and that's their name. So Alfredo Franks. Paul Stanley is at $11. Paul Stanley's at $12. James Rainey Wants the Corn album. That's sold to James Rainey and Mark Weiss on the doors, and that was for Waiting for the Sun. So we've sold out of Waiting for the Sun. We still got one copy left of Soft Parade. And then Accept just got one bid to Joe DeGaldo for $15. Paul Stanley's at $12. Brian Call, You've Been Outbid, just FYI. That is Paul Stanley, the Kiss solo album there. Let's move this down, and then let's also go ahead and put up another auction. We've already sold one TT Quick. Here's another TT Quick. The next one is an 84 USOG 12-inch 33 1/3 EP. This is TT Quick, a $10 start on that one, okay? Joe DeGaldo says, I got my Scorpions, Chad. So what you're trying to tell me is you've already been billed and tagged for a Scorpion, so you no longer need this one here. Okay, so if that's true, I'll put one back then. So let's go ahead and read what's left in here. This was the first crate of new vinyl for tonight. And here is our next auction, and that next auction is going to go up right now. That's Van Halen 2. And Van Halen 2 is a 79 USOG Jacksonville press, VG minus, scuffs, no fillable marks. Van Halen 2 is a $10 start. Next thing over here is The Best of the Band, newly remastered, first time on vinyl in decades. The Wait, up on Cripple Creek, $33.99. No, I was asking. I got my Scorpions. Yes. So if you do need one, you got one right now. Yes, you was on a waiting list. I thought you were saying, I got my Scorpions already. Okay, there's that one. And then we have The Best of the Band, $33.99. That's been out of print for a while. Slayer, South of Heaven, $34.99. Paul Stanley's at $13, which means now Kathy has it for $20. So Kathy has Paul Stanley for $20. TT Quick does not have a bid yet. And then Van Halen has a bid for $10. We have The Doors, The Soft Parade, all analog, Kevin Gray, $39.99. John Denver and the Muppets, A Christmas Together. Gayfo Jacket, Candy Cane Swirl Vinyl, $24.99. Rum Sodomy and The Lash, The Pogues is new for Friday. A 40th anniversary 2LP limited edition red marble vinyl. The Pogues, $39.99. I've got three of those. Sherry Darnell wants The Band. And I've got three Pogues. That's new for Friday. This is also new for Friday. A new pressing of Snoop Doggy Dogg, The Dogfather, graphite exclusive colored vinyl. $34.99 on that. We got 4 copies of it. And we have Wes Montgomery Bumpin', Acoustic Sound Series, $39.99 for Wes Montgomery. And Scorpions Coming Home Live, 2LP green vinyl. There's one left, $59.99. Paul Stanley is officially sold, and that is sold to Kathy for $20. That is done. Let's put that away. And then over here was TT Quick. And TT Quick was a buy now, no bid. 84 USOG VG minus. $10 on that. $10 on that. And then we had Van Halen. Brian Call was the only bidder. That sold to him for $10. Okay? Van Halen is sold. $10. And then over here we have another Snoop Dogg sold to Brandon Jones. You got it. Okay, now let me figure out what I had going on with the Counting Crows. Let me pull up the pre-order and make sure everybody had been pulled one. I'm pretty sure we did because I remember having a couple extras and we sold out like on the button. I don't think anybody went on a waiting list, so I think if y'all missed last night's show or Monday, whenever these came in, what is tonight? This is Wednesday, right? This is Wednesday. TT Quick is $10. So everybody on Counting Crows already got one. Derek Cesaro, Daryl Johnson, Amanda Davis, Scott Smith, Michael McCullen, Corey Fager, David Howard, Jason Fornerat got 2 of them, Chris Kirkley, Reed Gregory, Fred Carnell, Scott Ranatan, Scott Beebe, Philip Young, Lucas Patterson, Kelly Volodarchek, Stephen Parton. Okay, then we had extras, and I know we sold out on the, at least maybe on the number, and then the last bid on Counting Crows was... The last bid on Counting Crows, the last person on the Counting Crows was nobody. So yeah, all 3 of these are available. Remastered 1/4-inch tapes, $39.99. Sold to Cosmo Kramer. Scully Mack gets TT Quick for $10. And now there's 2 Counting Crows. That's been out of print for a while. I remember the last time we had one of those come through, one of the older pressings, It came through in a pre-owned collection. It sold for quite a bit, so that's now at a much, much more affordable price. All right, crate number 1 of new stuff down. There's 2 Counting Crows. And if you heard your name on the pre-order, you got one, and there's 2 left. Next auction's Van Halen, a 78 USOG Jacksonville, another, unfortunately, VG minus copy. Now, there's no fillable marks. It's not going to skip, but it's got enough marks on it where we have to call it VG minus. I think you'll be happy with it. $10 start on Van Halen. That's now up for bid. And then the next auction is Y&T. And Y&T's our next auction. This is an 83 US OG VG Plus condition. That one's a $15 start. 15 for Y&T, 10 for Van Halen. Okay? All righty. Let's pull up. Let's knock out the rest of these Pink Floyds. How I wish you were here. We're just 2 lost souls swimming in a fishbowl. Year after year. Running over the same old, and how we find the same old. Wish you were here. Dun, 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 dun. Bum, bum, bum. All right, here is a sealed copy of Primus Rhinoplasty. Sealed, a $20 start. We're going to lay that one right there in the middle. Brand new and sealed Primus. Okay, so I have a wait list for Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here. $74.99. This is the 3 LP, new for Friday, original album with 2 discs of rarity, 6 unreleased alternate versions and demos. Pink Floyd, Wish You Were Here. $74.99. Okay? Wish You Were Here. I have, my note says, make sure everybody got on the pre-order, and then I have 3 people wrote down. So let me make sure everybody got one here on the pre-order. The last person was Charles Owens. Charles Owens, Paul. He got a Pink Floyd Wish You Were Here Anniversary Edition. And then David Dole. And then Jeff Lawrence, what's his El Snapatan, wants 2. And then Mike Owen. We got Charles Owens. And then Mike Owen, Jeff Lawrence for 2. That's El Snapatan, and then David Dole. So I need 4 more. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay? That is the anniversary edition of Wish You Were Here. And right there is what I have left if you don't have one yet. Now, I'm pretty sure, so if you're watching, I have a sticky note that I don't have access to anymore, and I'm pretty sure there was 2 more names. And I'm going to blame this on Seth. He made it really complicated to figure out who was supposed to be on what waiting list. That sticky note, I'm pretty sure, is at my house, either on a table next to my couch, or it's possibly in the trash can. And it has 2 more names. Seth writes really, really tiny, Paul. And he tries to fit 5 waiting lists on 1 sticky note. And I said, man, just make a sticky note like everybody else does that I've instructed them to. Otherwise, I'm going to get this confused. You write way too small. And guess what happened? Guess what happened? I got confused, and I'm pretty sure after he answered my question, that sticky note had already been discarded. So that cost us 2 waiting list names, and it's all his fault. So, Seth, if you're watching this, which you probably are, you're fired. First thing we have is Y&T 15, Van Halen 10, Van Halen 10, Van Halen 12, Primus 25, and then Audio Explorer. Now, I don't know your actual name. Your handle is saying Audio Explorer. I got you down for a Wish You Were Here. Sean Holford wants a Wish You Were Here. See, Sean, this is all Seth's fault, okay? Sean, this is all Seth's fault. So Sean Holford got a Wish You Were Here. Sarah Wyberding gets a Wish You Were Here. And these are $74.99. $74.99. Pink Floyd. I got 2 left. I could almost see that other name on the list, but I can't. Maybe if that was 2, maybe it was Sarah Wyberding and Sean Holford. I hope so. I'm going to go try to find that list this morning, tomorrow, whenever it is. I'm going to go and try to find it. It's either on my nightstand with other waiting lists that I've already keyed in and discarded, or it's possibly in my trash can, in a trash bag in my trash can in my garage. And I'll have to go dig through the trash, okay? So $74.99. Let me explain everybody who got one. Everybody on the pre-order got one. Yeah, I mean everybody on the pre-order. Let me read that complete pre-order again. Autumn Betts, Brandon Jones, Ken Crooker, David Howard, Glenn Kesey, Michael Carpenter, Marsha French, Clifford Umstead, Jerry Stone, Mark White, Shannon Mashaka, Scott Beebe, Rob Fordham, Eddie Passeur, Ken Cohen, Dean Tefford, Richard Yeager, Tim Floyd, Jim Siddall, not Joseph Alves. I took him off. He was the other night. And then Glenn Kesey wanted another one, and then Charles Owens. Okay, and then tonight, 3 people on a wait list. David Doyle, El Snapatan for 2, Mike Owen. Okay, so that should be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then 2 people here live, or several people here live. And the first person live tonight was Audio Explorer, Stan McNessie, Sean Holford, Sarah Wyberdink, right? I think we got everybody. So there's that. And we're good to go. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. You got to be careful, box sets. 2 things. Either I always oversell them or undersell them. I never can hit it on the number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So 2 for Snapatan. There was Mike Owens, Charles Owen, David Doyle, and then the people who commented live, okay? I'm almost caught back up, and that was Audio Explorer, which I'm going to figure out who that is, Stan McNessie, Sean Holford, and then Sarah Wyberdink, okay? I figured I was short one. I was almost short one, but luckily, here's Joseph Alves that I'm putting back. Now there's 2, okay? There's that, and that's Terry, okay? Audio Explorer, Terry. I think they can figure that out. Do you have Black Sabbath lights again? I have 2 left. They're $59.99. Van Halen 11. How much is Y&T? $15. And here we go. So, first person is this. Nashville Tiger says, get me. Nashville Tiger says he wants a Wish You Were Here. I didn't catch your abbreviation. WYWH. Okay, that's the 3 LP version. That's the 3 LP version. Now, earlier this week, or yesterday, we had the Super Deluxe as well. And I don't have one of those in stock. The Super Deluxe is $279. Those went to Sean Lee Hooker, Kathy DeMoss, Fred Carnell, Hiram Ponte, and Joseph Alves, which I fixed that one earlier. Okay? And then Pink Floyd is sold to Paul Vihar, and that was the last one. So here we go. Auctions right now. Y&T Mean Streak. Y&T is an 83 USOG. An 83 USOG VG Plus, and it's at $16. Van Halen is at 12. It's been at 12 of Floyd Wilson for 7 minutes. Sold to Floyd Wilson for $12. And Primus has a high bid. Primus is with George Burleson at $28. Bradley Smith, just so you know, you were outbid. This is at $28. Y&T $16.20. Black Sabbath light. Black Sabbath light. I was on a waiting list. Okay? Well, I'm about to find out if you got one or not. You might have already been billed. Black Sabbath light. The last waiting list was Ryan Mustaine, Fred Carnell, Grumpy Moose Gaiman, and Tony McDaniel. So it sounds like your name, either we didn't get that transferred over. So what I'm going to do is sell you one right now. David Pitts gets a Black Sabbath light. Okay? So did David Pitts. I have one left. I have one left. Y&T's at 20. Primus is at 30. Black Sabbath light, so did David Pitts. There's one left. I think they're about to ship Led Zeppelins and Rush. I just posted the Beatles, okay? And I realized there was also a ton of posts today and a whole lot of records. So it may get hit with the algorithm, meaning a lot of people may not see the Beatles light. There's only 9 comments so far. So the Beatles light's up for pre-order. 9 pre-orders so far. That's our next one, okay? What comes after that, I don't know. Benmont Tench, the Melancholy Season. $33.99. $33.99. And then here is Striper. Striper is in the greatest gift of all. The greatest gift of all, $34.99 for Striper. S-T-R-Y-P-E-R. I do have that crate over here I'm going to go through, Laura, in just a moment. Todd Kilgore, Joe DeGatto, and Michael Ruttman. 3 people on this one, okay? 1, 2, 3. Now there's 3 Stripers left. Greatest gift of all. It sounds like gold is canceled or not happening, or we didn't get any. So if you pre-ordered gold, it's pretty much not happening. So you probably want to go ahead and get a black vinyl. Y&T is with Scully Mack at 20 and Sean Miller, you tied them. So you're out. And then over here, Primus. And then Primus is officially sold to Stephen Parton for Stephen Parton for $30. Yep. That's sold to him for $30, okay? Primus is sold. Next is Soundgarden, and this is Screaming Live Fop, $29.99. And we have a special request for Troy Robinson. This is Roxette's Greatest Hits, 30th Anniversary Edition, $69.99. Sold to Troy Robinson. If anybody else wants that, let me know. And we have a special request for Troy Robinson, Jamiroquai. High Times, the singles, 92 to 96, Jamiroquai. So that's also sold to Troy Robinson. If anybody wants a Jamiroquai or a Roxette, let me know. Soundgarden is sold to Jay Nutra. Yeah, I think personally, I'm going to pick one of mine to do next, which is Yes. I think that's going to be really cool having the Yes logo. But I had made up my mind. I don't ever. Well, we keep it under the radar. I told y'all these lights are a top secret. I mean, it's like Fort Knox type stuff. We have the Clash Combat Rock. Unfortunately, a VG minus condition record. $5 start on this. VG minus, it's on the second label. $5 star. Y&T's at 25 with Scully Mack. Here's the only thing left in this crate. Ben Montench, and like Craig just said, he was the keyboardist. He was the keyboardist with Tom Petty and the Heartbreakers. This is his solo album, $33.99. We also have over here Striper, The Greatest Gift of All. That is their Christmas album, $34.99. New release for this season, $34.99. And then Soundgarden, there's one left at $29.99. That's all the new vinyl so far tonight left in that crate. We had a crate we've already been through. We'll definitely go back through that again. Probably a lot of people didn't expect me to start at 5:30. You just need to expect every night I'm going to start at 5 o'clock Central. Will I start at 5 o'clock? Maybe. Will I start at 5:30? Maybe. Will I start at 6? Maybe. Will I start at 6:30? Maybe. Could I possibly start at 7? Unlikely, but it could be possible. Could be very possible. All right, here we go. Here's another crate. This is all new stuff. And here is Soundgarden, and Soundgarden is officially sold. And if anybody wants a waiting list, let me know. This is sold to Matt Nichols. Where's the pre-order for the Beatles lot? That is over in Whole Lotta Records. Are we done on Y&T? Sean Miller, $27. He outbid Scully Mack. Scully Mack's out. This is sold to Sean Miller for $27. And if anybody wants the Clash, it's $5. $5 on the Clash. $5 on the Clash. $5 on the Clash. $5 on the Clash. Bent Montench is officially sold to Jerry Stone. Bent Montench is officially sold to Jerry Stone. Bent Montench is officially sold to Jerry Stone. And then over here, the Clash is sold to Master Moth for $5. Has there been a rush lot? Yes. It's up for pre-order. They're arriving soon. Next thing over here is this. I've been putting on the pre-orders 2 to 3 weeks because I really don't know when they show up, nor can I predict it. Our next auction is Judas Priest, Unleashed in the East. We have a 79 USOG VG minus, Judas Priest, $5 start. $5 start. Next thing is Jelly Roll, and this one is called Self-Medicated. Jelly Roll, Gatefold Jacket, $29.99. Joan Jett and the Blackhearts, Greatest Hits, $24.99. And The Rockin' Roots of the Grateful Dead, new for Friday. The Rockin' Roots of the Grateful Dead, $29.99. I have no idea. They're very mysterious on what they put on these and where it's from. But there it is. The Rockin' Roots of the Grateful Dead, $29.99. We have sold 0 auctions from the hot picture. That's another 25 minutes before we get started with those. Just another 25 minutes and we'll get started with the hot picture auctions. This is a 1984 USOG VG Plus condition copy of Kiss Animalize. $15 start on that. Grateful Dead is sold to Jazz Grog. I have 3 copies left. I have 1 sold to Melanie Jennings. I got 1 sold to Scott Smith. Now there's 1 left. And I have Jelly Roll. And this one's called A Beautiful Disaster. Jelly Roll is $29.99. There was a waiting list for this one. Jelly Roll Beautiful Disaster was Robert Johnson and Sean Druin. Robert Johnson and Sean Druin. So there's 1 sold. There's another sold. We got 3 Jelly Rolls left. By the way, we sold out on the number for Pink Floyd Wish You Were Here box sets. So if anybody wants one, let me know. The last Grateful Dead is sold to George Burleson. I was waiting for that to pop up. And then No FX, Eating Lamb. 1 sold to Jerry Stone, and I have 1 left. I'd even have to look that up. I know Jerry Stone said he wanted one of these. Jerry Stone, that's sold to you for $24.99, and I have 1 left. This is called Eating Lamb, okay? Next thing over here is Kiss Animalize, and Brian Call has it for $15. Judas Priest is at $26. And then this is new, and correct me if I'm wrong, Laura, there was a waiting list for this. Now, these came in, I think, before the other ones did. I think the other ones will be in tomorrow. So I ordered 4 of these, not knowing that I think Laura had already posted a pre-order. So those are actually on their way, and we have enough for everybody. I ordered 4, forgetting that she had already posted a pre-order. But I think it's a title we can live with, having extras. So here's the pre-order. We have 1 for Scott Beebe. We have 1 for Glenn Kesey. We have 1 for Autumn Betts. And we got 1 for Matt Shiker. Okay? Now, over here, here's what's left. Stanley Richmond, Sherry Darnell, Eric Connard, Kelly Vladicek, and Mike Vandergits. Now, let me show you what I just sold, because you're probably like, whoa, that went fast. This is the Violent Femmes, their self-titled debut, the cult classic debut. It's on translucent light blue vinyl from Kraft. It is from Kraft Recordings. These are $36.99. So we're going to have enough, and we're definitely going to have extras now. So they're $36.99. If you want to get your name scribbled down for one as soon as they come in tomorrow, the pre-order left is Stanley Richmond, Sherry Darnell, Eric Connor, Kelly Volachek, and Mac Vandergits. And I think we're going to have about 4 or 5 extras. From my count last night, looking at these names, I think we're going to have about 4 or 5 extras, okay? All right, first thing we have is Kiss, and this is sold 1 bid, and that's sold to Brian Call for $15. Judas Priest is at $31. And we're also going to go ahead and put up another auction. And that next auction is Kiss Animalize. And Kiss Animalize is an 85 US Hop Hog, 53 press, strong VG, original under sleeve, $15 start on that. Next, I've got Jimmy Smith. This is new for Friday, House Party. Blue Note 84002, $33.99 for that one. I have 1. I was supposed to have 2, but yeah, there's 2. 2 Jimmy Smiths. There's the other Mark Bolins. We had 1 last night. This is T-Rex, actually. It's the band T-Rex. Mark Bolin Zip Gun, 50th anniversary on blue vinyl, $39.99. Has a die-cut cover. And here is Suicidal Tendencies. Suicidal Tendencies is Lights Camera Revolution. It's a 35th anniversary edition on red vinyl. And this one is Nobody's on a Waiting List. Red vinyl, Lights Camera Revolution, $39.99. Brian Call, Final Call on Kiss for $15. Judas Priest is sold to Matt Nichols for $31. Let's get some more auctions rolling. This is tagged and being put away right now. Jay Barnes wants a Suicidal Tendency. That is this. Oh, and yes, this was supposed to go on the sold crate. Thank you, Dennis Daly. That would have been bad. They'd been like, you are 1 short on the Violent Femmes, and I'd been like, oh boy. And then somebody's order would have got messed up, and then I would have got shot. Okay, and then that would have been bad. We have Van Halen. This is a 1984 USOG. It is, of course, Seth says, I'm unsure. Gosh, this guy, he's unsure. He don't know what this is, where it was made, who made it, who the band is, or anything about it. So how about a $25 start? VG Plus condition. Next is Depeche Mode, A Broken Frame. Depeche Mode is $29.99. Gatefold Jacket, $29.99 on Depeche Mode. And then we have Richie Havens. This is new for Friday. Alarm Clock, 180 gram. 180 gram. It's on green and yellow, kind of swirly, splatterish Pretty cool looking colored vinyl. Richie Havens, new for Friday, Alarm Clock, back in print, $29.99. How much is Suicidal? $39.99. Isn't that Asylum, not Animalized? This is Kiss Asylum, one bid, $15.85 USOG, strong VG condition. And over here, we have one bid on that for $15, Van Halen 25. And then we had somebody go on a waiting list for Judas Priest Painkiller. And Painkiller was a blue vinyl, 35th anniversary, all analog, Judas Priest Painkiller, and that was Red Cave Collections. Thank you, Red Cave Collections. You was on a wait list for this. That's sold. Now, that Depeche Mode I flew over, this is actually new for Friday, too. I do realize this is not a new Depeche Mode album. I do realize this Depeche Mode album's been out and been repressed many, many different times. But this was new for Friday. This is, in fact, new SKU or whatever they're doing with Sony, Columbia, in print, new for Friday. Sold to Fred Cardinal. There's 2 left. Over here, Kiss is sold to Brian Call for $15. And the Unsure Van Halen record is about to be a $25 buy now unless somebody bids. Seth just can't get it right nowadays. Next auction over here is White Line. White Line is an 87 USOG specialty press. Has the original under sleeve EX condition. Original under sleeve, White Line Pride, a $30 start. Okay? We have Rob Zombie Hillbilly Deluxe. Hillbilly? How about Hellbelly Deluxe, Rob Zombie, $34.99. Depeche Mode is A Broken Frame. There's Rob Zombie, and this is also new. This is Johnny Griffin, Blue Note 1559, and this is $33.99. Blue Note Classic Vinyl Series, $33.99. How many Judas Priest Painkillers are left? There is one Judas Priest Painkiller left on blue vinyl, $39.99. And then Soundgarden Bad Motorfinger. Soundgarden, $34.99. White Line has a bid for $32. And then How the Grinch Stole Christmas. Scott Beebe was on a waiting list, and I've got 4 extra. This might be the last chance, like it's going to be close. Ed left me a note about shipping times. The official cutoff, Monday, that's Monday's letter. Where did he leave me Wednesday? Well, he's been putting the same thing on every letter. What did I do with it? But however, it's the same. The official cutoff for mailing media mail packages. For the 2025 holiday delivery by Christmas, the USPS recommended cutoff for media mail is December 10th through the 12th. That is like still not a guaranteed service, but that means essentially the last guaranteed orders that will arrive by Christmas will be shipping this week. Just saying. From that point on, it's up to, you're at the mercy of the post office, which is, media mail is not a guaranteed service. Just saying. First thing over here is this. Judas Priest is sold to Matt Nichols, and then Johnny Griffin. And the reason I set another Johnny Griffin off to the side, it has a cover crease in it. It has a light cover crease. Just FYI. Okay, so I'll leave that one in there. That somebody might be okay with that. If not, there we go. And then over here, this is $33.99. Who got this? This is sold to Audio Explorer, which is Terry on YouTube. And I hope they have still got that one figured out. I have a feeling they do. And then Audio Explorer also wants a Grinch. Okay? Do you have any more Sepultura live albums from this morning? Yes. Grinch is on green vinyl, $29.99. Van Halen's a no bid. It's a $25 buy it now. $25 buy it now. So Scott Dyer, the minimum bid is non-negotiable until after it becomes a buy it now. 9 times out of 10, when an auction doesn't get a bid, somebody grabs it for the minimum bid. So it's always the minimum bid price for the buy it now. If it doesn't sell, then later on we might renegotiate on that. But right now, Van Halen's $25. Okay? Right now, Van Halen's $25. Here's our next auction. This is Iggy Pop with, it's called Post Pop Depression. Josh Homme plays on this album, and Iggy Pop is going to go up for a $20 start. Okay? $20 start on Iggy Pop Post Pop Depression. That is sealed a $20 start. We need to pull a Sepultura for him. Let me find that right now. Otherwise, it will get very, very much misplaced. I have found it. Let's see if I can get it out of here. There we go. This is sold to J Barnes Music. I also need a new empty crate. And then over here, let me find a new empty crate. And I wanted to go ahead and go through this crate because my laptop has low battery and I needed to look at waiting list. Tanner's brought me another cart of silver to go through tonight. We went through about 1/4 of it last night, sold a bunch. I'm going to start mixing some of that stuff in later tonight. I got to get it over here a little bit closer to me. This is sold to Jay Barnes. So here's how this works. Van Halen, if he wants it, it's his. Scott Dyer, this is yours for $25. But you see what happened? Somebody said Van Halen 25. So as soon as there's some people that literally are not going to bid and they're waiting for me to make a buy it now. And if they don't get it, I guess they're okay with that. Otherwise, they would have bid. So they're like, well, I'm not going to bid. Maybe I can grab it for the buy it now price, but if not, oh well. But they do realize if they want it, they probably should go ahead and just bid on it. So if I lay something in the back and you say, I cannot live without that, you probably don't want to wait for the buy it now because someone's going to buy it. It's happened several times already tonight. I think that was our 4th time I said no bid, and then poof. Earlier there was 4 people try to grab something for the minimum bid. Floyd Wilson gets this for $25. He's passing. Just to remind everybody how that works. I see several new people on, but that's how that works. It's a minimum bid, not negotiable till after it's a buy now because probably someone's going to get it for the minimum bid. White Line Pride is an OG. It has a high bid with James Chilcott for $32. It's an 87 US OG, $32. $32. There's a lot of snipers. There's one way you can avoid the snipers. Just go ahead and bidding, and then that shoots them. The snipers get sniped. Okay? Iggy Info, post-pop depression, sealed, $20 start. Sealed, $20 start. That's now up for bid. All right, let's run through this crate again. Everything in here is new and sealed, sticker price. Jelly Roll self-medicated, $29.99 for Jelly Roll. Joan Jett and the Blackheart's Greatest Hits, $24.99. Jelly Roll Beautiful Disasters, $29.99. No FX Eating Lamb is $24.99. Jimmy Smith House Party, $33.99. And then we have Bolin Zip Gun. Mark Bolin is $39. There is a notch on that white line. Is that a question or statement? If that's a statement, then it's true. If it's a question, then yes. An 87 US OG specialty press. It has the original on her sleeve. It has a notch on the cover. And the person who bid has had it for 7 minutes now. James Chilcott, $32. Everybody's calculating. They're checking their collection. They're checking Discogs. They're checking their dog. They're checking on their gerbil. And then they're going to come back and decide if they're going to bid. Richie Haven's alarm clock. Green and yellow, $29.99 for Richie Haven's alarm clock. 2 bonus tracks on this, $29.99. Suicidal Tendencies, Lights, Camera, Revolution. This is $39.99. This is a 35th anniversary on red colored vinyl, $39.99 for Suicidal Tendencies. Depeche Mode, A Broken Frame. Depeche Mode is $29.99. Rob Zombie, Hellbilly Deluxe, $34.99 on that. This is all brand new stuff. Soundgarden, Bad Motorfinger is $34. And then we have How the Grinch Stole Christmas. This is a soundtrack to the holiday animated classic on Grinch Green colored vinyl. We have 4 left. They're green vinyl, $29.99. And then Johnny Griffin, this is new and sealed, has a cover crease right here, $33.99. White Line Pride is a 1987 US OG specialty press. It has the original on her sleeve, the vinyl's in EX condition, and it has a VG Plus or better cover. This is a 1987 US OG. It's a specialty pressing. It has the original on her sleeve, the cover is VG Plus, and it has 1 bid for $32. Iggy Pop has 1 bid for $20. Final call on that. So there's that crate. And then let me condense. I can almost condense this one with this one. White Line has a new bid for $35. And somewhere out there, James Chilcott's probably ready to shoot me. Over here, I'm going to move what's left in this crate. Iggy Pop has a new bid for $22. And let me condense this. So we had 3 crates. First 3 crates, I'm about to move them all in here into 1 crate. So I have some empty crates, and I have some space here to work with. And I'm going to show you stuff from the very first crate you may have missed, okay? All right, so there's that. Iggy Pop has a new bid for 22. You've been outbid, and Todd Coe wants a Grinch. You're a mean one. That is so. Now White Line has a new bid for 36. Brian Hickson, you've been outbid. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Kiss, Creatures of the Night. Kiss Creatures of the Night, an 82 US OG PRC Richmond press, VG condition and shrink wrap, and this has the original inner sleeve, and this is going to go up for a $30 start. First thing I have is Slayer, South of Heaven, $34.99 for Slayer. The Doors, The Soft Parade, Kevin Gray, all analog, $39.99. John Denver and the Muppets, A Christmas Together, Candy Cane Swirl, $24.99. Rum Sodomy and the Lash, that's the new 40th anniversary edition from the Pogues, Rod Sodomy and the Lash, 2 LP red marble vinyl with B-sides, BBC Sessions, and rarities. 3 of those left. The Dogfather, Snoop Dogg, graphite colored vinyl, $34.99. And then Wes Montgomery Bumpin', acoustic sound series from Verve, $39.99 on that. Scorpions Coming Home Live, 2 LP green vinyl, $59.99. And then Counting Crows Recovering the Satellites, $39.99 on that. Striper, The Greatest Gift of All, $34.99. That's where we stopped at. Okay? All right, there's that. Let me put this here. Those are right here next to me if you change your mind. And then I'm making sure Fred Cardinale's done on Iggy Pop. Haven't heard back from him in a while. Now White Line's at 37. It's up to James Chilcott, and there's no bid yet on Kiss. There's another crate of new vinyl right here. Let me find it. Right here. There's another crate of new vinyl. And what is this? This is $224.99. I think this is pretty rare. This is an Iron Maiden airplane, $224.99. Ed Force One, Boeing 757-200, $224.99. That's a good one. I think that's been over here in this metal toy collection for quite some time. All right, let's go through this crate right here. Soundgarden auction. Sometime after, probably in the next half hour, okay? All right. I am going to check out this. All right, let me run down the chat here. Last thing I said was White Line 37 is up to James Chilcott. Fred Cardinale wanted a copy of the new Pogues Anniversary Edition. Sold to Fred Cardinale. Okay, that was from this last crate. Jazz Grog gets bumping. That's new for Friday. Acoustic sound series from Verve. Jazz Grog gets jazz. That's surprising. Jazz Grog getting jazz. This is so to Jazz Grog. Soundgarden, I can set a time and we'll say 7:15. White Line has a new bid for 40. Okay, and then over here, I triple checked every folder, no invoice yet. All right, that means that leaves me one last resort. If you've emailed Ed, if you've contacted Collectco through email and Facebook Messenger, let me know. And if you're saying you have and you've checked every folder and you're still not getting an invoice, I'll go to the top of the food chain. I'm going to message both Ed and Tanner in a group chat, and I'm going to put Butters, Butterrs, 8871 is looking for an invoice. Okay. So if you've contacted us via email or Facebook Messenger and either you still hadn't got one and you got a reply, I'll go to the top of the ladder and I'll say right now a direct message to the top of the food chain. What is Iggy at? $22. What is Kiss? What is the Kiss price? Iggy Pop, Fred Cardinale, I thought I lost you. It is at $22 with Michael Freiberger. Kiss is a 1982 USOG 72 PRC Richmond press. It has the original inner sleeve and shrink. It's in VG condition, okay? VG condition. It's a $25 start. White Line has a new bid for 40. When will Pet Sounds run? In the next half hour. Do not leave the chat. Let me ask you this. Have you canceled all commitments tonight to commit yourself to watching this stream? Otherwise, you're probably going to miss Pet Sounds. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. Don't go anywhere. Okay? Now, for those that need information like payment, invoice, okay. So, okay. Sorry. Let me go over here. I'm trying. Let me put a timeout on anything about invoicing or questions on stuff like that. Just make sure you've messaged Facebook, because most of these I'm going to pull up, and the 3 that I see right now in the chat, no one's either messaged us, emailed us, or replied, or followed up with the last thing Ed said. So I think the 3 problems right now that I see in the chat, either they hadn't replied to Ed, we've got an invoice and it's been open and they still hadn't paid. So there's obviously some sort of problem. So a lot of we get people saying they don't get an invoice, and we look and we can see that they viewed it. And that's happened twice this week, and people keep saying, I don't have an invoice, I don't have an invoice. And this guy, he said Dave Kaysnaw, he's opened the new one again and still hadn't paid. So I can't help him at this point. It still says it's unpaid. Over here, we got White Line, and this has a high bid, but the only thing I can say is during the show, I can't really answer these questions because most of these are all new information to me. But it looks like most of these problems, they just hadn't paid the invoice. So, or they're putting in wrong email addresses. That's a big thing. They'll fill out our form and it's an incorrect email. And some people are saying, hey, I haven't got an invoice, and we're like, well, it's been viewed 4 times and it still hadn't been paid. So very odd. White Line, I have no idea where we're at anymore. White Line, sorry for all the confusion, but I got hit with like 7 customer service messages there in a row. James Chilcott has White Line, Brian Hickson's out. This is at $40 with Brian Hickson. $40 with Brian Hickson. Brian Hickson's out. This is at $40 of James Chilcott. $40 of James Chilcott, okay? $40 of James Chilcott. $40 of James Chilcott. That's who has the high bid. I'm saying that so I don't forget. An 87 USOG EX condition. EX condition. The most important thing I can tell a lot of new buyers right now is this. We only invoice through Square. We don't take money orders. We're not going to send you a PayPal. We're not going to let you via PayPal messages. We don't take direct PayPal payments. We have some people get an invoice and they're saying, I only have PayPal. That's the only way I have money. I don't have a bank account. I don't have a checking account. I don't have cash. I don't have a car. I don't have a house. The only thing I have is PayPal. That's the only thing I have. And I'm like, well, we can't take your money then. You have to pay through Square. No checks, no cash unless you're picking up. No money orders. It has to be through Square. That holds up a lot. A lot of stuff that gets canceled, people get their invoice like, holy crap, I can't pay this. I don't have a checking account and I don't have any kind of credit card. I just have PayPal. So I'm like, well, we'll just have to cancel it then. That is a lot of the stuff in the Hatchet Ed crate. Iggy Pop is sealed. Chris Knapp has this for $27. Fred Cardinal, you've been outbid. And then over here is Kiss, and this does not have a bid. So for anybody new watching right now, if you can't pay through a Square invoice, which you got to have a checking account, a credit card, a debit card. If you have one of those 3 things, a credit card, checking account, credit card, something that you make purchases with every day, you can pay us. But if you just use exclusively PayPal for your only way of paying everything, then you can't pay us. And you probably can't buy from us. Kiss over here is at $26 with John Bergenstorm. Danny Thomason on Snoop Dogg. Danny Thomason wants a Snoop from the last crate. This is sold to Danny Thomason. Hope I got all that figured out. All right, this is sold. Ed is out of the building until tomorrow. I would recommend, Jay Nutra, telling your friend Dave Kaznov to message us, because he really hadn't followed up other than providing a new email address, because the one he provided the first time was wrong. I would say tell him to message Ed and say, I have not paid my invoice. How can I pay my invoice? Because that's why his order hadn't shipped. He needs to send CollectCo a direct message and says, I am viewing my invoice but still not paying it. How can I pay my invoice? That's the only thing I can tell you. Otherwise, he's still viewing it and it's just not getting paid. That's why he hadn't got a tracking number. We don't ship until we get payment. Kesha Animal is $39.99. Kesha. I have 2 copies. This is a new crate stuffed lure ordered that I never did show from December 4th. Can I get on a wait list for Snoop Dogg? I can sell you one right now. I have 2 Snoop Doggs left. No waiting list because I still have them in stock. Iggy Pop is at $30, and then White Line is sold to James Chilcott. And White Line was sold to James Chilcott. Now I'm going to go back up here and confirm this price. And this is sold to James Chilcott for $40, Paul. $40 on this, okay? That is sold. All right. Yeah, he cannot. If he has PayPal, we'll just have to cancel his order. If he has no other way to pay us, if he doesn't have a credit card, a debit card, or a checking account, then he can't pay us. Which when I hear that, I'm like, I don't understand that. But I guess, yeah, like Laura says, how do you get by in life without a checking account or a credit card or a debit card? I don't know how that would be. That would blow my mind. JH gets Snoop Dogg. That is sold to JH over on YouTube, okay? Iggy Pop is up to Fred Cardinal. Chris Knapp has it for $30. And then over here we have Kiss, which is at $27 with John Bergenstorm, okay? There's that. And then I've got 2 copies here of, this is CISA Control, $29.99. 2 LP set on translucent green vinyl. I've got 2 of those, and I also have Dua Lipa Radical Optimism, $38.99. $38.99. Next auction is going to go up right now, and it's officially 7, so I'm officially going to put up some of the advertised hot picture auctions. And this is Twisted Sister, I Want to Rock. And the flip side is Bird in Hell and SMF, which is live tracks from Hammersmith Odeon. This is an 84 UK, near mint, a $10 start. $10 start on Twisted Sister. Also here we have Rihanna, Anti, A-N-T-I, $46.99. I don't think we've ever had that title. $46.99. Sorry, James Chilcott, you got put the White Line. I'm glad it got sold to you. I'm glad the other person got a chance to bid too, but you got hung up in a vast, every once in a while we'll get into a vast tunnel of endless questions, and I don't want to ignore anybody, but also I have to remind everybody, if you have a customer service question, you got to email us or you got to message Facebook, because I can't help you. I'm helpless, right, Paul? I'm big helpless. I mean, I cannot help any way with customer service right here. Otherwise, I'm going to have some people get mad at me, and then they're going to be messaging Ed, mad at Ed because I'm trying to help out with customer service, and then it's going to be, I'm going to get shot. All this ends in me getting shot somehow. Ariana Grande is called Positions. That is $36.99. And then we got 2 copies of Britney Spears Circus. I don't think we've ever had that title. $29.99 for Britney. Now over here, this is all new and sealed stuff. Yes, this is all brand new and sealed records. We've had Britney Spears. We've had Ariana Grande. We've had Rihanna. I see a theme going on here. Dua Lipa, SZA, Kesha. Seen a theme going on here. Paul just whistled. Oh, wow. Well, yeah. Yeah. Let's not get off on the female talk again. I went down on a rabbit hole the other night. Iggy Pop. You got to stop ordering. Well, crap, I forgot her name. I guess I don't have a crush on her if I forgot her name.
Is it
Tate McRae. You've got to stop ordering Tate McRae records. I get distracted, and the whole show goes down the toilet. We have Iggy Pop. Final call on Iggy Pop, and Iggy Pop is at sold to Fred Cardinal for $32. And now Laura's brought out a highly attractive female crate, and now I really can't focus. The whole show's going down the toilet. This is the highly attractive female crate. Okay, so this is sold to Fred Cardell. Let's get this in a new sleeve. Let me catch my breath. Whew. Let me catch my breath right quick. Over here, Kiss is officially sold. And Kiss is officially sold over here to the following person, John Bergenstorm. I think I can officially reset my brain and body. John Bergenstorm, $27 on that. John Bergenstorm, $27. Okay, let's put that away. Boom and boom. I'll give you 3 chickens for a Black Sabbath light. 3 live chickens for a Black Sabbath light. Paul said take it. I mean, eggs were... Yeah, I mean, what can we do out of this? Over here, Twisted Sister, Rick Hall, is tied with Tom Kelly. Tom Kelly had it first at $20, okay? $20 on that. And then over here we're at the bottom, and here we go. All right, so next thing we have is Paris Hilton. It continues, $44.99. The 2006 album from the iconic Paris Hilton, $44.99, okay? Where did I get to here? And this, you leaving, Paul? Okay, he's throwing up the peace sign. That means he's out. Fergie, the Duchess. Fergie, $39.99. I think this has this has Fergalicious on it. Oh my goodness. Here we go. Chad's about to get into karaoke. $39.99. And we have Twisted Sister. We need to get the word out to some of the girl buyers that we're going through a Laura girl crate right now. A lot of this would get... Yeah, would tag Natasha Pickett. She was on here last night, and she did a bundle with some of the indie stuff you priced. We did that at like midnight last night. So she's had one bundle, but she may want a bundle on this. AC/DC Fly on the Wall, an 85 US Club, EX Plus condition, $25 start for AC/DC. That's now up for bid. Twisted Sister, Out and Out, that's after Danny bid $25. So did Danny for $25. We got Pet Sounds on deck, and we got Soundgarden on deck. I promised one of them at $7.15. Trying to get to the first advertised auctions tonight, like Rogue Mail First Visit. Rogue Mail First Visit is an 85 US OG company inner sleeve VG Plus condition. Rogue Mail is a $15 start. Where did we get to here? We got to this right here. This is Coco and Claire Girl, $29.99. That is limited edition colorway colored vinyl, $29.99 on that. And Charlie XCX, this is True Romance. Charlie XCX is $29.99. And Nicki Minaj, Pink Friday, and this is $36.99. It's called Roman Reloaded? Is that what that says? Yeah, Roman Reloaded, $36.99 on Nicki Minaj. So, excuse me, AC/DC has one bid, $25, and then over here we have Rogue Mail at $15 and another bid for $15. Next auction is going to go up right now, and that's one you wanted the best. You got it. This is a 1977 USOG 2LP keel press. It has the inner sleeves, the booklet, the merch insert, and this is VG++, just a $25 start on Kiss Alive. Not bad whatsoever, okay? $25 start on that. David Johnson says, can we get to the first Japanese auction? Well, earlier I told you the stated odds of us having a Japanese auction tonight. That's plus 5,000. Now, I don't know if you do a lot of gambling, but plus 5,000 odds would be meaning it's very unlikely that we have a Japanese pressing. And I can confirm there is no Japanese delivery in this building. So I would tell you this right now, David Johnson, without a doubt, you can go to bed. If we have a Japanese pressing tonight, it will be a total and utter surprise. And if you bet the plus 5,000, you get what I'm saying? So that means it would be, if I put up a Japanese pressing, there'll be a huge payout on the bet. You're going to be making a ton of money. Huge. You're going to be able to have plenty of extra spending money So the chances of me not putting one up is high. Next record, Katy Perry. The theme continues. One of the Boys, Katy Perry, $33.99. The multi-platinum debut album featuring the hit singles, I Kissed a Girl, Hot and Cold, Thinking of You, and Waking Up in Vegas. Also, I have 2 copies here of BOA Twilight, and this is $39.99, featuring the hit single Duvet. That is $39.99. We got to break the ice with one of these. Don't have the hardcore lower crate female buyers watching at the moment. AC/DC is at $25, and that was officially sold to Michael McDade. $25 on that one. And then we have Rogue Male. I don't think I've ever ordered anything in this crate, so this is the first time I've ever had. Let's see here. We've had Charlie XCX maybe once before, thanks to Laura. But yeah, I've never had any of these titles. Oh, yep. And then she said we don't even think we've had this specific one, and that we've maybe had Kesha and Caesar before. So over here we have Watercheck on Katy Perry. That is sold. Mark Weiss on Katy Perry and Mark Weiss on Berg. See, it just takes one. Now we got a snowball effect. Now we got a snowball effect. And there's Fergie with Fergalicious. Okay, and then Rogue Male, the last bid that happened on Rogue Male, we were tied. No, we had a new bid with Steve Little for 20, Kiss 32, 36, 39, and there we go, okay? And then over here is this. This is this. Over here we have Soundgarden, which we have people asking for Soundgarden, ask and you shall receive. Holy moly. This is a 1994. This is a 1994 USOG, okay? Soundgarden, blue vinyl. Now, they pressed this, I think, on black, orange, and blue. And this is a 1994 USOG limited edition blue vinyl. It comes with 2 inserts. Soundgarden. This is words I don't say too often. You ready? OG Soundgarden. I don't say those words too often. $275 start. Blue vinyl, EX condition. It's a nice copy. It is a nice copy. It has both inner sleeves or inserts. Gatefold jackets, VG Plus. It's got a couple like indentations right here. $275. It's also on clear. Clear, blue, orange, and I think black. I've had plenty of orange. I don't recall having too much blue. $275 on that one. It is OG. All right, so let's go back up to the top. And Rogue Male was at 20. Kiss was at 32, 35, 38, 39. We sold Vladarchek at Katy Perry, and Vladarchek Katy Perry was 33. Mark Weiss got a Katy Perry. That was 33. Mark Weiss got a Fergie. That was the only one I had. That was 39. Okay? And then over here is Charlie XCX was $29.99. We got 2 of those Edwin Blom. And then Rogue Male over here. Rogue Male, first visit, is an 85 USOG VG Plus condition. Josh MF or Jones is in on Soundgarden at $275. Okay, next thing we have in here is Lethal, and this is Rico Nasty, $34.99 on that. That is on clear saw blade vinyl. Wow, saw blade vinyl. I wonder if it's etched on the sides. This is $36.99. This is, I'm going to have to flip it over to figure it out, maybe. $36.99. This is, I might have to phone Laura.
Oh, it's Lady Gaga.
This is Lady Gaga. Bang Buster? Bang Monster. Thank you, Laura. She's over here pulling titles from one of our newest collections. Luckily, I've got her on standby over here. So there's Lady Gaga. Here's another Kesha. This one's Animal. Now, I will admit, the first time I've read off her name, I did say Keisha. So this is Kesha Cannibal. I learned that a long time ago. $29.99 for that one. And this is Gwen Stefani, Love Angel Music Baby, $39.99, okay? So final call on Rogue Male. And then over here, the Kiss is about to sell Mitch T, $39. Michael McDade, you're out, just FYI. I haven't heard back from you. And then Soundgarden has one bid for $275. Mark Weiss wants a Lady Gaga. That's sold to Mark Weiss. And we have Soundgarden at $290. We have Doechii, and this is Alligator Bites Never Heal as a picture disc. That is $39.99. And 2 copies here of, this is Clario Immunity. Clario Immunity. It's artist Clario, and then Immunity is the name of the album. Got that one figured out. $33.99. And then Katy Perry, I know this one, Teenage Dream, $39.99 for Katy Perry. And the only album by a female artist in Billboard history to feature 5 #1 singles. Wow. Next thing over here is, this looks very familiar. Yes, Ariana Grande, and this is Sweetener. That one's $39.99. And then we got 4 copies of this, $38.99. Holy moly, she's kind of nudie on the bottom. Sky Fieria, and this is Not Time, My Time, $38.99. $38.99, okay? So Rogue Mail did not get another bid. Let's go ahead and sell that then to Steve Little. And Steve Little, that was sold to you for $20. Thank you on that. Kiss has a new bid for $40. We're not done on Kiss, and now Soundgarden is at $315. $315, okay? So there's that, and Kiss is at $40 with Edwin Blom, and Soundgarden's at $315 with Josh Jones. So it's time for our next auction. And our next auction is this. Let's go ahead and put up, let's do one more. Well, we need to be working on the new stuff. The bonus crate might be retired till a little bit later tonight because we have all the advertised stuff, but I'll slip in some here and there, as y'all know. Violent Femmes, The Blind Leading the Naked. Violent Femmes is a 1986 U.S. specialty OG. This has the original on her sleeve. It's in VG Plus condition, and it's a $20 start. $20 start on that one, okay? Soundgarden's at $315. Kiss is at $40. Now, I don't know who was the last bidder on Kiss, but whoever you are, you were outbid. That was Mitch T. Mitch, you're outbid on Kiss. He says he's done. Edwin has it for $40, okay? So now that I kind of know what I'm working here with this crate, one more read through. We had 4 crates of new vinyl tonight. We had 3 crates of like new stuff, a lot of new releases. This crate is actually stuff Laura ordered last week, and it got just kind of restacked, and I forgot about it. So this has been sitting over here for about 6 days because they're dated December 4th. And it hadn't been posted in a whole lot of records. So let's do one more read through. I'll go ahead and show the first blanket though. Here is the first blanket, Sleep Token. Even in Arcadia, 74. These are supposed to be 79. Probably my 9 looked like a 4 on Hatchet Ed's price sheet. This is Sleep Token, even in Arcadia. These are $79.99. And this is queen size Sherpa fleece blanket. That's what the Sleep Token looks like, okay? And then the other one I've never had before is Queen. And this is Sherpa fleece. It is a queen size, and it's a queen blanket. It's a queen. And that's what, it's kind of the Queen coat of arms logo. So $79 on the queen blanket, $79 on Sleep Token, and I've never had those before. 2 new blankets I've never had before, okay? Soundgarden is sold. We're ready for new auctions. A Grail sold to Josh Jones for $315. Don't get those too often. That's like well, for the longest, I had maybe a couple, but as we buy bigger and better collections, as Colecco's grown, we do get big Grails more often now. However, this is what, we get 3 or 5 a year maybe. 2 or 3. I bet this is the 3rd or 4th we've had just this whole year. So y'all see some records every night, right? Some of the classic rock stuff from the 70s. We have sometimes 2 and 3 of the same record every night. This is the kind of stuff after 250,000 records bought and sold, we may have 3. We may have 3, maybe 5. Those are pretty scarce. Kiss Alive is sold for $40 to Edwin Blom. Sold to Edwin Blom for $40, okay? I've got plenty of Kiss Alive 2s. So if you missed out on that one, don't worry. If you watch this show regularly, there'll be more. Violent Femmes is a $20 start. Okay, then we have Kesha. This is called Animal. Kesha is $39.99. That's expanded edition. And then Caesar Control, green vinyl, $29.99. We had Dua Lipa, which I found out is Paul's crush. Radical Optimism, $38.99. And over here we have Rihanna, and this is called Anti, $46.99 for Rihanna Anti, $46.99. Oh boy, here is Weird Al Yankovic. This is called In 3D. It does have a little bit of a tear up here on the cover, but the vinyl's nice, EX edition, just a $20 start. $20 start on Weird Al Yankovic. It's got some cover damage over here, but it does have the original on the sleeve. $20 start on that, okay? Then we had 2 copies over here. We have Paris Hilton. This is $44.99. That's on fluorescent hot pink vinyl, $44.99. And then Ariana Grande, $36.99. That one's called Positions. Britney Spears Circus is $29.99. And then this is Coco and Claire Claire Girl, $29.99. Charlie XCX True Romance is $29. And then Nicki Minaj, Pink Friday, Roman Reloaded, $36.99. And then BOA, $39.99. And that one's called Twilight, $39.99 on that one, okay? So Violent Femmes is about to be a bite now. Bill Samus on Dua Lipa. Sell this one to Bill Samus. Thank you on that one. And then we have 2 copies of Lethal, $34.99 on that. And then Lady Gaga, $36.99. That's a picture disc. Kesha Cannibal, $29.99. And then Gwen Stefani is $39.99. Let's go ahead and make Violent Femmes a no-bid buy now. That way we can go ahead and put up two new auctions. This is an 86. This is Violent Femmes, $20 start on that. $20 start on that. Weird Al is at $50. $20 buy now sold to Edward Rock. And then let's go ahead and put up another auction. And now there was a request for Pet Sounds. Let me figure out where it is. I usually, where did y'all see that at? Is there a Pet Sounds in the hot picture? Okay. I was making sure somebody didn't see the autograph one back here earlier and think that was an auction. I mean, it's available, but here we go. An iconic album and probably one of the most desirable of pressings, the mono pressing, a 66 US Abbey mono pressing. This is a 66 US Abbey. Abbey is the pressing plant. OG mono. It has the original company inner sleeve, VG minus. It has one tiny feeler on side A. I mean, when you look at this disc, it is nice. It has one little feelable mark right there. So this record on side A in VG minus condition is probably going to have some noise and maybe a pop, okay? Now, what you got to know about this is some of these in high grade. First of all, high grade is rare. So the most this is ever sold for is $250, and that's only VG plus. If you had a stunning mono copy of this, let's say near mint minus and shrink, first of all, I probably wouldn't sell it because I don't think mine's that nice, a near mint minus copy and shrink. And if you did, I would say $300-400 for like a perfect copy. This is VG minus. We're going to start it at 25 bucks. The mono copies have always been tough to find, especially in high grade. I mean, it would carry a huge premium if you had a truly legitimate near mint copy. So this would be a great starter for somebody. $25 start, very tough to get, okay? Soundgarden just sold for $325. It was real. Troy Robinson wants Britney Spears. This is sold to Troy Robinson. And then finishing up this recap, we had Doechii, Alligator Bites Never Heal for $39. We had Clario Immunity for $33. Katy Perry Teenage Dream for $39. And then Ariana Grande Sweeter for $39. And then we had this one here with some nudity on it. Goodness. This is Sky Feria, F-E-R-R-E-I-R-A, Not Time, My Time. $38.99, okay? That's all available. Let's get in. Now, we got John's off on Wednesday, so unless Paul's out on a buying trip, him and Laura do all the pricing for new pre-owned stuff on Wednesdays. So Laura has over here next to me right now picking out auction titles. She's picking out, she's picking out titles to price. She's doing that right now. She's picking out titles to price. And Paul's already got 3 crates up here, and I'm about to go through that first one. All right? So, the first thing I'm going to do, we got 3 Paul crates coming up until Laura brings one. These are all sticker price, no more, no less. And they always pick out some of the best, newest pre-owned stuff in these collections. It could be rock, it could be jazz. I'm seeing coming up Pavement, Tedeschi Trucks, Rush, My Morning Jacket, Jerry Lee Lewis, CCR. That's kind of some of the artists. And here we go. Coins. Yes, I'm about to start mixing in some more silver. All right, so the first thing I have is Richard and Linda Thompson, Pour Down Like Silver, a 75 US, $29.99. Weird Al Yankovic is at, Weird Al Yankovic is like $82 right now with Sarah White, $85 with Robert Vladicek, okay? Pet Sounds is at $40. And the miscellaneous tonight will be more silver coins and collectible silver and gold. And we'll be doing buy it now cassettes, okay? Next thing over here is this. I have Dylan Schrader, 2014 Lava Field Indie Rock. That must be the color of the vinyl. Lava Field, I guess. $9.99. They come up with some unique names on these. And then we have Bridget Dawson and the Mothers Network. This is $24.99. Ex-member of the OCs. Uh-oh. Where's Jeremy Bryant? An ex-member of the OCs. 2020 Electric Blue, $24.99. Sky is... Fred Carnell commented Sky. Jeremy Bryant on the OCs related record here. Pet Sounds 42. Pet Sounds 45. Fred Carnell, what is Sky? And then we have Weird Al Yankovic, a final call for $85 to Bargeron, okay? Sky, the nude one, okay. I know what you're talking about now. This right here. Fred's claiming stuff from the last crate. Sold to Fred Carnell, $38.99. Got it. Fred, you should have just said the nudie record. I'd been like, the nudie record. This is the OC's Face Stabber. We've already had this one. 2019 red and green, the OC's. Might be a different color, though, than the last one. I don't remember. $34.99. And we have here, a 2021 Golden Lollipop colored vinyl. What is the name of the Golden Lollipop? This is called Gong Splat. Gong Splat is a Jammy Psych side project of John Dwyer, 1999. I'm glad they leave notes on these, or I'd be as clueless as last week's Easter egg. Not last year's, last week's. We have Weird Al Yankovic, sold to Vladicek for $85. Sold! I got to listen to some Weird Al. I know some of them, but I need to play these albums before they ship so I can say I've listened to them. The Beach Boys' Pet Sounds is at $45 of Nick Bargeron. Everybody else is out. Okay, Michael McDade wants Gong Splat. That's sold to Michael McDade. We're ready for new auctions. All right, let's do another one from... Okay, now earlier somebody got on and asked for this. The Burr, Sweetheart of the Rodeo, a 1968 Euro OG, EX condition. This is a very desirable Birds album. It's a 68 OG Euro press, $30 start on that. $30 start on that. It's about time for me to go get a Monster. I texted my mom earlier, thank you, Mother, and I said, do I have Monsters in the fridge? And she texted me back and she said, son, you do now. And that's why we have great mothers here, like Julie. Because now I'm going to go up here. I'm going to get a ice cold Monster out of the fridge. Let's get one away from the back. All the way in the back of the fridge. The first one of the day, folks. A tradition unlike any other. A tradition unlike any other. Here, I need to sell these magazines that are graded by CGC before they go on eBay auctions. My last amazing feat of the year is putting all of our CGC graded comics and PSA cards on eBay for liquidation end of the year. So I'm going to try to show as many as I can the next couple shows. Make sure nobody wants them, okay? We have Warren Presents Panther, the Panther Girl, $34.99, CGC 7.0, and Vampire Tales, number 6, Marvel Comics 1974, CGC 9.0, $110. There you go. $110 and $35. Next thing over here is the following, okay? Gong Splat, this, and we're ready for the next crate, right? Did the OC, Jeremy Bryant, did you get the OCs too? That's so do you, right? Okay. There's that. And then over here, we have John Coltrane, both Directions at Once, the Lost Album. 2018 Deluxe Mono, $29.99 on that one. And Purple Mountains. Purple Mountains is $24.99. Purple Mountains, $24.99. And then over here, we have Bayou Country, Creedence Clearwater Revival, an 83 US, $24.99. First thing is I left off with Pet Sounds at 50, Birds 31. What is the Pet Sounds and info? Pet Sounds out, Pet Sounds 51, Pet Sounds 55, Pet Sounds info, Birds 35, Ninja Pony on John Coltrane sold to Ninja Pony, and then ST on PM for Purple Mountain, and ST bid 36 on the Birds. This is the Beach Boys Pet Sounds, a 1966 mono copy, VG minus, one feelable mark. This will have some light noise and maybe a pop when it hits that feelable mark. This has a high bid of $55 with amenities. ST has Birds for 36. Chris Knapp, you're out. Kiss Comics. I do think we have one more somewhere around here. I think we have one more. Okay. And then we have Arthur Russell, Love Has Overtaken Me. Arthur Russell is a 2014 reissue, $34.99. Yes, on a really high item, typically I've done it for autographs and not so much vinyl or records, in case, but because we usually don't sell a lot of records for $1,000, $2,000, $3,000. But a lot of really high-end autographs, if you need us to split it up into a couple different invoices to give you a little bit more time to pay, I will do that to get the deal, son. I did it the other night on the Rush poster we sold for over $3,000. I did it on a really expensive Eddie Van Halen autograph. So if you want to buy something that we have that's $3 grand, $5 grand, $2 grand, something definitely more than a couple thousand or $1,000, we can split it up into a couple invoices for you. And we only do that for very high-end single type items, okay? And yes, we do that because we've had some stuff before that's people know they can buy, but maybe they need it on a couple different payments, and I'm like, I'm okay with that to get it sold. So yes, that's always an option. We will not do that for a large invoice, okay? We're talking about one single item, and I've done it like 5 times, and I do it with well-established good customers. So that doesn't mean when you get a $5,000 invoice racked up, you say, hey, I need 6 months to pay this. We'll just have to cancel it, and you can't buy from us anymore. So yes, it's people we know, well-established credit history, and if they say, hey, I want to buy a $5,000 autographed Paul McCartney album from you, can I pay over 5 months? And I will say yes. We have Jerry Lee Lewis, $19.99. 2015 Record Store Day Silver Vinyl, Jerry Lee Lewis, $19.99. Okay, that's pretty cool to see. Pet Sounds 61, like the autograph Pet Sounds. Yep, $17.50. I can split it up into a few payments for you. 3, 2, 3, 4, 5. So yes, thank you, Travis Woods. He bought a Eddie Van Halen autograph from us. Amazing. It was like a poster that was signed, and it's framed, and it's already packed, and boom, we're done, and he's going to be getting that by the end of the year. No Bitcoin. No. We're talking about USD Square payments. Does this one have Lucky Old Son? No, it does not. Okay, now Pet Sounds is at $61. Amenities is out. And the Birds is tied at 40. ST bid 40 and Chris Knapp, you bid 40, okay? There's that. And then over here is Kokomiya. Coca Mia is a 2021 random colored vinyl, $24.99. And another thing is we got to have the first payment up front immediately. And we can't, at any point, you can't say, hey, man, I got to have those first 3 payments back. I got to have the money. I got to cancel this. That's also kind of going to be written in my agreement when I send you a message. It's going to be like, you can't pay 3 payments of $800 and then say, hey, can I have my money back? Can't do that. That would be really bad, okay? Jerry Lee Lewis is sold to Fred Cardinale. I'm assuming John Durden would pass. And then over here we have this. We have Father John Misty, I Love You, Honey Bear. This is a 2015 U.S. top-tier songwriting, is a note from Paul. Top-tier songwriting, $24.99 on this one. Pet Sounds is up to 1 person, amenities. Super Nutty has it for $61. Chris Knapp, you're out on the birds. The high bid on that right now is $40. I know you also bid $40, but you tied him. This one is Palace Brothers. Great stuff tonight that Paul and Laura has marked. Palace Brothers is $29.99, 94 USOG. So many rules. I know it. I've had to go over rules tonight. I feel like I'm like the guy in the Pink Floyd song that they're yelling at. Teacher, leave these kids alone. I feel like I'm some kind of old cranky warden at a prison or something. It's not that bad here, okay? I feel like I've made it sound like we're in some kind of dark, deep place tonight. Scene Creamers, a 2003 US OG indie rock album, $24.99. And we have Michael James, Runaway World. Michael James is a 1978 private press acid rock psych album. Great, $59.99. And we have another copy. I remember having this one. This one's EX $54.99. What was the other one? This is $59 and EX $54, okay? I'm going to do a 5-second countdown on the Beach Boys, and then we're going to sell it right after I put up our next auction. And our next auction is this. Our next auction is John Lee Hooker. John Lee Hooker is free beer and chicken. Wow. Free beer and chicken. 1974 U.S. Santa Maria OG and quad. This is in VG condition. A $15 start. Beach Boys countdown. High bid is with Super Nutty at $61. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bomb. Beep. I made that so dramatic because 2 other people were bidding and I never did hear back from them. So I want to make sure they had plenty time at the bid. And this is sold for $61 to Super Nutty. All right, now the Birds is still getting bids. The last bid on the Birds is $44. John Lee Hooker has a bid for $18. And Chad needs to crack open this ice cold monster. Whew. I don't know what I've done with it. What did I do with it? Oh no, there's a monster missing. Golly. Well, it's usually 1 or 2 places. It's back there in the back. Is it behind the comics? No, it's not behind the comics I propped up. Did I put it down in the crate? Nope, not down in the crate. Well, I'll have to go up front and get another one. It's officially missing. The monster is gone. I don't know what I've done with it. I've answered so many questions tonight. I've lost it. All right, I'll have to go get another one. Okay, first thing we have is Coltrane Plays the Blues, $29.99, a late 70s U.S. reissue, $29.99. Coltrane Plays the Blues. John Lee Hooker has bids for $18 and then $15. The Birds is at $46, and then we have DOS, Numero Dos, I bet it's Dos, an 89 U.S. EP with Mike Watt. $19.99. The Birds is at $46, and John Lee Hooker is at $18. Okay, I'm going to look at my shelf. Oh, I found it. Wow, I opened it and didn't take a drink of it earlier. That's weird. Boy, my brain's not working well. I've already opened it and I didn't take a drink of it. How bizarre. Man, what is going on tonight? How strange is that, right? I'm going to put it over here where I can see it. Whew. Man, what a relief. Get that vitamin poison in me. We have Pepper Adams with the Tommy Banks Trio live at what? live at the room at the top. That is a 2022 record store day, and it's numbered 440 of 1500, $34.99, okay? The Birds is with ST at $46, and that is sold. ST $46. Thank you on that one. And we have John Lee Hooker here, and this is officially sold for $18 to Jamie K. Krundenball. That's sold to Jamie K for $18, okay? Thank you, Jamie. Thanks, everybody. Thank you, everybody but Seth. Next auction is going up right now. We had Bauhaus. I saw something else pop up. I saw something else pop up. And then I saw something else pop up. Okay, so let me try to find those. I've got Monk. I've got Minutemen. I've got Dolly. I got Led Zeppelin. I got, that looks very familiar. Who is this? Anthrax? Slayer? John Lee Hooker again. Cows. Beefheart. Cheech and Chong. Ozzy. Jesus Lizard was requested. Here we go. Jesus Lizard. The Jesus Lizard head. A 1990 US OG pressing with insert. VG Plus, a $35 start. It does have a cover band up here, okay? $35 start on that. $35 start on the Jesus Lizard. Next thing is this. We have Audio Explorer on Pepper. Amenities, you were second. Pepper was first on that one. We have a request for Rock's Gang, and Jesus Lizard has a bid for $35. Gang of Four Entertainment. Gang of Four is a 2005 remaster. The note on the back says great album. $24.99 on that one. And Led Zeppelin 3. This is a 1980s US reissue. Early 80s pressing, near mint minus, $34.99. I also had a request for Bauhaus. There's the Breeders. There's something else. There's Bowie. Several Coltrane's. There's Bauhaus. It feels like an older copy. It happens to be an OG copy. Wow. A 1981 Italian press. 81 Italian. Cover was censored by a previous owner. VG Plus. Yeah, he's supposed to be a little nudie there. They put a little dab of whiteout or something on it, or looks like they ripped it off. Ouch. Looks like they ripped it off. Bauhaus is an 81 OG. VG Plus, a $25 start, okay? There's two auctions there. We're going through a great pre-owned crate that Paul's marked. We've got like 5 of these tonight that Paul and Laura's marked. First thing we have is Fading Trails Magnolia Electric Company. This is a 2006 USOG indie folk rock, $24.99. Fred Carnell on Gang of Four. That's sold to Fred Carnell. Jesus Lizard still just has one bid for $35. Going once, going twice. And this is My Morning Jacket Z, $24.99 on that. This one's called In the Flat Field, right? Yeah, Bauhaus In the Flat Field. Bauhaus In the Flat Field is a 1981 Italian OG. 1981 Italian OG, and that's at $25 and now $26. Ivan on Mag for Magnolia Electric Company. That's sold. I will get Cheech and Chong rolling in just a I'll get Cheech and Chong rolling in just a minute. I have Lamb Chops Nixon. Lamb Chops Nixon for the first time on vinyl in the U.S. 2021 Silver Swirl, $29.99. Z. My Morning Jacket Z. Looks like it's on black vinyl. This is My Morning Jacket, right? Yeah. Gatefold 2 LP, no condition notes, $24.99. $24.99. Bauhaus is at $26 with Chris Knapp. So final call on all those. And Rush, A Show of Hands, $29.99. This is the 180 gram 2 LP Great Rush album here, $29.99. Subdivisions, Mystic Rhythms, Time Stand Still. McEwen, if you don't want My Morning Jacket, Matt Nichols does. Wow, just one bid on Jesus Lizard and sold. And this is sold for $35 to Hessen Session, okay? Hessen Session. Hessen Session. And Michael Hamburger just bid $37. I just sold it for $35, just one bid. Next auction is going to go up right now. Cheech and Chong. Cheech and Chong, oh boy. It has the rolling paper. You can buy this and roll you up a doobie and smoke it and say, I'm the king of the world. Cheech and Chong, Big Bam Boom is a $20 start. First thing is Tim Rory on Rush. That's sold to Tim. Rush is sold to Tim Rory. McEwen Photo does take My Morning Jacket. So 2 people next in line on that one. This is a box set from Pavement. Farewell Horizontal Terror Twilight. $49.99, a 2022 remaster. So this is Pavement, Terror Twilight, Farewell Horizontal, remastered and expanded version of Pavement Swan Song. Foil box set, Pavement, $49.99, okay? Wow, just one bid on OG Bauhaus. That is sold for $26 to Chris Knapp. There for a while, I was ordering new Bauhaus albums, and I bet we sold, gosh, it seemed like it was a perpetual waiting list. I would order 5, sell out, waiting list. Order 5, sell out, waiting list. Went on for about a month, and then finally it kind of just slowed down. I'll order some more here soon. I kind of order stuff to death, and then we kind of take a break from it, and then I'll bring it back. You kind of have to move stuff in cycles. Okay, next thing over here is, let's see here. Okay, I see some requests. Let me look through. Oh, Rocks Gang. Here we go. Rocks Gang. Rocks Gang is an 89 USOG gold stamp promo with the original under sleeve, $25 start on this, Rocks Gang. Laura, I believe, said earlier there was a problem with the Parliament. Let me see if I can find her comment. The advertised Parliament, we have a redaction, okay? I'm redacting it. We have a retraction. We have a redaction. We have a cancellation. Laura Bryant said Parliament has to go through the record flat so it won't be ready. So Parliament had a warp in it. When she went to go tag the Parliament for research, it had a warp. So it has been redacted, it's been retracted, it's been canceled. No Parliament tonight. We also have Still Shaken by the Flaming Groovies. That's a 1976 US. Boy, it looks like a new copy. In the shrink, $24.99. Has a distributed by RCA sticker, $24.99 on that one. And Tedeschi Trucks Band Revelator. Great stuff on here. Come See About Me, Midnight in Harlem. And this is the OG pressing from 2011. That's a good one. $34.99. Tedeschi Trucks Band, $34.99. Okay? Cheech and Chong's at 30 with James Hicks. Rocks Gang's at 26. And was there another question there? What is the Bauhaus? It's already sold. You missed that one. It only got one bid. So let me go over Cheech and Chong bids. Michael McDade, 25. James Hicks went down at 20. Kevin Cassidy went back up at 30. James Hicks went back up at 30. And now we're at 30. And that's where we're at on that one, okay? Now, first thing is this. We have a James Brown request. Somebody else just asked for that one. Rocks Gang 26, Rocks Gang 30, Rocks Gang 35, and Tedeschi Trucks Band is sold to El Snapatan. George Burleson was second. Sold, and then George Burleson second on that one. Okay? And we're good to go. We need to run through this crate one more time. I'm going to touch my toes. I got to do some knee adjustments here. You ready? Oh. Okay, now I'm squatted down. All of my... Oh, gosh. Okay. Oh, my goodness. That was pretty good. Whew. I just pretty much readjusted my entire skeletal system. Okay? Feel pretty good now. Let's read through these one more time quickly. Richard and Linda Thompson, Pour Down Like Silver, $29.99. Over here we have Dylan Schrader, 2014 Indie Rock, $9.99. Rocks Gang at 50. Rocks Gang is at 55. Creedence Clearwater Revival, an 83 US early 80s press here that's near mint, $24.99. Who's got Cheech and Chong? Good question. This is at $30 with James Hicks. Everybody else is out. $30 with James Hicks. Everybody else is out. Rocks Gang is at 55. Yes, that was my knees being whatever happens scientifically when they make those noises just happened. Arthur Russell, Love Has Overtaken Me. a 2014, $34.99 for Arthur Russell, and Kochemia, Cochemmea Volume 2. That's a 2021 random colored vinyl, $24.99 on that. And this is Father John Misty, I Love You, Honey Bear, $24.99 for Father John Misty. Also, we have a 1994 USOG, $29.99. Scene Creamers, that's a 2003 USOG Indie Rock, $24.99. Michael James, I got 2 copies. The first one is a 78 Private Press Acid Rock Great Psych album, Near Mint and Shrink, and then I have another one, EX and Shrink, for 54. So 59 and 54 on that one. Are we done on Cheech and Chong? One of the bidders went out, but now somebody else bid, and now he's bid again. So James Hicks has it for 35. Nick Bargeron is out. And then over here, we have another bid for 35, and Rock's Gang is up to Jeff Brindley's out. This is sold to Deckelman for $55. Justin Deckelman, that is sold to you for $55, okay? That's sold to you. Next thing I need to do is put up Killer Dwarves. This is a surprise bonus auction, not advertised. Killer Dwarves, big deal. It's an 88 USOG, original under sleeve, near mint minus, Killer Dwarves, a $25 start. Now we got 3 people at Cheech and Chong for $35. Michael McDade said I missed his bid. So now we have 3 people at $35. Michael McDade did bid $35. So now 3 people's at $35. James Hicks and Nick Bargeron, you're out. Coltrane Plays the Blues, late 70s press for $29. Dose, Numero Dos is $19.99. And Van Halen 3, $34.99. Also, we have Lamb Chop Nixon's. I think this is called Lamb Chop, and it's called Nixon. I think the band name's Nixon. It's called Lamb Chop, or vice versa. I'm not for sure on that one. I requested the Michael James. Okay, Michael James, do you want? I'll give you the best copy, the Near Mint and Shrink. That is sold to. Fred Carnell. Sorry, I missed that. Master Moss 666 gets Coltrane. Preston Rose on Father John Misty. Great titles in here. Samuel Kobach next on Coltrane. And then we got Pavement, Terror Twilight, Farewell Horizontal, 2022 remaster, $49.99. And then we have Flamin' Groovies, Still Shakin', the Flamin' Groovies. Feeling groovy, da 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 da, feeling groovy. I got no time. Hello, lamppost. What you knowin'? You gotta make the morning. Oh, I called Zeppelin Van Halen. This is actually Pink Floyd. The name of the album is Megadeth. $34.99 for Kiss, Black Sabbath. Samuel Kobach on Flamin' Groovies. Now, the song that I was just beautifully singing is not on that album. That was Harper's Bazaar, 59th Street Bridge song. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da, feeling groovy. Written by Paul Simon and maybe Art Garfunkel, but definitely Paul Simon. Okay, so first thing we have is the high bid on Killer Dwarves is $30 with Jeff Brindley, and Cheech and Chong's at $40. Everybody is out on Cheech and Chong except James Hicks. He has it for $40. Killer Dwarves has 2 $30 bids. The first person was Jeff Brindley. William Lee Murray was second. All righty, let's get back to our auctions. I have in our advertised auctions, Thelonious Monk. I have Minutemen. I've got Dolly Parton, Led Zeppelin. Let's go ahead and do this because I think I called it the wrong band earlier. Who exactly is this? This is Demon. I said Anthrax earlier. Demon the Plague. Full album, a picture disc. Demon is an 83 UK OG limited edition picture disc, near mint minus, $20 start on Demon, okay? Killer Dwarfs 30, now 35. Here we go. I'm feeling groovy. New Paul crate, sticker price. We sold 2/3 out of the other one. I would love to sell 3/4 out of this one. That would be great. If we sold 2/3 out of the last one, let's do 3/4 out of this one. Another 60s classic, Vanilla Fudge, You Keep Me Hanging On. EX Condition, $12.99. EX, $12.99. Gene Clark, Two Sides to Every Story, 2013 numbered remaster, EX2299. Interesting story. I've only ever had this one time before, and it was signed by Gene Clark. We sold it on eBay. Gene Clark is a rare autograph, pretty desirable. On a nice signed Gene Clark, I think we got 875 for ours. Gene Clark, two sides to every story. Numbered remaster, EX22. I don't think I've had any kind of copy of that until right then. So it's been like 2 years since I've had one, and the last one was autographed. Okay? So up at the top, the last bid on Cheech and Chong was a final call. James Hicks for $40. Killer Dwarfs got up to 40. Damon got a bid for 20. Killer Dwarfs 45. Damon 25. Killer Dwarfs 50. And then Nick Bargeron on Vanilla Fudge. That sold to Nick Bargeron. And then we have Gene Clark sold to Unbought. And that means Cheech and Chong over here. Cheech and Chong is sold to James Hicks for $40. Okay? That's sold to him for $40. And then Killer Dwarfs is at 50 of Jeff Brindley, and Demons at 25 of Danny Thomason. Charlie Whitehead and the Swamp Dog Band, a 1973 U.S., that's a soul album, EX2799. The Kinks, look at this, it looks like the KISS logo. The Kinks, 20 Golden Greats, a 78 UK, VG Plus, $14.99. Gene Clark was in the Byrds. He's kind of a folk. I would call it folk. You know, Byrds. He was in the Byrds. He was in the Byrds. Gene Clark was in the Byrds. McGuinn, Hillman Clark Band. Never listen to Gene Clark. You'll enjoy it. All right. Glitter wants Swamp. Swamp Dog Band, Charlie Whitehead. Brian Call on the Kinks. Matt Nichols was next. And then we have Demons now at 30. So Killer Dwarves, the last bid on Killer Dwarves was Jeff Brindley at 50. Did Demon get another bid? Demons now at 30. Danny, you've been outbid. Our other auctions were John Lee Hooker, Cows, Captain Beefheart, Ozzy, The Breeders, Tortoise, Bowie, Coltrane, Otis Redding, Roughhouse, The Rods, The Cure, that's a good one, James Brown, I'll get those on deck, The Replacements, and then Love Bites, New Order, Treats, Incredible Bongo Band, Fanny, Duran Duran, Incitement, Jimmy Smith, The Runaways, The Cure, wow. But let's go ahead and do this Cure first. This has always been a big one. This is The Cure, Standing on a Beach, the singles. A 1986 U.S. Specialty OG VG condition. I wish this was in print, but it's not. $30 start on The Cure. That's now what forbid. There is a Cure Greatest Hits, but that particular version is not available. Okay? Next record. The Nation of Ulysses plays Pretty for Baby. That's an early U.S. repress, VG Plus, $19.99. And Thin Lizzy Jailbreak, VG Condition, $14.99. Jailbreak, VG Condition, $14.89. The Boys Are Back in Town. The Boys Are Back in Town. Dum, dum. And then we have Thin Lizzy, Shades of a Blue Orphanage. Thin Lizzy is a 2015 remaster, VG Plus, $24.99. And Palace Brothers, There Is No One That Will Take Care of You. What does that one say? There is no one what will take care of you. That is VG Plus, $19.99, okay? The next thing I have, Demon was at 34, Master Moss 666 on Nat, which was Nation of Ulysses. That's sold to Master Moss 666. The Cure 35, The Cure 31. Brian Call on Thin Lizzy. The Boys Are Back in Town. And then we have Killer Dwarfs sold. Killer Dwarves are sold, and this is sold. And this is sold to Jeff Brindley for 50, okay? Demons at 35, The Cure 38. These are all sticker price new arrivals. These are all sticker price new arrivals. Okay? These are all sticker price new arrivals. Demon is at 35. The Cure is at 50. Cure is at 51. Next thing I have is the Best of the Doors in quad. And this is VG $9.99. The bottom seam is split. $9.99 on the Doors. And Sturgill Simpson, Metamodern Sounds and Country Music, VG Plus, $19.99. Songs of, oh my gosh, Quetzalcoatl, Music for Percussion Instruments. 1972 US VG $9.99. Songs for Quetzalcoatl. That is VG $9.99. Okay, over here the Cure is at $55. And then the last bit on Demon, Michael McDade, $35. Danny Thomason went out. Next auction is James Brown. This one's pretty interesting. This was a soundtrack he did. It's called James Brown from the movie Black Caesar. It's a gatefold kind of open cover, a 73 US all disc, VG $20 start. Okay, it opens up like this. Very cool cover design. Opens up like that. James Brown doing the soundtrack to Black Caesar. That's a $20 start. Okay, $20 start on that. 3 auctions wide. 3 auctions wide going into turn 2. First thing is this. Danny put D.O. Danny put D.O. for the Doors. Is that right, Danny? D.O. for the Doors? Maybe. And then next was Mega Blast on percussion. That's so to Mega Blast 9. Robert Warner was second. Ryan M. first on Sturgill. Chris Knapp next on songs. George Burleson next on songs or percussion. Then Audio Explorer on percussion. James Brown 20, James Brown 20. Okay? Nation of Ulysses is already sold. So the only auction is, well, the Cure just got a bid for 65. James Brown 25. And the only 2 records left in here so far is Thin Lizzy. And this Thin Lizzy is called Shades of a Blue Orphanage. And it's a 2015 remaster, VG Plus $24.99. And I want to confirm, I had 2 Thin Lizzys back-to-back pretty close. And Brian Call, I'll put you down for Thin Lizzy Jailbreak. I'm assuming that's the one you wanted. There was another Thin Lizzy, this one here, which is an early one. I don't think it was released in the U.S. under this title. I don't think it was. I think this is kind of like a UK title. Songs of Blue Orphanage. VG Plus, $24.99, okay? The Doors had a bottom seam split. The Doors was VG condition with bottom seam split and bottom damage. He's going to put that back. It's still available, okay? So now the Doors is going back. We have the Silvers, SYLVR, the Silvers. The Silvers is a 1972 USOG, VG $24.99 on that one. And Billy Joe, Songs from the Attic. And Billy Joe is actually a half-speed master, an 81 US half-speed master, EX condition, $32.99. And we have Charles Bradley Changes. Charles Bradley Changes is a 2016 limited edition 2LP EX Charles Bradley, $54.99. Danny Thomason wants the Thin Lizzy with the blue cover. Sold to Danny Thomason. Now the Demon picture disc is sold, and Demon is officially sold. And Demon is officially sold. It's way up here, actually. Michael McDade, $35. A lot of activity. A lot of activity since that. Okay, Diego, you were second on Thin Lizzy, coming in right after Danny said he'll take it. The Cure just got a new bid for $70 with Master Ma. And then over here, we got James Brown now at $35. Troy Robinson, you've been outbid by JH, okay? Next thing we have is Curtis Mayfield, Do It All Night. A lot of stuff in this crate we don't get too often. VG Plus, $14.99. Mega Blast, Charles Bradley is EX $54.99, a 2016 2LP limited edition. Laura says Charles Bradley's cover of Black Sabbath Changes is the title track of that LP. Wow, so that's the Black Sabbath cover, Changes. I'm going through changes. And then you've got David Bowie going, his Changes is changes. Turn. Curtis Mayfield is sold to Donna Turner. That is sold to Donna Turner. And we have filled up a full crate. Let me swap out right quick. We have filled up a green crate, a blue crate, a black crate. And let's fill up another blue crate because that's my next empty one here. Great stuff tonight. We're going through the second of 3 pre-owned crates that Paul marked today. Marking pre-owned records is a lot more time consuming than I realize. I mean, like a full, and we have some very knowledgeable people work here, obviously. They do it every day. Paul, John, Laura. I mean, if they can crank out 3 to 4 crates a day, that's a lot. It takes a long time to clean these and look them up, get this information. So about every night, if we got Paul and Laura here, we should have each one of them doing 3 to 4 pre-owned crates, 2 to 3 to 4, and Laura gets all of her auctions ready as well. So they do a great job looking all this stuff up every day. Especially Laura and Paul, they kind of go into the Discogs and really try to figure out exactly which ones these are when they're comping prices. Magnolia Electric Company. This is a 2005 USOG EX condition, $54.99 on that one. So we first had Mega Blast asked the price on Charles Bradley. The Cure got a bid for $74. Donna got Curtis Mayfield. There goes Mark. You were second on Thin Lizzy. The Cure got a new bid for $76. ST, you were second on Curtis Mayfield. Chad Smith, you were third on Curtis Mayfield. James Brown got a new bid for $37 of Unbought. Charles Bradley, another question on price, $54.99. And then Danny Thomason also asked the price on Charles Bradley, $54.99. The Cure's at $89. The Cure's at $70. James Brown, $54. The Cure, $92. The Cure, $93. And now our next auction is Thelonious Monk. Monk, Big Band, and Quartet in concert in shrink wrap. A U.S. Pittman reissue. Exact years unknown. Likely early 70s based on this label design. That's true. EX edition. Monk is a $20 start. $20 start on Monk, okay? There's that. And over here, I've got Ty Segall Twins. Ty Segal's a 2012 Fantastic Garage Psych album, VG Plus, $19.99, and Parliament Osemium. This is the debut album from Parliament. This is, I don't think I've ever had an original of that. That's a pretty big rarity there. 2019 on this one. That is EX condition, $27.99. Wow, so a lot of activities. We got James Brown at 45. Troy Robinson says he's done. The Cure 92, The Cure 93, The Cure 95, The Cure 96, Monk 20, Monk 25, Monk 28, Monk 30. Wow. So the Cure's at 96. Amenities, you're back out bid. Amenities also has Monk at 30. And James Brown is a final call to JH on YouTube for $45. That's where we're at. I just showed the Parliament. We still got Charles Bradley in here, Magnolia Electric Company. And next is Blonde Redhead. Fake can be just as good. And Blonde Redhead is EX condition. This is $27.99, a 1997 USOG. We have not pulled breeders yet. I'll do it very soon. Eric Van Leuven on Parliament. That's sold to him. And we have the Peel Sessions album, The Only Ones. A 1989 UK. This was music recorded between 77 and 80. EX $37.99 for The Only Ones, okay? The Cure 101. Monk 38, Monk 39, Monk 40, and one more, and I'm selling James Brown. We'll stop with Stanley Turrentine Salt Song, VG Plus, $14.99 for Stanley Turrentine. Chris Knapp on Blonde Redhead. That's sold to Chris Knapp. And then James Brown here. James Brown is officially sold to JH, and that one is sold to him for $45, okay? Chris Knapp, you were second on Blonde Redhead. ST on The Only Ones. ST on YouTube on The Only Ones. Donna was first on ST, got The Only Ones. And then Donna wants ST, which is Stanley Turrentine. And then over here, we have Magnolia. Magnolia Electric Company was a 2005 OG pressing EX, $54.99 on that. The Cure Amenities is out. So the Cure is with Master Moss 666 at $101. About to sell it. Final call. He said drop the hammer. Monk's at 45 of Donna. Our next auction is the Breeders. The Breeders Pod, or POD. I'm assuming that's Pod. The Breeders over here is a 1990 UK OG pressing with the original on her sleeve. $20 start on the Breeders Pod. $20 start on that. VG, probably a VG cover too. You were second on Blonde Redhead. No, you were first on Blonde Redhead. Chris Knapp gets Blonde Redhead, not Fred Cardinal. Blonde Redhead needs to go to Fred, needs to go from Fred to Chris Knapp. This is sold to Chris Knapp, not Fred Cardinal. Fred, you were second on Blonde Redhead. Nice challenge flag there. The Cure, let's do a 30-second countdown. 29, 28, 27, 26, 25. Just joking. This is sold for 101 to Master Ma. Master Ma 666. 24, 23, 22, Led Zeppelin, 21, Led Zeppelin, 20, Led Zeppelin, 19, Led Zeppelin, 18, Led Zeppelin. Monk is sold to Donna Turner for $48. And then the Breeders is got one bid with Matt Nichols for $20. Next thing is Bloodstone, Riddle of the Sphinx. Bloodstone, Riddle of the Sphinx is VG Plus condition, $9.99. And No FX, Punk and Drublick. Oh my gosh, it's a 2014 US reissue, EX 27.99. Somewhere Jim B just fell off his recliner trying to claim this. He was trying to drink a Diet Coke he had chilled on ice, and now his cat has fell over. Diet Coke's all over the carpet. The wife is in the living room yelling at him, and it's just absolute chaos in his house. Just absolute chaos because Jim B is trying to claim this No FX record right now. Cat's running around screaming. Now the wife's yelling at him. It is just insane what's going on in this guy's house right now. You wouldn't believe it. If you had a snapshot, it would just be crazy what's going on in Jim B's house right now. He's trying his best to type in No FX and hit send, and it's already sold, and it's gone, and it's sold to John Durden. Mega Blast got it. Donna needs to put back Stanley Tarrantine. That's okay. Our restock fee is on sale today. It's only $10 trillion. So bill Donna for $10 trillion. That's VG Plus $14.99. And then over here, we have Matt Nichols, second on No FX, and then Monk. Breeders has a bid for 23 and Breeders has a bid for 25. What was the last bid on Thelonious Monk? Thelonious Monk, Donna Turner had it for $48. Everybody is out except Donna. If you're not Donna Turner, you don't have Monk, okay? You don't have Monk. The Breeders is at 30. John Durden said, send the No FX to Jim B and tell him Merry Christmas. Now, are you sure you want to do that? Because it's probably going to go straight on Discogs and he's going to sell it. So be wise with that decision. But we have Pretty Maids, Future World. He might actually hold on to it since it's a gift. He might actually hold on to it. We got Pretty Maids, Future World. This is a 1987 USOG. Oh my gosh. Here we go with Could Have Been Seth. Looks like a Carrollton press. Come on, Seth. Like I've said before, I hope this is not how this guy runs his pharmacy. Well, that could have been a Percocet. That might be a Quaalude. This could be Tylenol. I hope he's not filling prescriptions or feeling of them like he grades records. Oh, this could have been a Prozac. I mean, come on, Seth. This is a $25 start, okay? Jim B's actually seriously a No FX fan. He is truly a No FX fan. That would probably make a great Christmas gift. So we can charge him and send it to Jim B as a gift. I think all the No XF records he was buying was actually for his collection that time. And I think he was legitimately buying those for his collection. So, okay, let's go back to the crate here. We got Ray Schmidt. Ray Schmidt is a 76 Private Press folk rock, and it's signed. That's old Ray Schmidt. EX 1799, and we have Punch, P-U-N-C-H, Punch. EX 1299 for Punch, a 71 US pop rock. EX 1299 on that. Monk is at 55 of amenities. Donna, I was about to say there's one person that was still bidding, and that was amenities, and then 50, 51, and now 55, now 56. So it's still between them two. This is a U.S. Pittman reissue, early 80s pressing, EX, EX, and it's at $25, $25, $25, $55, $55, $55, $55, $56. The Breeders is a 1990 UK. Breeders. Info. Breeders. First, you need to know the high bid. Scott Dwallow at $35. It's a 1990 UK. That's an abbreviation for the United Kingdom. The Union Jack, the Brits. An original inner sleeve, also abbreviated OIS, or for the Office of Intelligence Services. This is at $35. And then Pretty Maids also got put down for auction, and it's at $35. We're also going through a new crate. These are all priced as marked. Priced as marked. And one more time, Pretty Maids is a possibly, it looks like a Carrollton press from Seth. Whew. Guy stresses me out. Pretty Maids over here is at $30 with Victor Guerra. We have an evening with Diana Ross. You can spend a whole evening with her. It's in shrink. It's with Hype. It's VG Plus $14.99. And Reflex, the Politics of Dancing, in shrink wrap, an 83 US synth pop, VG Plus $9.99 for Reflex, and 16 and Savaged Silverhead, a 1973 US VG Plus condition, $11.99. These people are pretty scary looking, honestly. VG Plus, $11.99 on that. Breeders 37, Breeders 36, Breeders 38, John Durden on Reflex. And then over here we have Amenities. Donna's out. Amenities has it for $75. 75. Breeders is at $38. And Audio Explorer, you were second on Reflex. And then Pretty Maids, I think, is about to sell. Where's my monster at? I haven't had enough. Oh boy, here we go. Yes. Oh, yes. Okay. Breeders is at 40. Troy Robinson on Diana Ross. Breeders at 40, Breeders at 40. Okay? And then we have the Turtles. Yeah, this is the Turtles. Turtle Soup. VG $9.99. Okay? Over here, we have Mike Massey throwing some unnecessary shade at the Beatles. Is that what you're trying to do, Mike? Throwing some unnecessary negativity towards the Beatles all of a sudden. Chad, if you will add an additional $15 to it, then charge $25 for my invoice, meaning you have $40 credit offer the first time buyer of your choice. Tell them customer of yours says Merry Christmas. We have Breeders at 42, and we have Pretty Maids at 31, okay? Monk is sold to Amenities. Let me read that again. And over here we have Amenities getting the Monk for $75. So I think Danny Thomason, what he's trying to say, and he is basically offering as a free gift to a new customer in-store credit. Let me read this again. Chad, if you will add an additional $15 to it and then charge $25 to my invoice, meaning you will have $40 credit offer first-time buyer of your choice, tell them a customer of yours says Merry Christmas. Now, was that on a specific record, or was that on just, are you saying anything that possibly is coming up? Okay, first thing we have is Eric Van Leuven on Silverhead, which was 16 and Savaged. That is sold. And then we have Lou Reed Transformers, and this is EX, $37.99. EX, and that's on this original orange label. So I think what we have offering, we have a long-time customer. We have a long-time customer. We have a long-time customer, Danny Thomason, and what he's saying, if there's a new buyer out there that wants to make a purchase, he's willing to be charged himself some in-store credit. In-store credit, he's willing to charge to his account to possibly get a first-time buyer here at Coletco. Either maybe anybody watching right now. That's the kind of community we have here at Coletco. I've already seen 3 gifts given. I've already seen 3 gifts given tonight. And that happens quite often here. So if you're ever, a lot of people watch this sale sometimes for months. Okay? They watch this sale for months before they make a purchase because they want to observe. They probably want to make sure that I'm a real person and this is a real business. Well, I can promise you I'm real, even though most people have never seen me. I walk in the shadows in the valley of death. But anyways, I'm real. This company is real. And we are real, okay? We are 100% real. And all these people you see are real, okay? Welcome to Coletco. First thing we have is Stanley Turrentine, Don't Mess with Mr. T. EX condition, $17.99. And we have Pavement. Interesting. Pavement is a 2010 US. It's basically a greatest hits album, $24.99. And over here we have Fat Mattress. Fat Mattress VG $9.99. So what a great gesture. What a great gesture from Danny Thomason. So if anybody out there would like to make their first purchase tonight and you want to buy something, say, hey, I'll go ahead and buy this. I'll take Danny up on his offer and I'll start an invoice. $8 in limited shipping. You basically got a $40 free credit tonight, okay? For anybody new from this point on. Say, hey, I'm a first-time buyer. I'll take that $40 credit. I'll get registered, and you basically got a free $40 invoice. You just got to be a first-time buyer tonight to take advantage. Okay, first-time buyer tonight. We have Donna on Stanley Turrentine. And then over here, we have Matt Nichols on Pavement. Yeah, Aries EMS, Paul Brothers. He came again on, what was it, Sunday, Paul? And Paul Brothers lives about 30 minutes from here. He's been buying from us for 5 years. I've never met him. And he's probably been to the store, what, 50 times? Still never met the dude. Still never met the dude. Speaking of, I've got to, dang it. I have got to, there was another local customer. I've got to reply to his comment. I think he had some stuff for sale. Oh my gosh. Sorry, this is an emergency. His name is, yeah. Let me do that right now. All right. One second. Okay. Next thing is this. Sorry, timeout. That was involved in buying probably some really good records from a local, and I just remembered I never did reply to his comment from like 3 days ago. See how that stuff hits me? And I had to give him instructions because I think he's going to be bringing by some killer high-end stuff. Matt Nichols got Pavement. ST was second. Chris Knapp was third. There Goes Mark was second on Turrentine. And then we have over here, Donna said, Not Salt Time, Not Salt Song. Pavement Condition already sold. Van Halen's going to be one of our next lots. Pavement is sold to Matt Nichols. Let me make sure he did get that first. Yeah, Matt Nichols, then ST, and then Chris Knapp. It was VG Plus, $24.99. Eric Van Leuven on Fat Mattress. And then over here, we have Hawkwind. Hawkwind is a 1975 UK EX condition, $27.99. Pretty Maids. I think this was got a bid like 10 minutes ago. I'm about to put up all new auctions. Some of these have gotten pretty buried. This had a bid with Victor Guerra for $38 and sold. Sold to Victor Guerra for $38. That is sold on that. And then the Breeders. The Breeders is the following. The Breeders is the last bid on this. Whoever it is getting it because it's been buried for a while. Unbought, $45. Unbought $45 has had this for a long time. Sold to Unbought for $45, okay? That is done. Yeah, the next two lots is probably going to be King Diamond, because we got to get that going for Danny. Danny has requested King Diamond lots, okay? And we got to get that going for Danny. I promised him we would have them by the end of the year. So if we don't get the pre-order up now, we won't have them by the end of the year. So King Diamond and Van Halen, that's probably going to be our next two. The Beatles went up today. Pre-order for the Beatles went up today. Make sure you're in on that, okay? The Beatles pre-order went up today. That's for the light box. The next two are probably going to be King Diamond and Van Halen. And I will have those going soon. That's our next two. So the next two after that, it's going to be a while. It'll be about another week, okay? Maybe or longer. These are new arrivals, okay? We have Minutemen, three-way tie for last. An 85 USOG with insert. Minutemen is a $35 start. Minutemen is a $35 start, okay? $35 start. Okay, very important stuff I got to do. Aussie's our next auction. Aussie's a 1990 Euro OG VG Plus condition, $30 start. Ozzy Osbourne, Geezer Butler, Zach Wilde, Randy Castillo. $30 start on that, okay? Those are now up for bid. So these are new arrivals, sticker price. Hawkwind does not have Lemmy. Hawkwind could have Lemmy. Does this have Lemmy on it? I don't know. I forget on some of these. I don't think this one does. EX edition, $27.99. Hawkwind is not a record store day release. No, this is a 75 UK. 75 UK. This over here is Great Lakes, the distance between. Great Lakes is VG Plus, $14.99. 2002 UK OG Indie Power Pop. Also, we had Love De Capo. Love is a Sunday's reissue, EX, $22.99 on Love. And Ian Deary, New Boots and Panties. Ian Deary is a 77 UK with extra track, VG Plus, $19.99. And we have Mindstream, Meat Beat Manifesto. Meat Beat Manifesto is a 1993 US 12-inch single VG minus $9.99. All right, so Minutemen is an 85 US original pressing. It does have the insert with it. It is on SST 058. So 1985 US Minutemen, 85 US near mint with the insert, $35 start for Minutemen. Okay, that is now up for bid. Next to that is Ozzy. Ozzy is a 1990 Euro OG. This was not released in the United States, and the only way it's ever been reissued is in the Ozzy Osbourne See You on the Other Side box set, which y'all may know is rare and expensive. Next thing over here is this. We have, okay, so Danny asked first about Hawkwind. The jury's out on if Lemmy plays on this album. I think the answer was no, but if this isn't sold to Danny, then Chris Knapp wants it. So let me leave that one out so I don't forget. Lemmy's not on Motorhead, but Danny, if you want it, it's still yours. If not, Chris Knapp. Okay, Otis Redding has not sold. Otis Redding is not sold. Ozzy 40, Ozzy 35, Hawkwind pending. Mega Blast got Meat Beat Manifesto. Ozzy 40, Ozzy 42, Ozzy 43, Minutemen 35, Minutemen 35, Minutemen 40, Ozzy 50. Fred Cardinal next on Meat Beat, and Hawkwind is sold to Hawkwind is sold to Chris Knapp. Sold to Chris Knapp. That was another great crate Paul has accumulated, compiled and accumulated. Let's do that again. Let's go ahead and put up another auction because we got a ton over here. We did a lot of bonus stuff tonight, which has really not made a dent in our advertised stuff. So there's still a ton over here, like Otis Redding that was still asked about. I don't recall ever seeing this, probably because it's a foreign press. Otis Redding at the Whiskey A Go-Go, Los Angeles. So it's a foreign copy. You can see it does have some cover wear. Yeah, really cool 68 UK label. And it's not bad for an Otis Redding. EX minus VG++. It does have cover damage. Okay, you can't see it much on the front, but you definitely can on the back. So low grade cover, $20 start on that. All right. Now, Minutemen's at 45 and Aussies at 60. Here's what's left in here. These are sticker price, and then I've got another one to go through, Paul marked. We got Palace Brothers. There is no one what will take care of you. VG Plus, $19.99 for Palace Brothers. We have The Doors, the best of a quad press. That's VG $9.99, and then the Silvers. The Silvers is a 72 USOG VG condition, $24.99 on the Silvers. And then we have Billy Joel, Songs in the Attic, a half-speed master, EX, $32.99. Okay, Brian Call got The Doors. There was some cover damage on the bottom of that, just so you know, if you're okay with that. VG $9.99. Otis Redding, $20 start. Minutemen's at 46, Aussies at 70. We had Charles Bradley Changes, a 2016 limited edition 2LP, EX condition, $54.99. This one was Ty Segall Twins. Ty Segall, 2012. The note from Paul says, fantastic garage sock, VG Plus, and that was $19.99. By the way, thanks everybody for tuning in. Have you hit the like button on Facebook and YouTube? That helps us out a lot. We used to have almost everybody watch on Facebook, and you know, when something gets a lot of likes, it kind of helps it suggest it to other people's feed, and we sometimes can get new customers pretty much for free. Otherwise, I have to spend a lot of money advertising on Facebook, which we already do. But if y'all can help me out by hitting any kind of like or share button, that's like donating like $1 to Coletco, and it doesn't cost you anything. Magnolia Electric Company, EX, $54.99. And then Bloodstone, Riddle the Sphinx, VG Plus $9.99. Stanley Turrentine Salt Song, VG Plus $14.99. Ray Schmidt, this is a private press kind of obscure rock album, and he signed it on the front. EX $17.99. Punch, EX $12.99. And we have the Turtles, Turtle Soup, VG $9.99. Lou Reed, a classic, Transformer, original label, orange label, $37.99. This has Hey Babe, Walk on the Wild Side. Also, Great Lakes, The Distance Between, VG Plus $14.99. Love, DiCapo, Love is EX $22.99. And then Ian Dury, New Boots and Panties, VG Plus $19.99. Pay in shares, can't do that. Sorry. Okay, over here we had Otis with one bid at 20. Ozzy has a bid for 70. What is the track listing? Ozzy is Miracle Man, Bloodbath in Paradise, Shot in the Dark, Tattoo Dancer, Sweet Leaf, and War Pigs. There is Zach Wild. Okay, over here we have Master Moss 666 on Lou Reed, and that's sold. And then Michael Snare says, I'm back, and Michael McDade wants panties. Michael McDade, what am I saying? Right here. Michael McDaddy wants panties. Michael McDade wants panties. Whew. Okay, and then Minutemen, M&M's, Minutemen. The last bid was JK over on Twitch for $46. Everybody's out. Aussie's at 70. Otis Redding has one bid for $20. Live at Whiskey, 68 UK label, VG++ EX. One bid for Melanie Jennings, $20. Chris Knapp wants Ty Segall. If you change your mind and want anything else in here, let me know. There was another question as well, and that one was, what year was Palace Brothers pressed? The Palace Brothers was an early U.S. repress, is the note from Paul. Early U.S. repress. The private press was Ray Schmidt. A 1976, it's a folk rock album, EX17. We buying as many records as we do, you end up with what we call private presses. So basically, somebody privately funded and released an album, and sometimes they even went and had a company make them for them. So it's a lot of artists that didn't get signed or couldn't get a label deal. If I ever say private press, that's what that means. And also, there's some very, like, Jim Croce's first album was privately funded and pressed. It's on my Grail list. It is a tough one to get. I would love to buy it for somebody. I would love to give somebody some store credit for it. It's an uberly rare record. I would like to see it and examine it, but I've never had an opportunity to buy one in person, or get one in a collection. Same thing for John Denver. Right here. Let's see. This one is kind of recent. That's what it looks like. That's a private press, Jim Croce self-funded released record. It's his first album. It's called Facets. That one sold 5 years ago for $720. Pretty rare, and I think John Denver's was like that too. I think John Denver self-funded his first record. I don't think it had anything to do with a label. Yep, right here. It's even more expensive. First released, there's John Denver's. Never had that before. That's on my Grail list, and so was the Jim Croce. But let's see, when's the most recent one sold? There's one from 2020. It sold for $1,000. Yeah, they only pressed 250 of them. So that's a rarity, and so is Jim Croce. So a lot of those folk and folk rock people, they didn't get label deals. There was so much of that kind of music back in the day. You had to really stand out to get a deal with a big label. To Jerry, you are awesome. Hope you enjoy this, Ray. So if anybody has that John Denver, and if anybody has that Jim Croce, I'm personally interested, okay? That's been on my list. I've never had one. All the collections, never seen those before. I think I know one person that has that Jim Croce, but they're probably not going to ever sell it, just like most people. If most people have bought one and probably paid $1,000 for it, they're probably not going to sell it anytime late. It's gone in their collection for another generation. So you just kind of have to be patient and hope somebody finds one at a garage sale and puts it on Discogs. Okay, over here we got Minutemen. And Minutemen, the last bid on that one is sold. Let's put up all fresh stuff. We're putting up a fresh crate. JK on Twitch gets this for $46. Ozzy was $110, and who was bidding against Matt? Victor Guerra is out. This is sold to Matt Nichols for $110. $110. Those are unicorns of records. Yeah, those are toughies. John Denver's first record, Jim Croce's first record. Otis is at 45 of Amenities, and Lucas Hanaft on the Palace Brothers. Danny, if you decide you want Ray Schmidt, let me know. This is sold to Lucas Hanaft, okay? All right, so there's Otis Redding. Let's put up some new auctions. Let's read some of them off, okay? We got Dolly, Led Zeppelin, John Lee Hooker, Cows, Captain Beefheart, Tortoise, Bowie, Coltrane. Let's do that one, and let's do Rough House. Let's do some jazz and some rock. And I didn't get through a third of reading through them because I usually find something. Top Copy Alert, 1988 U.S. and Shrink and Hop. This has the original inner sleeve. An 88 U.S. only time ever on vinyl. $35 start on Rough House. And then Coltrane Time. John Coltrane is a 1963 U.S. reissue. It was originally released in '59 under the title The Cecil Taylor Quintet Hard Driving Jazz. This is a 63 pressing, VG condition, $20 start on that. Cows, I'll get that one on deck. Otis Redding is up to Kristen Starrett. Kristen, you've been outbid on Amenities. Amenities has it for $45. This is another crate that Paul has marked. It's all new arrivals. It's all sticker price. And we're about to go through them right now. Don't wait till tomorrow. Right now. Come on. I'm about to bring the cart with new bullion and silver that we have not shown tonight. So let me get all that a little bit closer here. We got new gold and silver. We love gold and silver. Let me get that a little bit closer. Okay, we've already sold Jesus Lizard, yes. And we have this. We have Karate In place of Real Insight, Karate is a 2021 clear teal, limited to 500, $29.99 on that. Next is Where Do You Go, My Lovely, Peter Stardust, I think. That is sealed, $24.99, $24.99. And Dwight Twilley Band, Sincerely. Dwight Twilley Band is a 76 USOG and shrink, $29.99. Okay. Otis Redding, Amenities had it for $45. It was up to Kristen Starrett. Rough House was a $35 start. Coltrane 20, Coltrane 25, Coltrane 28. And then over here we have Crooked Rain by Pavement. All right, this is a 1999 U.S. audiophile repress. $59.99 for Pavement, audiophile repress. I lost Kristen Starrett on Otis Redding, so I think he's just done. He left the chat. This is sold to Amenities for $45. Sold to Amenities for $45. Rough House did not get a bid, so let's go ahead and make that a buy now for $35. That's an 88 USOG top copy and shrink. That should be a great grab for somebody if that is in your wheelhouse. And Coltrane is at $28. $28. Laura's also working on marking some records too. And then we'll be doing buy it now, best offer later tonight and half off. Michael McDade on Rough House. Coltrane's at $28. Time for another auction. Karate. And Natasha, you missed earlier an entire Laura crate of female artists. We were trying to summon you. Karate, in place of Real Insight, a 2021 clear vinyl limited 500. It's called In Place of Real Insight, $29.99. Karate's Coltrane 30, Coltrane 32, and then Love. Love is a Sunday's reissue. That's their self-titled album. Yeah, $19.99. Dwight Twilley was OG. Yeah, Dwight Twilley Band, Sincerely. Shrink and Hype, 76 US OG, $29.99. Natasha on Karate. And then Fred Carnell wants Pavement, Crooked Rain. Those are all sold. We'll go back through that crate later tonight. Don't fall asleep. This next item is really cool. $145. I've only got two of them. This is Pez, and the candy is actual silver. It's a 2025 PAMP. It's official silver PAMP, Switzerland, 30 grams of silver bar set that looks like Pez candy, $145. So it's officially licensed Pez dispenser from the Swiss Mint, and that is $145. And do not eat it, okay? Do not eat it, all right? Do not eat it. Next thing over here is this. We have Pedro the Lion Phoenix. Pedro the Lion is a 2019 Seafoam with maroon splatter, $29.99 on that. Let's put up another auction, but right now we got Liz Fair, Exile in Guyville, 2018 remaster, $29.99. Okay, we had a request for Cows. Cows is a 1991 US Euro OG punk album. Cows is punk, $35 start. It's in shrink and it's near mint minus, $35 start on that. Ivan R on Pedro the Lion, sold to Pedro Lion. So Pez is 30 grams of silver, more so the values and the fact that it's a collectible. A lot of the newest bullion nowadays, unless you're buying just generic rounds like we had last night, like Johnson Matthey or, you know, the Christmas rounds, a lot of the silver being manufactured today, they're kind of having to basically license it and make it pretty collectible at this point. And they've been doing that now for years, and I have a lot of it. I like it. I like the Star Wars stuff, anything movie related. I mean, they've made James Bond silver. They've made Star Wars silver. They've made Paul McCartney, Beatles, Queen, all the rock bands. There's a lot of cool stuff out there. So but they're licensing stuff. I think they've even done Pez. They've done Lego. There's a lot of stuff, and when it's licensed, it's really collectible. Always carries a premium because not only is it a precious metal, but it's something licensed and, you know, it's not like it's silver plated or gold plated. It is legitimately, it's, you know, something actual legit. Okay. Okay. So this is what here? This is LCD Sound System X-Ray Eyes, $69.99. Liz Farr is sold to Chris Knapp, and the next person's Fred Carnell. Fred, you were second on that. By the way, Fred Carnell and Chris Knapp, if y'all swapped record collections, y'all probably wouldn't be able to notice. Y'all buy the same exact stuff and bid on the exact same stuff. So If y'all woke up in each other's houses and went to your record collection, you would think it's your records because y'all have almost bought tonight and bid on every time y'all were on the same exact records. It's almost pretty amazing. Coltrane's at 40 with Donna. Audio Explorer, you're out. And Cal's is at 35 with JK. And Pamp Susie is a Swiss mint, by the way, if I didn't already say that. They're a Swiss mint manufacturer. All right, I got to check on one thing on YouTube. Audio Explorer, did you say you were a first-time buyer? Because I didn't catch that earlier. That's why I asked your name. And I think you said you were a first-time buyer. I got to make sure you're registered, okay? And I think you said you were a first-time buyer, right? And you've made several purchases tonight. I want to make sure you're registered with us. Have you filled out the first-time buyer form? I know I got your first name as Terry, but that's going to help them tag. And because I know earlier when I said we got the new buyer credit that Danny's offering, you did say you were a first-time buyer. So I want to make sure we have you registered. And if not, I need to make sure that gets done ASAP, okay? And if... I'm going to go through here and make sure in a second, okay? So we got Coltrane. That was Final Call to Donna. Audio Explorer was the next bidder. I'm about to call it sold, though, and now Cal's has one bid for 35. Okay, back to this crate. We have Black Moth Super Rainbow, Dandelion Gum. Black Moth Super Rainbow is a 2015 pink vinyl, $74.99 on that. And then Time and Place, Lee Moses. Time and Place, Lee Moses is a 2016 red and gold split colored vinyl. And the note from Paul says, fantastic album, $59.99 on that one. And Big Boys, Lullabies Help the Brain Grow, a 2014 reissue of an alternate rock punk album, $24.99. Okay, Tim Voldness wants a Pez dispenser. I have one more left if anybody wants one, $145. Pamp, Gold Bar Pez dispenser, one left, $145. Those are down, we're down to one copy. Okay, we have Karate. Karate's a 2021 Flame Edition, and the name of this one is called, I'm not for sure. Karate, I don't know if it has a name, maybe self-titled, $29.99. And then this here is Bonnie Stillwater. Bonnie Stillwater is a 2015 red and yellow, and this is called, no, it's red and yellow Fireball, and it's experimental music. Experimental music. That means they made an album, and they don't really know what to call it. They don't know what genre it is. It's experimental. Donna on Coltrane for $40. That's what most people call my singing every night. When I'm singing Band on the Run, they go, this genre is known as experimental. Over here, we got Cal's now at $38. Victor Guerra, you got outbid. Master Moss, 666, first on Karate. Natasha, you were second. Fred Carnell on Black Moth Super Rainbow. That sold to Fred Carnell. And Larry Gonzalez put Through. That might not be a claim. I'm not for sure. He put THRU. Now Cal's is at 40. And then we got another record over here in the high-end tab. I'm surprised more people hadn't asked for it. That is New Order Substance. New Order Substance is an 87 OG pressing. This has Blue Monday on it, right? Oh, man. EX Condition, $50 start for New Order Substance. Bum, 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 bum. That's such a cool song. New Order, Blue Monday. New Order Substance, $50 start. It is OG. What is the price on Bonnie Stillwater? Let's go find Bonnie. What was that, this one? No, that was LCD Sound System. That sold to Fred Carnell. That sold to Fred Carnell. Bonnie Still, that was the experimental record. That was $19.99. $19.99. That is called The Devil is People. All right, Cal's is $40.42. New Order, $50 start. And we have Shuggy Otis, Inspiration Information. Nice. $39.99. It is a 180-gram reissue. $39.99 for Shuggy Otis. 180-gram reissue on that one. And Love, Black Beauty. Love is a 2012 numbered, and this was previously unreleased music from Love. Wow. $34.99. Arthur Lee, $34.99 on that. Let's add another auction. Let's pull one from the bonus crate. An unadvertised surprise with Kix. You heard me correctly, Kix. K-I-X. KIX. Kicks is a 1983 USOG specialty press. VG Plus condition. Kicks Cool Kids. A $20 start. $20 start. New order. Started listening to all that stuff a couple years ago. Never really had, you know, I've always been, y'all know kind of stuff I listen to. Then we sold so many Cure records and New Order. I'm trying to think about all these other bands. I was like, okay, I've got to sit down and start listening to stuff. And I have, I mean, now it's like, I mean, it's great. I'm glad I found all this. Probably wouldn't have found out about it if it wasn't for some of y'all on here constantly buying it and asking for it. Okay, let me see what I've got over here in my gold. What do we have here? 1/1000th gold Ladybug. Huh, what does this look like? This is $45. It is Chad Clover with Ladybug, 1/1000th gold coin in box. Oh, it's a 4-leaf clover with a ladybug on it. That's 1/1000th gold, $45. So we have like 12 or 15 different 1/1000th gold. We showed about half of them last night, and that's $45. So Chad Clover with Ladybug. Chad is the country, yeah. Chad is the country, okay? Chad is the country. So that's an officially government minted coin. So you could actually take that to McDonald's and Chad and buy something with it. That would be a bad decision because this is pure gold. So there you go, $45. It looks like a 4-leaf clover with a ladybug on it. $45. I've got like 5 of them. Okay, back up here to the top. Kicks and New Order. First thing over here is this. New Order, $53. New Order, $75. Cows, $45. ST got Shuggy Otis, sold. Next thing over here is Substance, $79. Kicks, $20. Kicks, $25. Cows, $47. Kicks, $24. Kicks, $27. New Order, $82. Cows, $49. Kicks, $51. Chicks and Kicks. Chad, $45. Okay, so Chad Sauls wants one of the ladybugs, a 4-leaf clover of ladybugs. That's sold to Chad Sauls for $45, okay? Got that. I've got a 1 over here. I've got 4 more left. I had 5, 4 left. Next over here, did you sell the Wish You Here Super Deluxe? Yes. That is now officially a waiting list. I sold the last one this morning. Eruption. This is featuring Precious Wilson. That is sealed, a disco funk album from 1980, $24.99. El Snapatan wants 2 4-leaf clovers. And El Snapatan also got you down for 2 Wish You Were Here box sets, okay? You were tagged earlier for 2 Wish You Were Here box sets, $79.99. And there's 2 4-leaf clovers, so those are sold and sold. New Order has hit $100. The high bid on Kicks, just for clarification, is Sean Miller at $27. $27 on that. And then we got Cows. Cows is at 51 with JK. A lot of foreign countries generate revenue licensing and manufacturing gold and silver coins. So that's why a lot of these like Superman coins are from Niue, or they'll be from Chad, or they'll be from Samoa. A lot of these foreign governments, they issue and license stuff, and that's how they sell it, and that's how they generate a lot of revenue. SIG also wants one. I have 1 left, 1 4-leaf gold 4-leaf clover left, and that's what's available. Okay, Betty Lavette, the 1972 Muscle Soul Sessions, a 2018 numbered press, $34.99. Betty Lavette, the 1972 Muscle Shoals, $34.99. And Donny Hathaway, live at the bitter end, 1971. Donny Hathaway is a 2014 record store day numbered, $174.99. $174.99, a 2014 record store day number. That must be out of print, and that must be killer for it to be demanding that kind of money. Chad Sauls says he'll take the last 4-leaf clover. Sold to Chad Sauls, and that is done. We're done. They're sold out. I can try to do a waiting list on this, but I don't think so, okay? I don't think so. So we can try. Christopher Allen was next, and then Danny Thomason. Those are all sold out, unfortunately. Gone. They're all gone. Now, I think all these auctions are still getting bids. They are. Cows. Cows is at $55. New Order is at $100. And Kicks is at $37 with Sean Miller. That's who has all the high bids, okay? We're sold out on 4-leaf clovers. They're gone. Substance is at 129 with Jason Fortner. I stand corrected. 129 with Jason Fortner. I stand collected. I stand collected. I stand corrected. I stand corrected. Lee Moses, how much longer must I wait? This is $34.99. Lee Moses, $34.99. And the monkey's head, I was about to say, there's no way. If this was an OG, it would be disappearing because I've never seen one with that nice of a cover. The monkey's head, that's how it originally came. It's got a reflective foil mirror cover. There's me. $29.99. This is What Is King Khan and the Shrines, a 2007 US OG pressing, $49.99. Cal's is at $57. New Order, Final Call, $129. Kicks, Final Call, $37. Who was after Sean Miller? Mark Steele. I'm going to make sure Mark Steele stands out, okay? Next is Show Tunes Lamb Chop. What? This is $34.99. This is Lamb Chop, or I Am Chop. Lamb Chop or I Am Chop Show Tunes. This was a Grammys exclusive. Grammys is a record store down in Nashville. $34.99. It's been signed. It's an exclusive. $34.99. Okay. Cal 56, Cal 57. Kicks is at 40. Cal's is at 60. Okay, and then what was the other question from earlier? Did I get Otis and how much did it go for? I don't know and I don't know. Let me think about that one. Raining Sound, Time Bomb High School. Raining Sound is a 2002 USOG, $79.99. And Pavement. Pavement is a 2022 red with white and black splatter, $29.99. Kicks is at $39. Kicks is at $39. And now New Order, 5, 3, 2, 1, sold. Jason Fortner at $129. A grail for a lot of people. Cal's, JK had it for 60. Kicks is at 39 with Kristen Driscoll. And Roots, the Everly Brothers. This is a 2014 record store day. $24.99, 180 gram pressed at QRP. Pressed at QRP. Audiophile grade there. Pavement is sold to ST. And then over here we have Jimi Hendrix, Axis Bold as Love. Fly High, Little Wing. $34.99. Spanish Castle Magic. If 6 was 9, ain't no telling. Castles Made of Sand, that's a good one. Bold as Love, classic Hendrix album. Revolutionary, Kicks is at 40, and we need another auction. And our next auction is going to go up right now. John Lee, David Bowie. David Bowie Lodger is a 1981 US reissue. No condition notes, $25 start on that one. Kicks is at 40. I don't have any Stevie Ray Vaughan to my knowledge. 2006, at least going up for auction. What could be in this crate? Only you know and I know. Jim James, Eternally Even, $49.99. And Hamilton Streetcar, really cool cover with some vintage toys down there, some vintage tin wind-up toys. A Psych record from 1969. I'm loving this cover. Look at those. Awesome. Squad car from Marks. Got an old hot rod there. $24.99. And we have, what here? Songs of Love and Horror. And this is $24.99, 2018 OG. And this is Will Oldham. Will Oldham. Boy, are we still bidding on Cal's? We are still bidding on Cal's. Cal's is at $60 with JK on Twitch. I think the other bidder has finally went out. Kicks is at 40 with Mark Steele. The bidder before him was Kristen Driscoll at 39. Kristen, you're out on Kicks. And David Bowie. We're talking about this guy right here. David Bowie. Ziggy Stardust. The name of the album is Lodger. It does not have a bid. $25 start on this. Okay? Everybody know where we're at? That's the God View camera. Edwin Blom gets Hamilton. We're not talking about Alexander. We're talking about Hamilton streetcar. Sun Ra, Crystal Spears, a 2018 record store day on red vinyl, $24.99. Whoop, pulled out the whole guts. There we go. $24.99 for Sun Ra. The Pretenders get close. An 86 OG club copy, sealed. Sealed club copy, $24.99. Rolling Blackout CF Endless Rooms. 2022 yellow vinyl, $19. $19.99. Cows. JK gets this for $60. JK gets this for $60. Kicks. I lost Kristen Driscoll, I think. Mark Steele, $40. Sold to Mark Steele, $40. David Bowie, sold to Sean Miller, $25. Robert Warner got Sun Ra. ST was next. Chris Knapp third. Michael Snared on the Pretenders. Fred Cardinale fourth on Sun Ra. Next auction is the Rods. The Rods Wild Dogs. The Rods is an 82 US Hop Hog. EX, $25 start. That's now for bid for the Rods. Our next auction, coming from the high-end tab, is Love Bites. Don't know a lot about this, but let's take a look at it. Looks like 1986. I was way off. 1978 UK. 1978 UK OG embossed cover, super clean, $50 start. Oh, it's the Buzzcocks. It's the Buzzcocks. I'm way off in a lot of ways. And the word love here is embossed. That's an interesting one. I don't think I've ever seen this before. That's why I was totally lost. I thought it was going to be some kind of like, not this. 78 UK embossed cover. Obviously, you can tell that I've never seen this before. I've had a lot of Buzzcocks albums. Never had that one. $55 start. We have the Rods. We have the Buzzcocks. And I'm going to add Dolly Parton. This is the best of Dolly Parton. A U.S. reissue, sealed. It's an early 80s pressing. $20 start on this. The best of Dolly Parton, $20 start. That's where we're at right now. We have Sleep Party People, Heap of Ashes. A 2022 Oxblood and Blue Galaxy, $24.99. The Flying Burrito Brothers, $19.99. And this is, I think he's got a really long name. Sort of, yeah, that's Kamasai Washington, the Epic. A 2015, and the note from Paul is absolutely fantastic jazz music, $49.99. $49.99 on that one. All right, what else do we have up for auction? Okay, this is another silver statue. Y'all know the other night we had Spider-Man, we had Halo, we have now a rocket ship. We have a 1-ounce silver rocket ship. This is really cool. These are custom molded. It literally looks like a 50s era rocket ship blasting into space. It is from a company mint called Gold Spartan. They come with a COA. It's 1-ounce silver, $135. $135. Rocket ship statue, $135 on that. I've got two of them. Pretty cool item there. Rocket ships, 131 ounce pure silver, stamped on the back. I got two of those. All right, so up at the top, we had Flying Burrito Brothers, sold to Robert Warner. We have Kamasai Washington, sold to Ron Anderson. Megadeth is $36.99, new and sealed. Far as our auction bids, there's only been one. Brent is the only bidder on Buzzcocks for $55. One bid for $55. No bid on the Rods and no bid on Dolly. Final call on those. Here we go. All right. I'm just going to recap some of these right quick as soon as I take a drink of tonight's energy. Rehab. This is brought to you by Monster Energy Rehab. Folks, if you're looking for some advanced hydration, some electrolytes, if you need to enhance your reduced fatigue, if you need some increased concentration, if you're lacking in essential vitamins, if you love coconut water and you need some biobotanicals and you love tea and lemonade, this is the drink for you. This drink is the drink for you. This is you. This is you. This is your drink. Make it your drink. 25 calories, just 3 grams of sugar, 480% of your recommended vitamin B12. This will get you going. This will make you feel like you got spiders crawling out of your ears. Now, I don't know about y'all, but that's something I enjoy. I love feeling like there is stuff crawling all over my skin, especially when I'm trying to sell records. Buzzcocks has another bid for $55. So we have a $55 bid and another $55 bid. The Rods has bids for $25, now $28. First thing is this. Where did you go, my lovely? Peter started. That is sealed, $24.99. We have Love. That's their self-titled album, a Sunday's reissue, $19.99 on that one. And Dwight Twilley Band, Sincerely, $29.99. Time and Place, Lee Moses, a 2016 red and gold split vinyl, fantastic album, is a note from Paul. Now Buzzcocks has a new bid for $60. The Best of Dolly Parton. Dolly is sealed, a $20 buy now, early 80s press. Sealed Dolly, early 80s pressing, $20 on that. Buzzcocks is now at $60. $60 on Buzzcocks. And then the Rods. I really need to look into sponsorships. I mean, with the views on our page, no joke, I don't want to ever distract, but I guarantee I probably could get a company that would pay money for me to run a few ads here every night like that. Like if they sent me an energy drink, some kind of startup, I guarantee it. I don't tap into the potential of these Coletco sales every night. The Rods is an 82 US Hop Hog OG. EX. If Monster probably found out about our success story here, they would probably send me pallets of them every month for free. I probably need to honestly reach out to them and be like, I have literally built a company drinking y'all's drinks every day, and I show it, I tell about them. I need free energy drinks, okay? I need free energy drinks. Over here is this. Buzzcocks got a new bid for $60. Brent Robley, you are outbid. ST put D, and I bet that was for Dolly or Dwight Twilley. ST, which one was that? Was that for Dolly or Dwight Twilley? Rod's 29, Rod's 30. And then over here, we have Big Boys. Lullabies Help the Brain Grow. That is $24.99. And we have Bonnie Stillwater. 2015 Red and Yellow Fireball Experimental, $19.99. And we have Love Black Beauty. Love Black Beauty is a 2012 unreleased music, $34.99 Buzzcocks. So let's look at the details on that again. It's a 78 UK OG, near mint, super clean. It has the embossed cover and the embossed cover. So it is OG, it is clean, it is nice, and that is now at $60 of Michael Snared. Rods had a new bid for $29. Rods had a new bid for $30. So ST got Dwight Twilley, and then Susie's going to get the buy now on Dolly for $20. Do it for Nike. Yeah, I talk about Nikes a lot too. I need to get on them on board too. That'd be a great idea. Okay, and then over here, what was the next thing? Dolly, that. Okay, and then we had Eruption, which was a disco funk album from '78, sealed, $24.99. And we have Betty LaVette, the 1972 Muscle Soul Sessions. Betty LaVette is $34.99. Little Debbie, yeah. Donny Hathaway was sealed, 140. No, it is open, but it's near mint, $174.99. I think we're done on the Rods, right? We need new auctions up. Yep. Rods is sold to Michael McDade for $30. And shout out to Brent Robley. Brent sent me some energy drinks called Gorilla Mind. And actually, everybody here, I think, has tried one, right? I hope everybody did. And I think he sent even more the other day. So, Brent, I've actually only had 2 out of there. I think the staff has enjoyed them more than me. So, Brent has been sending Gorilla Minds. And then, of course, thank you to Mike Massey. Oh my gosh, Mike Massey, he sent 2 more air horns. I mean, Mike Massey sends these things to me. He's basically the partnership, okay? I think he sends what, a case of these a week? I think it's just on auto debit at this point, Mike Massey. I haven't bought Monsters in a long time. Every once in a while, I'll stop at the gas station and pick up, they're like 3 for $6. I'll get like 12 of them because I'm getting gas, and I'm like, well, I'll go ahead and buy more. But I haven't actually paid for Monsters, I think, in a year, like where I've went out and bought a case. They've been sent either by customers, especially Mike Massey. He has probably spent hundreds of dollars on Monsters here for the store. And thank you. And for everybody else. I mean, we get all the time in the mail, snacks and drinks and cakes and, I mean, all the time. I try to mention everybody when they send it, but thank you, Mike Massey. I hope he's watching. I just gave him a big shout out. I hope he caught that. Lee Moses is $34.99. Buzz Cox is at $65. Edwin Blom wants to put back Hamilton and pay the $5,000 restocking fee. That's very unfortunate for me and you both, but Hamilton is still available. Hamilton is a 1969 U.S. Psych record, $24.99 for Hamilton. That's going back in the crate. The Monkey's Head is $29.99. What is King Kong and the Shrines? $49.99 for King Kong and the Shrines. Lamb Chop or I Am Chop Show Tunes, one of the two, $34.99. Raining Sound, Time Bomb High School, that is $79.99. Hamilton is sold to Steve Mason for $24.99. And then the Buzzcocks is with Fred Cardinal at $65. My question is, does the other bidder, Michael Snared, want to bid again? Michael, this is up to you, okay? Brent says he's done. Next thing is the Roots, the Everly Brothers. That's $24.99. Hendrix, Axis Boat is Love was $34.99. We also had $49.99 for Jim James, Eternally Even, $49.99. Kevin Rufenthal wants both Love albums. You got it. Thank you, Kevin. And This Is So Do You, Love, and This Is So Do You, Love. Those are sold and sold. Amenities on Time and Place. Time and Place. Time and Place, question mark. Time and Place. Where did you see that at? What was that one called? And then over here, this was Will Odom, $24.99 on that. And then Rolling Blackout CF, $19.99. And this is Sleep Party People, Heap of Ashes, $24.99. Does Buzzcocks have the inserts? It is a 78 UKOG. I don't have an insert or an inner sleeve. Nope. But the vinyl is near McMinus. Mike Massey missed his shout out. Dang it. He's already asleep probably. Is it already that late? What time is it? 9:12. I don't know where he is. I honestly don't know what state he's in. He might be Eastern time. Some people have already said, Chad, good night. All right, what else what else do we got going on here tonight? We need more gold. What is this? Turtles? I think I got gold turtles over here. These are $115. These are half gram, 2025 Pitcairn Islands Ocean Wonders turtles. Very cool. Yeah, it's a sea turtle. They're half gram sea turtles, $115. I have 3 of them. Okay? I have 3 of them. That's my next gold offering. I got silver Pez, I got silver rocket ships, and I got half gram gold turtles. Before Boys record, okay? Let's see. So we're trying to find Time and Place. Time and Place. Oh, this here. Time and Place, Lee Moses, is a 2016 red and gold split colored vinyl. Wow. That's pretty cool looking. That's going to look trippy. And this is $59.99. The only time a Stevie Ray Vaughan record would be available that I can tell you that I have one is if it was advertised for an auction tonight. And we post those on Facebook, YouTube, and Instagram, usually between an hour or a half hour before the show starts. Any other Stevie Ray Vaughan records would be a total and utter surprise to you and me both. Tonight in the Hot Pictures, there was no Stevie Ray Vaughan record. So the only time an artist like Stevie Ray Vaughan would appear, if he is advertised in the Hot Pictures, which I don't think he was tonight, if he appears in the crate, it will be a surprise to you and me both, and I wouldn't be able to reveal that to you beforehand. So always make sure you check the Hot Pictures. Those are posted on our Facebook, Instagram, and if you click on our YouTube channel, there's a thing that says community or post or something like that. You can click on that, and I make posts over there. Same time, I copy and paste, and I go paste Facebook, paste Instagram, paste YouTube, post, 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 and everybody sees the same previews and same pictures. Other than that, any kind of other artist, you could ask about Jim Croce, you could ask about Zeppelin. It would be like, well, I don't really know. So, but no, it's impossible for us to take requests here. And then over here, Megadeth. Megadeth was asked about and claimed by somebody earlier, and I never did pull it. Who asked about this and who claimed it? John Bergenstorm on Megadeth, because his name just popped back up. We went through this crate thoroughly twice. I mean, we went through this crate thoroughly twice. All 3 Paul crates have been gone through. Now, Laura, I think, is still working on some stuff, perhaps, maybe. Either way, we're about to go through some vintage buy it now best offer right now. We're about to go through some vintage buy it now best offer right now. Okay? She's almost done. So let's go ahead and go through a vintage crate. It will be our first one of the night. It'll be best offer. And she's working on some stuff right now. Buzzcocks is near mint. It is near mint. Michael Snared has it for $67. The bidder before him was Fred Cardinale. He's out. Michael Snared, $67. Everybody else is done. He has the high bid. Okay? I think I picked out the vintage crate I wanted to go through right over here last night, because I pulled about 20 out of here for this morning's Hot Picture, and I was like, wow, there's some good stuff in here. So let's go through this crate. Best offer. It may have already been shown once. I really don't know, but we're about to go through it again. You can go ahead and buy these, but also don't hesitate to make an offer, okay? Don't hesitate to make an offer. I'm going to make sure that Matt JK doesn't want to bid on Buzzcocks before I sell it, and we got other auctions to put up, and here's our next one. This is a 1975 U.S. Presswell OG copy, a club edition. This is a real OG why am I calling Zeppelin albums Van Halen? Gosh, I've done that again. Led Zeppelin, Physical Graffiti. Only one of the greatest albums of all time. Right, Master Moss 666. This is OG Club. It's complete with insert, $30 star. And guess what? Laura just dropped off a crate. So y'all got something to look forward to. Laura just marked a new crate. We're going to go through these best offer, and I need another new LP to put behind the wall there for aesthetically pleasing purposes. So why don't I go ahead and put one of my favorite albums by Rush. This is Rush, Hold Your Fire, Time Stand Still, awesome, 180 gram. Rush is $34.99. Now that one's not too recognizable. Far as the artwork, I usually put really recognizable stuff back there. Boy, plus that's bad about glare. Maybe I should move it to the middle. Let's move Zeppelin down. Zeppelin 4, by the way, is a clear vinyl pressing, $33.99. There's Rush, Hold Your Fire, $34.99. Okay? And then over here is Ace Frehley. He's $33.99. And then next to Ace is the Beatles Past Masters, which is on sale. Okay, this has a seam split. If that does not bother you, you can get this at a great price, $39.99 for Past Masters. I have wore this out. Day Tripper, We Can Work It Out. Paperback Rider, one of my favorites here, Rain. Paperback Rider and Rain, that's some of my 2 favorite Beatles songs. They never released those on any studio albums. Rain, oh my gosh. No Direction Home, Bob Dylan. 2-disc DVD, $6.99. $6.99. Okay, I got a stack of more music DVDs over here I need to get to. All right, let's get started. Eddie Bruce says he'll take the Beatles. Sing Split, $39.99. Make sure that goes in for $39.99. Okay, we need something else to put over there. Oh boy, how about a Led Zeppelin 1? In the days of my youth, I was told what it means to be a man. $33.99 for Zeppelin. What a beautiful back wall. Zeppelin, Rush, Ace Frehley, Zeppelin. What about Buzzcocks? Man, this thing is moving slowly but surely. Michael Snared, $71. Led Zeppelin, $35. Led Zeppelin, $30. Led Zeppelin, $25. Led Zeppelin, $55. Buzzcocks, $75. Okay? So we have Buzzcocks, $75. Buzzcocks, $75. Led Zeppelin, $55. Alice Cooper, Muscle of Love. This is OG, no condition notes, $44.99. This is how this album originally was released. It came in a cardboard box with an inner sleeve and an insert. Nice and complete Alice Cooper. It's supposed to have a stain and everything. Nice copy, $44.99. These are buy it now or best offer. Sinatra, the main event live. Sinatra is sealed, $24.99. Genesis, Invisible Touch, Phil Collins, Domino, original inner sleeve, nice copy, $19.99. Let's also go ahead and introduce another auction. Buzzcocks, Michael Snared's out. Matt, JK54, gets the Buzzcocks for $75, okay? Zeppelin is at $55, I believe, with amenities. Yes, $55 on that, and now we need another new auction. John Lee Hooker, and this one's called Endless Boogie. This is a 71 Monarch OG, not bad. EX condition, gatefold jacket, $25 start. Also, Leonard Skinner Gold and Platinum, which is a 2 LP compilation, $34.99. Nice, clean vinyl, $34.99. These are all buy it now or best offer. Here to sell records, introducing the Beatles. This is an unauthorized version. One of the most copyrighted, infringed records ever manufactured. $19.99 for introducing the Beatles. These can range from several thousands of dollars to as much as $20. That one's $20. $19.99 for introducing the Beatles. And then Chicago. Chicago 13 is $9.99. John Lee Hooker is in fact, whoa. John Lee Hooker is in fact in stereo. Stereo on that one. We got bids for 25, and now we got a bid for 27. We have over here a bid for 26. The Mothers of Invention, just another band from LA. Really clean vinyl, Allied Pressing, $39.99. And we have the Jacksons' Destiny, $29.99. The Hollies' Greatest Hits. We had one of these in the flip crate this morning, and I don't know if anybody grabbed it, but I was encouraging somebody to. I was like, man, some of my favorite music on that. I've wore that out. $19.99 for the Hollies' Greatest Hits. And Robert Palmer, Riptide. Robert Palmer, $19.99. Lewis Kulick on Chicago for $7. So did Lewis Kulick for $7. Next is Frank Zappa, Overnight Sensation. Mothers of Invention again. Another one, $34.99. John Lee Hooker 30, John Lee Hooker 30. El Snappatan wants the Mothers of Invention. There's another one as well. And now Amenities gets Led Zeppelin, $55. Cashmere, da-da-da, 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 da-da-da. And then here's our next auction, which is The Rods. And this one's called Let Them Eat Metal. The Rods is an 84 USOG on the Combat label. Original inner sleeve. Does have a punch hole. $20 start. $20 start on the Rods. Next is Mike Oldfield, 5 Miles Out. $14.99. The Who by Numbers. Mama's got a squeeze box she wears on her chest. $19.99 for The Who by Numbers. And we have Katrina and the Waves. This is $24.99. Walking on Sunshine. Whoa. It doesn't something feel good. Okay. The John Lee Hooker over here, Endless Boogie, is a 71 U.S. Monarch OG. 71 U.S. Monarch OG EX condition. EX condition, the last bid on John Lee Hooker was Patrick Lear at 30. That means Jamie Kay's out. That means Fred Cardinell's out. And the rods is a $20 star. Steve Mason gets Katrina for $16, sold to him. And then we have Orleans is in shrink wrap. That's called One of a Kind, $14.99. Cadidia Dawn, that is sealed, $14.99. Sting, Nothing Like the Sun, in shrink wrap, a 2LP with hop sticker. Sting is $29.99. And the Go-Go's Vacation. The Go-Go's Vacation is $19.99. This has the original under sleeve with it, $19.99. CC Allen on the Jacksons for $20. Let me find that, and this is sold to CC Allen for $20. Boom. Done. John Griffin on the Hollies. I'll pay you back with interest. Sell that to John Griffin for $15. Next is the Cars, $34.99. Moving in stereo. It's all mixed up. $34.99 for that. The Rods is at $20 of Mark Steele. And then John Lee Hooker's at $35. Fred just bid $32. Jeffrey Hawley on the Go-Go's for $15. That's sold to Jeffrey Hawley. Thank you on that one. Scott Dwallow was next. I just shot myself in the book over $5. And Peter Frampton, I'm in you. Peter Frampton's in shrink and hop, $9.99. And the Pointer Sisters, this is called Twist My Arm. The Pointer Sisters is $9.99. Yes, John Griffin, you got the Hollies for $15. And Morris Day, Color of Success. Morris Day's in shrink wrap of hop sticker, $24.99. The Rods is at $25 of Mark Steele. John Lee Hooker is with George Sherritt, $37, now $40. Utopia, Adventures in Utopia. And this is Todd Rundgren, $14.99 on Todd Rundgren Utopia. We also have Naked Eyes. There's always something there to remind me. Gold Stamp Promo, $19.99. And the Motors, die cut cover, kind of gives it a three-dimensional look with this staircase. The Motors is $19.99. The only Mothers of Invention that's left is this one. Overnight Sensation, no condition notes. Gatefold jacket, it's nice. EX or better, $34.99. Naked Eyes is sold to Shannon Mashaka for $15. And we have Mott Drive On, $19.99. Also over here, we have Led Zeppelin Through the Outdoor, a C cover variant, RCA Music Club Edition. Look at that one. Very bizarre, and the way they've stamped it, RCA. $39.99 for Led Zeppelin, but near mint in the original brown bag. That's pretty cool. Michael Ruttman was going to claim Naked Eyes at full price, so I just shot myself in the foot again over $5. The Rods has a new bid for $30 and John Lee Hooker $40. So right now, Patrick's leading Hooker at $40, the Rods is at $30, and James Rainey gets Genesis for $14. And now I'm swapping crates because this one's really full. We have filled up our fourth full crate tonight. Let me swap these out. I've just seen a couple other claims and offers pop up. And while I'm over here, I'm going to grab a sealed bonus auction record that I've had tucked away over here. I got some cool sealed stuff over here. And let me find one over here. This is Tenacious D. This is Rise of the Phoenix. Tenacious D, Rise of the Phoenix. And this is sealed. It's never been opened, and Tenacious D is a $20 start. And let me grab a new empty crate here, and our next empty crate is being filled up righty now. And this is, give me 1 second, Genesis Mothers. Mark Weiss gets Mothers for $29. Thank you on that, Mark Weiss. And then Michael Snared put LN25. LN25 was for, which one was LN25, Michael? And then we got John Lee Hooker 43. Did you mean Led Zeppelin? And then Shannon also offered 30. The Fabulous Thunderbirds, Tough Enough, $19.99 on Fabulous Thunderbirds. And then here's the Holly's Greatest Hits, an earlier version. Now, this one I like, but the other one has more, a better track listing in my opinion. But this is an earlier version on Liberty. This one still has Bus Stop, Payback of Interest, Look Through Any Window, Just One Look, On a Carousel. The other one has a very similar track listing, but they've added and mixed around some tracks. They took off some of these earlier ones and they put on like Longwood, Cool Woman, etc., etc. $19.99 for that. Tenacious D has a bid for 20. He meant to put LZ 25. Now he will match Shannon's offer at 30, and we'll have to go ahead and sell that to Michael Snared for 30, okay? So he was in first on that one. That sold, and then we have Ozark Mountain Daredevils, the Car Over the Lake album, $14.99 for that, and Heart Magazine. By the way, we have a lower crate on deck. Right now, we're going through pretty much our first, like, quote, vintage crate of the night. These have only ever been shown once, and their best offer, and their best offer again, and we're selling a lot out of here. I think this was a crate that was kind of gone through late at night. The Best of Steppenwolf, Reborn to be Wild, $19.99, and Phil Collins, No Jacket Required, Shrink Wrap Hop Sticker, One More Night, Studio, $22.99 on that one. Okay, so we need to update these auctions. We had John Lee Hooker at 43, John Lee Hooker 45. The last bid on the rods was Jeff Brindley at 30. Mark Steele went out. That's a final call. Tenacious D 20. Info on the Who album. That was called The Who by Numbers. It has a Connect the Dots jacket. It hadn't been wrote on, fortunately. It doesn't look like it. It's on the first label. It's clean, $19.99. Squeeze box, $19.99, okay? Next is Tenacious D 20. And then Susie Breelove on the Hollies. And then we had Christina wants to see the Morris Day again. Morris Day is called Color of Success. It's in shrink wrap, $24.99. The hop sticker says features the single, The Oak Tree. Really nice copy, $24.99. Steve Mason, I will do $15 on Heart. And then John Lee Hooker, $47. Okay, so that means we can go ahead and sell the rods. And the rods is officially sold to Jeff Brindley for $30. Christina, we have a claim for Morris Day, so it's yours if you want it. It's sticker. If not, Vlodercheck has it. And then over here we have Tenacious D, Rise of the Phoenix, and that is sold to Lewis Kulik, one bid, $20. I think I said about 4 times he had the high bid for 20. No other bids came in, so that sold to him for 20. Great decision there. Okay. And Michael, you just missed Tenacious D. Okay, just missed Tenacious D. Okay. Morris Day is sold to Vlodercheck. Thank you on that one. And now let's put up another auction. Next is Captain Beefheart and his Magic Band, Safe as Milk. This has always been a highly regarded album for this genre. And artist, 1970 U.S. Sonic reissue. Does have a saw cut over here on the jacket, a little bit of a scribble. Just a $20 start on Captain Beefheart. VG vinyl, $20 start on that one. John Lee Hooker, George Sheriff, $47. We may be done. Final call on these because this is going to be great 9 a.m. flip crate material. So don't hesitate to make offer. Don't hesitate to make offers because if you don't, I'm going to use some of these great titles for the 9 a.m. flip crate, and I know after I reduce them in there, they're going to get gone. Tomorrow night is Metal Night. Tomorrow night is Metal Night. We'll have a big one. Steve Mason gets Heart for $12. And then we had Alice Cooper, $44.99 for Muscle of Love. Sinatra, the Main Event Live, sealed, $24.99. Leonard Skinner, Gold and Platinum, $34.99. Also, we have Introducing the Beatles, $19.99. Great stuff here. This was their first U.S. album. I saw her standing there. Misery, Anna, Chains, Boys, Love Me Do, P.S. I Love You, Baby, It's You. Do You Want to Know a Secret? A Taste of Honey, There's a Place, Twist and Shout, $19.99. So this is Introducing the Beatles. Like I said, long, complicated history on this one. But VJ and other bootleggers were making this album all through the 70s and 80s, and they didn't really have the licensing to do it. They kept making it, and there's pressings all the way through the 80s. They said literally in the 80s you could have bought this in like a J.C. Penney's. There's some people that's like, I bought my copy as late as 1987 in a J.C. Penney's. So they were making these for decades unauthorized. That's why you see so many. But if you want a real one, especially a stereo copy, stereos are almost impossible to get. They're always monos, and a real true OG mono can get pricey and high grade. You could be looking at variants till your eyes go crossed. It's a very difficult record to look up. We got stacks of them. I think, James Rainey, I'll go ahead and sell this to you for $14. I probably got 2 or 3 crates full of them. A lot of them hadn't been looked up. Let me show if anybody else wants one. I usually pull them out because I have to explain what they are every time, and it almost slows down the show. But yeah, here's one John marked the other day. Yeah, he marked this one counterfeit. So yeah, here's another one. See, that's on a different label. So this one's a counterfeit. So this one's unauthorized. So this one was made probably in the 70s or 80s, just kind of like a bootleg. And then this one is made to look like an older one, but it's a counterfeit. So counterfeit, bootleg, you know, it's not either way. So there's that. This is sold to James Rainey for $14. I've got this one that's more like a counterfeit, $19.99. I probably have a few crates full of them. We have a Beatles stash in the back where I hoard Beatles records. I'm sorry. We put them out, though. John mixes them out without my permission. He told me if we don't, this building would fill up with Beatles records. So it's kind of like if we didn't sell any Kiss stuff. Could y'all imagine? Imagine all the Kiss stuff if we hoarded all that in the back. It would be crates full of it. But that's how it looks in the back with Beatles. It's right behind this rack over here. It's stacked up about 12 high. And this is a final call for $20, Captain Beefheart. Christina Curtis gets Alice Cooper for $35. And yeah, we've every once in a while I'll bring out maybe a real one or what's close to a real one, and we'll auction it here. But I kind of save it for a Beatles night, which we haven't had in a long, long time. We haven't had one in a long, long time. Here's the replacements. Don't Tell a Soul. The replacements is an 89 USOG. This is EX, a $25 start. The replacements, Don't Tell a Soul, $25 start on that. Did I miss anything? Here we go. This. All right, and then we had Robert Palmer Riptide, $19.99. So Beefheart has bids for $20 and $20. Still got Sinatra sealed, got Lynyrd Skynyrd, and we got Robert Palmer. Beefheart's at $20 and $20. Mike Oldfield, 5 Miles Out, $14.99 for Mike Oldfield. Orleans, One of a Kind, that's $14.99. Candida Dawn is sealed, $14.99. Sting, Nothing Like the Sun, in shrink wrap, $29.99. The Cars is $34.99. A red Electra label, $34.99 on the Cars. We also have Peter Frampton, I'm In You, shrink wrap and hop sticker, $9.99. And Pointer Sisters, this is Twist My Arm, 12-inch single, $9.99 on that one. And then Adventures in Utopia, that one's $14.99. The Motors is $19.99, die-cut jacket. Moth the Hoople is $19.99. The Fabulous Thunderbirds is $19.99. And then Ozark Mountain Daredevils, $14.99. The Best of Steppenwolf, $19.99. Phil Collins, $22.99. And then the Who by Numbers, $19.99. Okay? Was fake. Yeah, I have had to break a lot of people's hearts. If you have one at the top that says stereo, the odds would be 99% it's fake. So if you have one at the top that says stereo, it's legit 99% chance it's fake. Probably higher than that, 99.2. And then this is what happens a lot. These come through, okay, and this is the exact same album. The disc even says Introducing the Beatles. So what they did is they took the same disc, same track listing, and they put it into this jacket after Beatlemania hit, because then they could start selling them, and they repackaged it into this. And people think this is a different album. It's actually the exact same album. I mean, it's even the same disc, see? Introducing the Beatles. But they just put it in this cover. So VJ squeezed everything they could, and then they were getting sued, and they kept on making them and trying to sell them because they were literally going out of the business, and they had the Beatles contract. So, funny story, they had the biggest artist of all time, and when they acquired them, they wasn't too popular in the States, and they literally went out of business selling Beatles records. So, weird story. That's why it's such a complicated, bootleg, counterfeit, unauthorized type story on that. Beefheart's at $25 with Kathy DeMoss, and the replacements is a $25 start. $25 start on the replacements, okay? let's go through the lower crate. Anybody else want to make an offer on anything in here before they go to the discount bin in the morning? The Who, Phil Collins, Steppenwolf, Ozark, Fabulous Thunderbirds, Mott the Hoople, The Motors, Utopia, Pointer Sisters, Peter Frampton, The Cars, Sting, Candidia, Orleans, 5 Miles Out, Mike Oldfield, Robert Palmer, Skinner, and Sinatra. But if you watch the Beatles anthology, you'll hear Paul McCartney be like, well, we put our first album out, or our first single out and album in the States, and it was a flop. So he's talking about introducing the Beatles. I mean, it was literally, they didn't sell hardly any copies originally. So, and then, what was it? 12 weeks later is when Meet the Beatles came out on Capitol. You know, the Meet the Beatles. So you had introducing, and then 3 weeks later, Meet the Beatles came out. And it was some of the same music. And it was just really confusing for people. Even back then, it was like, it was just weird how all that dropped. So if you go look at the release dates, it's complicated. All right, here we go. Captain Beefheart is at $26 to Scott Dwallow. It's a VG copy. VG copy, Captain Beefheart and his Magic Band, Safe as Milk. A 1970 U.S. Sonic reissue. VG condition. VG condition. The replacements got one bid with Lucas Hanaft, sold for $25. Okay, that's sold, and there's that. All right. Next thing. New lower crate, priced as marked. Here we go. Was there any other question? Mott condition. Rock Show vinyl was EX or better, VG Plus jacket. Okay. Over here is Kasami Washington. Kasami Washington. This is Heaven and Earth. And this is $39.99. 5 LP, 2018 Contemporary Jazz Fusion, all EX or better. It looks like there could be some splits going on up top here. I mean, somehow they put 5 LPs into this package. That is $39.99. Kamasai or Kasami, $39.99. Okay. Last bid on Beefheart is $26, and we're about to sell it. We still got Tortoise. We still have Sleigh Bells by Treats, that's in the high-end tab. And we still got Incredible Bongo Band, that's in the high-end tab. So we better put these up before it gets too late. Sleigh Bells Treats, 2010 USOG limited edition picture disc with 7-inch, $75 start. Sleigh Bells Treats, Treats, Sleigh Bells is a $75 start. Incredible Bongo Band, Bongo Rock. This is a 1973 USOG white label promo. This album is where Apache Drum Break originated. EX condition, a $75 start. Ours is nice. Mid-grade copies in lesser grade have sold for as twice as much as this starting bid, and some copies have sold for as much as $280. What does that mean? That means you need to start bidding immediately and bid high and bid often. $75 start on Incredible Bongo Band, Bongo Rock. There's Kamasai Washington. Shooting Spires, $9.99. This genre is called noise. This is noise. You put that on and it will just be noise for $9.99. Metallica and Justice for All, green vinyl, Walmart exclusive, $39.99. Shortest Straw, Scott Dwallow on Beefheart for $26. So does Scott Dwallow. So there's those. Those are some more higher-end obscurities. Higher-end obscurities for sure. Our next auction is Tortoise, and this is called Standards. This is a 2001 electronic post-rock album, OG, original under sleeve, VG condition, $20 start on that. Ryan Mustaine getting the Kamasai Washington. ST gets Noise. There's Metallica on green vinyl. And we have Massacre the Brain. What am I reading here? Oh, it's the Brian Jonestown Massacre. Excuse me. My bad. $24.99. I said Massacre the Brain. It's the Brian Jonestown Massacre, $24.99. And that was sold immediately to Ivan R. Okay? Next is Chris Stapleton Traveler. Just $19.99 for that. Pre-owned. I think I just ordered new copies, or maybe I was looking at them. And if I had to order a new copy, the sticker price would be $39.99. So that's a lightly pre-owned copy for half off. Parachute. We have Potluck, Spooner Oldham. This is a funk soul album on green vinyl, $19.99. And this is $24.99 for My Morning Jacket, Evil Urges. My Morning Jacket, Evil Urges. This is a new arrival crate sticker price. New arrival crate sticker price, okay? What is Sleigh Bells? Steve Mason wants to know what Sleigh Bells is. This is called Sleigh Bells Treats. I don't think it has anything to do with anything Christmas. It's a 2010 USOG limited edition picture disc. It has an insert. There's the picture disc. It's a $75 start. Incredible Bongo Band. One more look at this. Pretty rare and pretty sought after. $75 start. Like I said, some copies have sold for as much as $280. It's EX, a VG Plus cover, and then there's Tortoise. Okay? First thing we had was Louis Kulick on Traveler, Chris Stapleton. Metallica is $39.99, green vinyl. We also have, for $19.99, Father John Misty, Fear Fun. Father John Misty, Fear Fun, $19.99 on that one. And Safe and Sound, Home Recordings from Quarantine. An alternate indie compilation, $14.99. Now, Sleigh Bells has a bid for $75 and another bid for $75. Steve Mason, you're out. The other two are about to be a buy now. But first, we have $9.99 for Stranger Cat in the Wilderness. Stranger Cat in the Wilderness is $9.99. And we have Manaheim Street Band, a soul Afrobeat record. That was the exciting sounds of Menahan Street Band, maybe. $29.99. Lucas Hanoff, you've been outbid on Sleigh Bells. Steve Mason's back in at $77. Oh, hold on, I'm stretching. That felt pretty good. And where's my water at? Here's the first half of the bottle. I need to finish this off right quick. Refreshing. Chris Knapp on Safe. Safe and Sound compilation sold. Sleigh Bells 77, Sleigh Bells 80. And then we have In Doubt, Shadow Him. What do we have here? Soundtrack to the documentary about Sonic Youth guitarist Lee Ronaldo. There you have it. $14.99. First thing is Tortoise Standards is a buy it now for $20. And then over here, Incredible Bongo Band is a buy it now for $75. Okay? So those are buy it nows, $20 and $75 on those. Vladarchek getting Bongo. Nice pickup on that. Sleigh Bells 84, Sleigh Bells 85. And Vladarchek, if they ship that Sugar Hill Gang to you already, I meant to take pictures of that. I got to find out if they've shipped your order yet, because I needed to document that record for a post, and I forgot again to pull that before they shipped it. And it may already be on the way to. So if it is, when you get that, I may request you to send me some really good photos of that record. But if it's still here in the building, I'm going to photograph it tonight. So I forgot about that one. I'm going to try to look for that tomorrow. If you've gotten tracking recently, it's probably already left the building. Sleigh Bells 77, 77, 80, 84, Sleigh Bells 85, Sleigh Bells 2010 or 2018, 2010 OG with picture disc and 7-inch. Okay, then Vladarchek got Bongo. Oso Adventure on CS. And CS for Oso Adventure was Chris Stapleton. You were second on that one. Master Ma gets Tortoise for $20. Brent Robley got Sonic Youth. Traveler's already gone. And then Sleigh Bells, $87. Lee Ronaldo's already sold. Sorry, that was already grabbed. Okay, now We have Duran Duran. So the only, I have about 7 advertised auctions left, and then we have our bonus crate. So here is Duran Duran. This is a 1984 USOG limited edition picture disc. It's a 12-inch single, and we're talking about the Reflex and the Reflex Dance Mix. It may be both. And Duran Duran is a $15 start, okay? $15 start on Duran Duran. I thought I was first on Tortoise. You were. My bad. I have a correction. Lucas Hanoft was first on Tortoise. Lucas and then Master Ma. I messed that up. He was first and then Master Ma. Sorry on that. And then somebody else asked about it. That's gone. Sleigh Bells is at $88. Duran Duran is $10, $15. $15 start on Duran Duran. Next is Gun Outfit. Clean runs the thread. Discog says this is rock. $9.99 for Gun Outfit. Clean runs the thread. $9.99 on that. And then David Ferguson, Songs of Cowboy Jack Clement, a folk country album, $12.99. Next auction. Let's do one from the bonus crate now. And that one is, well, you know what? This was the very first auction of the night. So here's another one. This is Ace Frehley, Frehley's Comic, a Strong VG, 87 OG. Ace is a $15 start. That's now up for bid. Duran Duran 15, and then Sleigh Bells 91. Next is Rage Bannon, in electronic hip hop doom metal, $9.99 for that. And we have Sturgill Simpson Cutting Grass. This is on green and yellow vinyl. Sturgill is $29.99. And then Wishbone, Jackie Matu. This is a 2016 reggae soul gospel album, $24.99 for Jackie Matoon, Wishbone, $24.99. And then Simonade, Cymande, Second Time Round, a 2014 reissue jazz funk on blue vinyl, $22.99. We have Duran Duran 15. We have Sleigh Bells 91. Ace Frehley 15, Ace Frehley 15, unbought on SS, Sturgill Simpson. I love that album. Duran Duran 20, Ace Frehley 15, Ace Frehley 25. All right, so Sleigh Bells has got up to $91. Ace is at 16, and Duran Duran's at 20. That's our high bids right now on those 3 active auctions. So right now at 9:52, we're in a new arrival crate from Laura. I've got other stuff to go through after this, especially a new vinyl recap. Far as post-show tonight, we've got about another hour left of vinyl, and then I'm going to try to show more coins and miscellaneous stuff, going through some tubs, making room back here in the back, trying to sell stuff off. And then we're having a big sale tomorrow because I won't be here Friday and Saturday, so I'm going to try to get in as much as I can tomorrow. And I started early tonight, might start even earlier tomorrow night. Simonade is sold to Chris Knapp. Sleigh Bells is still getting bids. So is Ace. We might be done on Duran Duran. Alan Toussaint, live in Philadelphia, 1975. A record store day exclusive, Alan Toussaint. Great music here. Southern Nights. He was the original writer of Southern Nights, the Glenn Campbell hit. $22.99 on that. Ryan Mustaine second on Simonade. And we have Black Fire, New Spirits, radical and revolutionary jazz in the USA. That sounds interesting. It's a soul jazz compilation, $34.99. I bet one of our jazz buyers will grab that up. Nice. Ride the Lightning. So we got 2 Walmart exclusives. This is blue vinyl, $39.99. Any more dangerous toys? You know, I didn't order any because I don't think I had a waiting list to remind me. So unfortunately, because I don't have a wait list, I don't think I've ordered any yet. But if you want to for sure go on a wait list, I probably can grab you one. It could be here by Friday. All right, Duran Duran got a new bid for $21. Duran Duran got a new bid for $21. So amenities, you're out. Ace is still at 25 of Michael Hamburger. Kristen Starr, you hadn't set out. And then what about Sleigh Bells? Victor Guerra bid $91. It's really up to Steve Mason on Sleigh Bells. He bid $92. Victor Guerra bid $95. Okay, and then Chris Knapp on AT for Alan Toussaint. That's sold to Chris Knapp, okay? Friday and Saturday will be Paul. Unless they change something up, it will be Paul. Lana Del Rey, Born to Die. Lana Del Rey is $19.99. And we have Chavez, Gone Glimmering. Chavez is indie rock, $17.99 for Chavez. And we have Pearl Jam Vitology, a 2011 reissue. Pearl Jam is $24.99. And we have over here the Walkman Heaven. The Walkman is an indie rock album, $19.99 for that one. Duran Duran has a new bid for $22. Sleigh Bells has a new bid for $96. Jim B has bid $96. So Steve Mason's out. Now it's up to Victor Guerra and Jim B. Next thing is Tim Voldness on AT. And AT for Tim Voldness was for, what was AT? He might have got autocorrected. Chavez, not Pearl, but it could have been Pearl Jam. AT. And then who bumped the Duran Duran? Chad Snyder. So yeah, Chad, you're back out on that. He's back in at 23. And then Ace Frehley is at $25 of Michael Hamburger. It's an 87 OG VG condition. Strong VG. That means it might even be VG plus if you're liberally grading it. And then Timbo Alan Toussaint. Oh, that's long gone. Sorry about that. Yeah, that's long gone. Darren Johnson on Pearl Jam. Duran Duran 23. Chris Knapp on Chavez. Chavez is so to Chris Knapp. And then Sleigh Bells has a new bid for $99. Oso next on Pearl Jam. And Natasha on Walkman. Jim B is bidding on Sleigh Bells. My goodness. Look out if Jim B's bidding on this. Holy moly. Oh my gosh. $100 with Jim B, $71.37. Next thing is Noble Rot. Heavenly Bodies, Repetition Control. Alternate rock, post rock, $9.99. And Michael Chapman, Wrecked Again. Blue Vinyl, a folk rock album, $24.99 on that. And then Amenities on Black F. Black Fire. That's so to Amenities. Thank you on that one. And then we have Electronic Funk, Shock. This is on clear vinyl, $24.99. Sleigh Bells is at 101, and Jim B says out. Jim B says out after I made it largely, dramatically, and well known that Jim B was bidding on Sleigh Bells. Holy moly. As Chad tries to stretch his leg out here. Oh my gosh. I'm having to do a lot more stretching tonight than normal. Okay, I'm good to go though. So let's go back up here. We sold SB, or SB has a bid for 101, Duran Duran out. Let's go ahead and sell this then to Chad Snyder for 23. Michael Hamburger gets Ace for 25. And then the first question is Heavenly Bodies, the band name or title? Heavenly Bodies was the album name. It's by Noble Rot. Noble Rot is the artist. Heavenly Bodies, Repetition Control. Michael Chapman, a repress. Michael Chapman is definitely some kind of reissue. Michael Chapman, Wrecked Again, 180 gram, gatefold, tip-on jacket. Light in the Attic. Yeah, it's Light in the Attic. And then ST on Electro Funk. That's sold to ST. And then over here we have Chick Chick Chick, also known as 3 exclamation marks. Left Field Electronic, $19.99. Nice. The 13.4 Elevators, a 2016 reissue, $39.99 on that. And then we have Small Black New Chain. That is a synth pop chill wave, $12.99. And we have Black Lips Garage Punk on colored vinyl, $19.99. Sleigh Bells is sold for $101 to Victor Guerra. So that tells me if GMB was bidding on this, this retails for $200, $300, $400, $500. Is that right? That is sold for $101 to Victor Guerra. Next thing over here is Darren Johnson on Small Black and Natasha on Chick Chick Chick. And what is the Led Zeppelin? This is Led Zeppelin 1, also known as Led Zeppelin. It's 180 gram Jimmy Page remaster, $33.99. Babe, I'm going to leave you. You shook me. Dazed and confused. How many more times? Your time is going to come. Lying, cheating, hurting. That's all you seem to do. Messing around every guy in town. One of these days you're gonna... That was Chad Plant. That was Chad Plant. Maybe Jim B just likes Sleigh Bells. That's a chance, but a low chance. Next auction is this. Oh, wow. Jimmy Smith, The Sermon. Jimmy Smith is a U.S. reissue. Exact year unknown, but likely somewhere between 62 66 based on the New York label. It's in mono, and it's just a $15 start. Jimmy Smith has a blue note inner sleeve. $15 start on that. Led Zeppelin sold to Kevin Willis. All right, and then Jason Fornerat wants Noble Rot. Jason Fornerat over here on Noble Rot. Sold to Jason Fornerat. There's that. All right. Kevin Willis says, tell Ed not to order me one. He probably already has, but that's okay. We keep Led Zeppelin in stock at all time, just in case Sean Lee Hooker decides he wants one. All right, here we go. Lying, cheating, hurting. This Cure is destroyed, it looks like. The Cure, the head on the door, it is a 1985 U.S. Specialties press. Spine and bottom seam are completely detached, heavy cover damage, ripped, torn, and the disc is VG minus. So this looks like this was at a radio station and they played it literally to death. Think about how many people have listened to this Cure album. Broadcast over the airwaves. Broadcast over the airwaves, The Cure. $1 start. Low-grade disc. Jacket is obviously heavily damaged. $1 start on The Cure, okay? $1 start on The Cure. And here's what's left in here one more time. Metallica and Justice for All. These are all sticker price new arrivals. $39.99. Does anybody need a pack of MoFi inner sleeves? I've got original master sleeves from Mobile Fidelity Sound Lab. Packs of 50 are $26.99. Packs of 50 are $26.99. Okay? Also over here is Potluck Spooner Odom. Potluck is on green vinyl, $19.99. And we have over here, we have My Morning Jacket, and this is $24.99. Evil Urges, $24.99. The Cure, $1. The Cure, $2. Jimmy Smith, $15 start. Rough House sold earlier, one bid, $35, Chad. I couldn't believe it. One bid, $35 earlier. Yep. Over here is the, excuse me. Over here is the Runaways, Little Lost Girls. The Runaways, this is an interesting record. One side is a picture disc and one side is vinyl. So that is actually vinyl, and then that's a picture disc. It is VG minus condition, a $5 start on the Runaways. I always have MoFi sleeves in stock. You can grab these anytime. John McPatriot wants a pack. We got a pack for Greg Brummett. I try to tag these live so they can go ahead and claim them or tag them in the back. And there is that. And then we have a putback. ST needs to put back Electronic Funk. Okay, so if anybody wanted Electronic Funk and you missed it, here it is. It's on clear vinyl, $24.99 on that. Next thing is Father John Misty, $19.99 on Father John Misty. And also we have Stranger Cat in the Wilderness. Stranger Cat is a synth pop record, $9.99 on that one. And the Manaheim Street Band is $29.99. Steve Mason wants a pack of MoFi inner sleeves. Sold to Steve Mason. $26.99, pack of 50. They are MoFi brand. One for John McPatriot, one for Greg Brummett, one for Steve Mason, Natasha on Potluck. Potluck Spooner Odom is sold to Natasha. Natasha also on SC. And SC was for, I think this one right here. Stranger Cat, yep, sold to Natasha. And then Jimmy Smith, The Sermon, is a no bid, a $15 buy now, VG condition. VG condition, boom, there it is. The Cure right now, the Cure is at $2 of Mortgage Guy Rob. We're about to sell it for $2. David Hoy. David Hoy was first on Jimmy Smith for $15. Michael Freiberger was next. The Cure's at $3 and the Runaways is at $11 right now, okay? And now the Cure's at $4. Finishing up this quick recap is Gun Outfit, Clean Runs the Thread. That is $9.99. We have David Ferguson, Songs of Cowboy Jack Clement, $12.99 on that one. This one was Rage Bannon, electronic hip hop doom metal, $9.99 on that one. We did a new auction. Let's pull something from the unadvertised bonus crate. And the unadvertised bonus crate has pretty interesting looking one here, Tsunami. And Tsunami is on the Enigma label. This has got to be rock/metal. 83 US VG++ condition. Tsunami is a $15 start, okay? And then a few more left in here. We have Wishbone by Jackie Matu, and that's a 2016 Reggae Soul, $24.99 on that one. Also, Metallica Ride the Lightning Blue Vinyl Walmart exclusive, $39.99. Both Metallica Walmart exclusives still available. Lana Del Rey, Born to Die. Lana's $19.99. And don't forget, a note from Laura. Laura loves Lana, $19.99. And Michael Chapman, Wrecked Again, $24.99 blue vinyl. And Black Lips was last. Black Lips, $19.99. All right, so The Cure is at $5. The Runaways is at $15 with Ivan R. Pam has The Cure, and Tsunami was $10, $15, $20, $30, $15 start on Tsunami. All right, time to touch my toes. Oh. Great knee adjustments going on right now. Ooh. Okay, I'm ready for another 2 hours. After all that, I'm ready to go some more. Let me refresh the timer over here, see how long we have been streaming. Still got 255 people watching on all platforms. That's amazing. Thanks for spending your night with us. We've been going for 4 hours and 30 minutes. That's a cakewalk. Okay. Remember Kramer? He was going to walk. He was going to do the AIDS walk. He said, no, that's a cakewalk. Okay. And what I'm going to do right now is, let me condense. Let's see here. My mind a squeeze box she wears on her chest, and when Daddy comes home, he never gets no rest, 'cause he's playing all night. The music's all right. The Cure is at $6. Pam, you're out. The Runaways is at $16. All right, there's two things I want to show again quickly, because they were shown really early tonight, and that's some of the newest stuff that came in. We had like 3 crates. I condensed it into one, and then we have the stuff that Laura ordered, so I have those. And this is going to be quick. This is going to be quick, and this is some stuff that came in tonight, okay? The Cure is right over here. Mortgage Guy Rob has it for $6. It is a really beat-up copy of the Head on the Door, so it's a damaged cover and VG minus vinyl. It was a radio station race. They use this record to death at the radio station. It's at $6. The Runaways is at $20, and Tsunami has a bid for $15. All right, so we got Slayer, South of Heaven, $34.99. $34.99 Slayer. The Doors, Soft Parade. The Doors, Rhino Hi-Fi Edition. On analog, Rhino Hi-Fi, $39.99. John Denver and the Muppets, A Christmas Together. Gatefold Candy Cane Swirl colored vinyl, $24.99 for John Denver and the Muppets. The Pogues, this is new for Friday. Rum, Sodomy, and the Lash. The Pogues is a 40th anniversary 2 LP, $39.99 for the Pogues. And then Snoop is also new for Friday. The Dog Father, Snoop Doggy Dogg, graphite silver colored vinyl, $34.99. And then this is new for Friday, Acoustic Sound Series West Montgomery Bumpin', $39.99. So these are all new and sealed, and some of these are new for Friday, new for Friday, new for Friday, new for Friday. And then we got other restocks that are some of our best sellers. This came out last week, I believe. Scorpion 60th Anniversary Edition, Coming Home Live, double LP green vinyl, and this is $59.99 for the Scorpions, one left. This has been out of print until this Friday. Counting Crows, Recovering the Satellites. Counting Crows is $39.99. That's new. Comes out Friday. Stryper, their newest Christmas album, The Greatest Gift of All. Stryper is $34.99. And then Jelly Roll, Self-Medicated. Jelly Roll is $29.99, self-medicated. And Joan Jett and the Blackhearts, Greatest Hits. I Love Rock and Roll, $24.99. Scorpions, 60th Anniversary, Hanover, July 5th, 2025, $59.99. The Cure is sold for $6 to Mortgage Guy Rob. $6, that is sold to Mortgage Guy Rob. The Runaways is at $28. Steve Mason, you get Tsunami for $15. All right, let's keep rolling here. Let's put this away, put that away, put this away, put that away. Let's put a couple of these away. Let's put a couple of these up. And then I got to put a couple of these down. Chad Snyder has the Runaways for $28. Okay, next is Fanny, Mother's Pride. These are some of the last advertised auctions. And then nothing but bonus stuff and other stuff for the rest of the night. This is a 73 U.S. Terre Haute OG. Has the original company sleeve. This is Fanny, Mother's Pride. $15 start on that. That's now up for bid. And we also have the other Jelly Roll, which is called Beautiful Disaster. $29.99, $29.99 Jelly Roll. And then over here is this. We have No FX, Eating Lamb. No FX is $24.99. Jimmy Smith, this is also new for Friday. House Party, Jimmy Smith Blue Note Classic Vinyl Series, $33.99. T-Rex, Bolin Zip Gun, as in Mark Bolin, Blue Vinyl, $39.99. Richie Havens, new for Friday, Alarm Clock, colored vinyl with bonus tracks, $29.99. The long-awaited vinyl issue of Alarm Clock, first released in December of 1970. This man opened the Woodstock Festival. $29.99 for that. Suicidal Tendencies, Lights, Camera, Revolution. That is on red vinyl for $39.99. Depeche Mode, A Broken Frame, $29. Rob Zombie, Hellbilly Deluxe for $34. Soundgarden, Bad Motorfingers, $34. How the Grinch Stole Christmas on green vinyl, $29. And then Johnny Griffin, this is also new for Friday, has a very light corner crease right here, $33.99 on that one, okay? So now the Runaways is at $30. Chad Snyder's out. Fanny has a bid for $15, and it has another bid for $15. And now our next auction is Judas Priest, Rocka Rolla. And Judas Priest is a 78 U.S. VG Plus condition record, VG Plus cover, $15 start on that. We got Sean Druin on Snoop Dogg. We are now sold out of that. I sold all 5 of those. Sold all 5 of those. And I need to get a waiting list going. And we sold out probably, I mean, we had 3 crates, and that's what's left. So that was all new stuff. Anybody else? We've already hit those earlier tonight. That was the leftovers of 3 crates. So final chance on those. All right. Sean Druin on Jelly Roll. Do you want self-medicated or Beautiful Disaster or one of each? All right, Fanny is at 15, 16, 15, 20, 25. And that means the Runaways is sold to Michael Freiberger for $30. And part of my recap series, I got to go through one more thing because I think there's somebody watching, possibly Natasha, that might be interested in buying some or a lot of the next crate. And then we'll get into some other vintage buy now best offer. But I will be quickly because I'm going through stuff. I always, at this time of night, show the new stuff one more time. And then but one of each Jelly Roll sold. I never did get around to posting a pre-order for this. I never got around to posting a pre-order for this. So I'm going to still probably do that in the group and say, here it is, and I can get these new Jelly Rolls. Amenities on WM, and WM for amenities was for, WM was for West Montgomery, the new bumping acoustic sound series. Okay, we sold both of those tonight. So next time I'll be touching these, unless I pull something out tonight for a claim, will be the 6 a.m. video, and I'll probably add this other crate to it. So there's that. And that means you'll see them again when I start the show tomorrow night. All right. Striper is new and sealed. That is their new Christmas album. The Greatest Gift of All, $34.99. Okay. Fanny. Last bid was $25 with Phil Freeman. I'm going to make sure Michael Freiberger's done. Judas Priest has got one bid with Scott for $15, and we're about to sell that. We're about to sell that. Okay. I'm ready if y'all are ready. Fanny has a new bid for $26. Give me 1 second. All right. Okay. Very quickly here. What's on the Stropper waiting list? I can tell you in about 3 seconds. Tonight, the people that got tagged for Stropper was the following: Todd Kilgore, Joe DeGatto, and Michael Ruttman. So, yes. All right. And then Fanny 27, Fanny out. Fanny is sold to Phil Freeman for 27. Condition on Judas Priest. Give me 1 second. Judas Priest. I need to start a new crate. Hold on a second. Judas Priest is a 78 U.S. reissue. Strong VG to VG Plus. Counting Crows was 39 Javi, and Scorpions is 59 Javi. Okay? Sorry, y'all have caught me in a transition period. I'm trying to change crates, trying to text some people back, and I'm trying to find a new empty crate, which I just did. So here we go. And this is going to be quick because this is new stuff I've already shown once, but we're about to go through it again. And that means Scott Arnold gets Judas Priest. And there's one more advertised auction. And then that was, quote, the hot picture stuff. And then we're about to do stuff exclusively from the bonus crate and other random stuff I can find laying around here. And then this is a 1966 USOG mono. This is Incitement, and the band is called The Pair Extraordinaire. And that's in VG condition, in shrink, $5 start. The Judas Priest you just bought was a 1978 US reissue. Import record, strong VG to VG Plus. I have you down at $15 sold to you. Okay, we have Kesha. Kesha Animal Expanded Edition was $39.99. Also, Caesar Control Green Vinyl 2 LP, $29.99 on that. Our next auction is going to go up right now, and that is Dwight Yoakam and Jimi Hendrix. Nice too bonus. Jimi Hendrix is 1979 US reissue Jacksonville. It is in shrink, just a $25 start on that. $25 start on Jimi Hendrix. And the next is Dwight Yoakam, Guitars, Cadillacs, etc., etc. An 86 USOG. This is EX edition, Dwight Yoakam, a $25 start. Samantha Harrison on Stropper. And that was from the last crate, The Greatest Gift of All. Yeah, the new Stropper Christmas album. There was a pre-order up for this on, new pre-order up for this on Go Vinyl, and it was canceled. It doesn't look like they're going to make that on Go Vinyl, so that's why that's been popular. We've sold a lot of them. Dua Lipa, Radical Optimism, $38.99 for that. Rihanna, Anti was $46.99. Also, Paris Hilton, that is on pink vinyl. Paris Hilton's $44.99. And then Ariana Grande, Positions, $36.99. One copy left of Britney Spears Circus, that was $29. 2 copies of Girl, Coco and Claire Claire. That is limited edition colorway, $29.99. Javi Soto wants a Jimi Hendrix. Do you have any Ozzy? That one I don't know for sure. I'd have to hunt. I think I do because I don't think I sold both of them. So, yeah, I would have to do some hunting, but I'm pretty sure I do. Counting Crows sold to Javi Soto. Dwight Yoakam has a bid for $25. Jimi Hendrix has a bid for $25. Charlie XCX True Romance is $29.99. Nicki Minaj, Pink Friday, Roman Reloaded. Nicki Minaj is $36. This is BOA Twilight for $39. And then we have Lethal for $34.99, and that is Rico Nasty. Lady Gaga was $36.99. And we have Kesha, Cannibal Expanded Edition, $29.99 for Kesha. Gwen Stefani, Love Angel Music Baby, $39.99. Doechii, Alligator Bites Never Heal, that's $39. And then Clario Immunity, $33.99. Katy Perry, Teenage Dream, $39.99. Boy, you got to get the first vowel right. Ariana Grande, Sweetener. If you don't get that first vowel, then it's all over. And then this is $38.99. Excuse the nudity there. Sky Ferreria, Night Time, My Time. Sky is $38.99. Chad Snyder on Britney Spears. That is sold to Chad Snyder. What is the Pair auction? Incitement, The Pair, recorded live, in shrink, mono VG vinyl, $5 start. Okay? Jimi Hendrix. Jimi Hendrix is got one bid with James Goggin, 25 final call. Dwight Yoakam has a new bid for 25 and 30, okay? And then over here, we have that. Jim B would love to buy everything in here, but he's not going to pay more than $7. Maybe one day you'll wake up from your fantasy dream. And then minus Lady Gaga and Katy Perry and Sky, okay? So we need to pull these out, and then we need to pull Lady Gaga, the picture disc out, okay? And then, and then Katy Perry, okay? And I'll tell you why I'm pulling these out, because Natasha is about to buy one of each of everything in here. So there is those. And I'm going to read the titles one more time, okay? Britney Spears sold out. I'll have to order you one of those if you want to go on a waiting list. Somebody grab that one first. We had Kesha Animal for $39. We have Caesar Control for $29. Dua Lipa Radical Optimism for $38. Rihanna Anti for $46. Paris Hilton for $44. Ariana Grande $36. Girl Coco and Claire $29.99. Charlie XCX $29. Nicki Minaj $36. We have BOA Twilight for $39. Rico Lethal is $34.99. And then we have Kesha for $29. Gwen Stefani for $39. And then Doechii for $39. Also Clario for $33. And then Ariana Grande for $39. Okay. And Natasha on Dua Lipa, Paul's Crush. And we have Rihanna. And that was right here. Okay, so let's pull those out. So what I'm going to do, the only time I've ever gave new vinyl discounts is if somebody buys this kind of quantity, which is like one of almost everything in the crate. And I've always told Natasha, Laura kind of curates these crates, and we do 10% off because she's buying quite a bit. That's about the only time we ever discount new vinyl, unless it's made it around till Black Friday or it's 30 or 60 days old. So that's what we're going to do. We're going to do 10% off. I'll put you down on a wait list for Britney Spears Circus, okay? And so we're going to give this one, this one, this one, and this one. And then one of these and one of these. And then we're going to do one of these and one of these. And then we're going to do one of these and one of these. And then we're going to do one of these and one of these. And then we're going to do one of those. Okay? Awesome. And that should be one each of everything in here. That's the way I got those. Okay? So that was for Ariana, Clario, Doechii, Gwen Stefani, Kesha, BOA, Nicki Minaj, Charlie XCX, Girl, Ariana Grande, Paris Hilton, Caesar, and Kesha. Those are all sold. And then tag those at 0.9, aka 10% off to Natasha Pickett. I'll put sticky notes around those so they got those. That could be pretty close to air horn potential. Let me see. Here, I'll add it up right quick. I'll round up to the nearest penny. 40, 34, 40, 40, 30, 40, 37, 30, 30, 37, 45, 30, and 40. Oh. Well, I accidentally cleared it. It was 473, I think. You were so close. 473. So after 10%, I think it was 473. Don't trust my math. 473. So it'd be about 425. You were close. Here, you get the small gavel. You get the small gavel. Plus Britney Spears. But after the discount, it still wouldn't be $500. It'd be $500 sticker price. Maybe we should do this here. We'll do the small air horn. Okay, we'll do the small air horn. And this thing is piercing. This thing almost, I didn't put my headphones on one night. This shot my ears one night. I mean, I feel like I almost had to end the sale. I had a headache. So let's blow the little air horn for Natasha. That was pretty close. Plus Britney Spears wait list would got her over 500. Okay, over 500, but after the discount, it would have been less. Here we go. Whew, yeah, that was piercing. Yeah, I got to follow the rule book. You got to follow the rule book, okay? Can you imagine? Then we'd have everybody saying, man, 420, give me the air horn, Chad, I'm so close. Or we'll sell an auction for 480 and everybody be saying, man, $480, I'm close, give me the air horn. And I'm going to be like, no. You might can get the little air horn if you ask. The big air horn is 500 sticker. That's the inputted data amount. One second, please. We got really sidetracked there. Okay, so Jimi Hendrix, the last bid on Jimi Hendrix was James Goggin, the only bidder, for $25, okay? $25, that's sold to James Goggin. And then the last bid on Dwight Yoakam, over here was Michael Hamburger at $31, and I want to make sure that the other bidder knew he got outbid during all that craziness. Mark Weiss, you're outbid. So Michael Hamburger, this is at $31 with him. $31 with him. Let's put that away for just right now. And then the pair extraordinaire is sold for $15, and that is sold to Michael Freiberger, okay? All right, there's that. And here is this. We're ready for a new crate. So let's get into, what did I say I was going to do after this? Some buy it now best offer. We just did a bundle deal on those. I'll show those again in the morning in the video. I bet we'll sell a bunch more out of there. A lot of female artists I probably would have never bought. Not because I'm sexist, but maybe because I don't know the music that well to order it. I wouldn't know the better Katy Perry album from the other unless maybe I looked at the track listing. So shout out to Laura. This is why we got to keep women on staff here. We got to have a wide variety. Otherwise, y'all would just be getting Led Zeppelin and Pink Floyd every night from me. Judas Priest, Ram It Down. Oh my goodness. An 88 OG original inner sleeve EX condition. A $35 start for Judas Priest. Dwight Yoakam has a new bid for $33. Dwight Yoakam has a new bid for $33. I think we're good to go. Now Dwight Yoakam $35. And let's find another crate over here. Lord just sent me the hot pictures for Metal Night. Okay. One more thing. Give me 1 second. I've had a lot of side action going on over here tonight. Trying to figure out some of this, these messages, business and insurance related and all kinds of stuff. I have to work sometimes over here at night because I sleep during the day. And I feel like I have forgot about something important over here. All right. Yeah, we'll do an auction preview in just a second. So we need to step over here and find what was next in this crate. It is probably time for a half-off nonsense. We hadn't done one in a while, and this would probably be the best time. So these titles here are pretty dang recent, okay? They are literally December 5th. This is what, the 10th? So we haven't done a nonsense crate all week. I didn't do one Monday and Tuesday just because we never did get to it, and it didn't feel like the best time. This is the best time. It's going to be a half-off crate, no more, no less. There's great titles in here. I'll give you a teaser, okay? Blue Cheer, Grateful Dead, Peter Gabriel, Thin Lizzy, Michael Jackson, Wham, Wanda Jackson, which I'm supposed to be looking for somebody, I think. No, what was that title I was supposed to find? Somebody was missing a Wanda Jack. Was it Wanda Jackson? But anyway, now you get an idea. I think I've got your attention, and this is going to be nonsense. Might not have time to do one tomorrow. Paul might do one tomorrow. You might have to beg him, but nonsense. We'll go ahead and do the obvious, which is Bruce Springsteen. You're now going to get this at a great price. 5 LPs for $25. With the book, no condition notes, the live Bruce Springsteen box set, $25. Judas Priest is at $40 with Sean Miller. Dwight Yoakam's at $35. Mark Weiss is out. Dwight Yoakam is sold to Michael Hamburger for $35. And then Judas Priest is at $40 with Sean Miller. Everybody else is out. And where the heck is my chapstick? Okay, one more thing before I get started. I got to put something on my lips, or as much talking as I do, it's like it beats them to death. Let me go grab this. There's something I was supposed to do. Oh, I got to check in for my flight at 5 a.m. Yeah, okay. I got to do that. There was one more thing, though. And what was it? Honestly, I forgot. I know there's something important I'm forgetting. I think it has something to do with my insurance, which sounds important. But it's left me. I did just find these up front. Cinnamon Mentos, chewy. Man, Cinnamon Mentos. Kiss Double Platinum. A 1978 U.S. Terre Haute OG Gatefold Strong VG. A $20 star for Kiss Double Platinum. All right, are we done on Judas Priest? In fact, Steve Mason, I don't think went out, so I've got to go ahead and sell it in about 10 seconds. Bruce Springsteen, $25. That was the half-off price. No takers. Haircut 100, Pelican West. $10 on Haircut 100, Pelican West. 38 special, Tour de Force, $10. These are no more, no less. This has the original on her sleeve. No more, no less. The price, I'm telling you, is the discount price. And we have Thin Lizzy Renegade from 96 Rock. Super nice copy, just $17.50 on that. $17.50. And Michael Jackson, Farewell My Summer Love, 1984 with poster, $17.50 for MJ. Priest is sold then. Priest is sold to Sean Miller for $40. Kiss does have a bid for $20. This is a half-off crate, no more, no less. Eric Van Leuven, nice score on Thin Lizzy. I was just listening this morning to The Boys Are Back in Town. The Boys Are Back in Town. I like all their albums, though. So good. Phil Lynott. The Trio, Dolly, Linda, and Emmy Lou, just $12.50 on that. Also, we have 10 Years After, A Space and Time. $10. CC Allen on MJ, that's sold. And then over here, we have Rolling Stones Emotional Rescue, $17.50. Another claim for Thin Lizzy. Another question about Thin Lizzy. Already go though. This is Peter Gabriel, his fourth solo album, also known as Security with Shock the Monkey. $17.50 on that. And now Kiss Double Platinum has one bid for 20 going to once and going to twice. Uh-oh, Twisted Sister. Twisted Sister is a 1985 U.S. club, near mint minus, no pop-up cover. It does have the inner sleeve. $15 start on Twisted Sister. Also, Waylon Jennings, what goes around comes around. Waylon Jennings is $12.50. No condition notes on Waylon. And the best of the Grateful Dead, now just $20. Early 80s press, just $20 on that. Steve Mason on TS for Twisted Sister, $15 start. And then another $15 start. And then Kiss has a new bid for 22 and 23. 22 and 23 on that one. Over here, Bram Tchaikovsky, $10 on Bram T. And then Elton John's Greatest Hits, $17.50, 79 to 87. That has the original inner sleeve with it, $17.50. Jay Beach over on YouTube gets the Grateful Dead record. That is sold to Jay Beach. Grateful Dead sold. Now Twist Sister, 15. And then Scott Dwallow, you were second on the Dead. Also, Steve Mason, you've been outbid on Kiss. Over here is Long Live Beethoven. This is $10. $10 on Long Live Beethoven and Grateful Dead Dead Set. Wow. Now $27.50. Nonsense. I think somebody actually claimed that night and then put it back because they already had it. And now it's half off, $27.50. It was bought at one time for $54.99. Nonsense. That's why we call this a nonsense crate. Willie Nelson, always on my mind. Original inner sleeve, $7.50. And then the Judd's Greatest Hits. The Judd's is $12.50, okay? Samantha Harrison on this Grateful Dead, so that's sold to Samantha Harrison. I'm assuming you meant that one. And then James Goggin on Waylon Jennings. That is sold to James Goggin. Now Twisted Sister, 16. And now Kiss is sold to Scott Dwallow for $23. $23 on that. That is sold, okay? All right, give me 1 second. All right. Twisted Sister, 16. Twisted Sister, 17. Samantha Harrison got Judd's Dead Set. She also got Judd. She got Grateful Dead Dead Set. And then she got Judd's. Sorry, I was on a water break. I had to find my other ball. I muted my mic without finding my water. Then I found it. And now I'm good to go. The Hollies Bus Stop, $17.50. The Hollies Bus Stop, that's a nice clean copy on the Imperial label. $17.50 on that one. What's a sealed Bruce Springsteen box set, Lurf? I don't know. I kind of have trouble selling them now. There used to be a time this one's sitting in the half-off crate for $25. To me, I don't really think they matter if they're sealed or not. I think the going price now for a 5 LP Springsteen box is probably about $20, maybe 30 in good condition. I don't know. They made a lot of those. He sold millions of those probably. There's a lot of them out there. Y&T and Rock We Trust. Y&T is an 84 U.S. club, VG condition, $10 start. $10 start. Yeah, I don't think it's really that valuable if it's sealed or not. So we've got to the point where they're left behind now in half-off crates. So the Hollies is sold to Susie Breedlove. And Twisted Sisters at 18. Y&T has a bid for 10. We have Sophia Loren in Rome. That's the original television soundtrack. $17.50 on that one. And Eric Clapton, another ticket, $12.50. But I've always said this. If he decided to reissue this, remaster it, and put it back out today, it would be probably $200 or $300 new. A 5 LP box, Bruce Springsteen stuff his new title seemed to be expensive. And all the new pressings seem to be expensive. So I would say if he ever remastered that and put it back out, it would be 10 times what we're asking for it right now, which this one's $25. I've sold a lot, though, for $50. I mean, I've had a lot of people grab them for that, $30, $40. but it seems like they've gotten down to about 20 is the going price. This one's 25. It's clean with the book. And then Twisted Sisters at 20, Y&T's at 13. And then what is the track listing on Clapton? Something Special, Black Rose, Black Window Blow, Another Ticket, I Can't Stand It, Hold Me Lord, Floating Bridge, Catch Me If You Can, and Rita Mae. $12.50. We have Sun Ra. Wow. The heliocentric worlds of Sun Ra, now just $32.50, half off of $64.99. Wow. $32.50 on Sun Ra. Y&T's at 15. Details on Twisted Sister. Twisted Sister is an 85 U.S. club. It has the original inner sleeve, near mint minus. Patrick Lear on Sun Ra. That's so to Patrick Lear. And we also have Roller Coaster soundtrack. Roller Coaster is $10. If you just joined us, this is a half off crate. No more, no less. A half off crate. No more, no less. Blue Cheer, Ventus Eruptum. Blue Cheer is $12.50. John Anderson, Blue Skies again. John Anderson's in shrink wrap, $15 for John Anderson with hop sticker. By the way, somebody asked what we're going to be doing later tonight. Could we see CDs? Probably unlikely on CDs. I've got a couple tubs of miscellaneous. Plus, we started the show a lot earlier, so we started at like 5:30. That means we're probably going to be done by like 1:30 tonight, and that's going to be good for me, you, and everybody else. I can start planning tomorrow for an even bigger show. Chris Knapp was next on Sun Ra. Scott Dwallow on John Anderson. And then over here, we have 10cc Deceptive Bends. 10cc is $7.50. And we have Rodney Dangerfield. This is a soundtrack he did. Easy Money. But some of the artists on here are Billy Joel, Scandal, Weather Girls, Heaven, Nick Lowe. And then side 2 is Rodney Dangerfield. So you get some 80s big pop and rock stars, and then you got Rodney Dangerfield, $10 on that one, okay? So we left off by saying Y&T was at 15, and then another $15 bid. Then Twisted Sister 22, Twisted Sister 25, Scott Dwallow on JA, and JA for Scott Dwallow might have been something I already pulled. Yeah, John Anderson. Okay, I'm working my way down. Y&T 17, Patrick Lear on 10cc, and then Squim, Steve Mason was second. And then Easy Money, so to Scott Dwallow. Then Jay Beach. Next is the Beach Boys Made in the USA. $15 on that. $15 on that. And we also have Four Tops Live. This is sealed. Four Tops, $10. $10 on Four Tops. And Elvis Costello, this year's model. Costello is $12.50. Don't forget, at the end of this crate, I'll show a preview for Thursday Night Metal Night. And we have Hall & Oates, Beauty on a Back Street. Hall & Oates is $10. That's in shrink wrap. We have the Best of Crow. That is $7.50. The Best of Crow. Uh-oh, I didn't like the way that sounded. Oh, that's why. Inner sleeve. Luckily, it's a generic one. Best of Crow. Let's put that like that so everybody can not do that again. Y&T 20. Twisted Sister out. All right, so Y&T has hit 20, now 21. Twisted Sister is at 25. Okay? Now, the next claim was Adam Bernardi on EC for Elvis Costello. Chris Knapp was second on Elvis Costello. And then over here, we have the B-52's Whammy. The B-52's Whammy. This is $12.50. And National Lampoon's Animal House. $19.99, so now it's $10 for Animal House. $10 on that one. And the Rolling Stones Goat Head Soup. $17.50. For the Rolling Stones Goat Head Soup. Chad Snyder on Animal House. And I think I turned down an offer for $12 on that. I mean, these have only been gone through once, best offer. I'm pretty sure somebody offered $12 on Animal House the other night. So I just shot myself in the foot over $12 or $2. That's what happens, folks. Shooting yourself in the foot. I'm a shooting the dice. I'm in the jailhouse now. Shooting dice, that is, well, it's on, Oh Brother, Where Art Thou? Okay, and then over here, we have Anna Bernardi second, Greg Beddinger third, and then Y&T 25, and then we got a swapping going on. You'll have to remind me exactly what y'all are doing and what you want to swap, okay? We're going to swap some stock. You'll have to let me know, okay? Over here, we have Elvis Costello, Every Day I Write the Book. That's a 3-track, UK, $10 on that. Jerry Rafferty is $10. Can I have my money back? No, you can't. Final claims, $10. To Lefty from Willie. Willie Nelson is $7.50. And Hall & Oates Private Eyes is $10. All right, let's take a look at these auctions. Twisted Sister is done, and this is sold to Steve Mason for $25. Y&T is at $25 with Edward Rock. Okay, Edward Rock has Y&T for $25. Y&T for $25. That's with Edward Rock, okay? Oh, I know what I got to do. Tonight is end of the month bill paying. Bills I usually pay manually. I got almost everything on auto debit or somebody pays them for me. But there's about 6 or 7 I do myself. And it's what, the 10th? And I was supposed to pay this stuff on the 1st. So I'm a bad bill payer. So I'm going to get hatcheted by somebody. Hopefully they don't cut off any services. No, it's people like my accountant. So hopefully he doesn't like fire me. Or I guess or cancel me or whatever. Okay, so over here we have Steve Mason on Jerry Rafferty. Okay, I'm trading my easy money for his Grateful Dead. Okay, so whoever got easy money, change that name to whoever got the Grateful Dead record. Are you talking about Dead Set? So whoever got this, we need to swap their names. No, he's talking about Skeletons from the Closet, okay? So not this one. He's talking about Skeletons from the Closet. Hopefully this is not too confusing for the taggers. So Rodney Crowell and Grateful Dead, Rodney Dangerfield, excuse me, Grateful Dead. Whoever got those, we're going to swap them. Scott Dwallow and Jay Beach, okay? Those are being swapped. They'll give up one so the other could have the other. Y&T is with Edward Rock at $25. Steve Mason has not set out yet. Next thing is Willie Nelson, the Troublemaker, $7.50. It has a sticker on the back. I've never noticed it before. Final Mix by Mickey Raphael and Ben Talent. It's a gold stamp promo, but I've never seen that sticker on the back. And I've had hundreds, thousands of these. Final Mix by Mickey Raphael and Ben Talent. Never seen that sticker before. $7.50 on Willie Nelson. Wonderful Wanda, Wanda Jackson. Wanda Jackson is $10. And we have Merle Haggard, I'm Always on a Mountain When I Fall, $7.50. Edward Rock gets Y&T. Let's see what else we can find over here. That was sold to Edward Rock. All right, Edward Rock. Next auction is Lick It Up. Kiss, a 1983 USOG Pittman VG condition. Lick It Up, a $15 start, original inner sleeve. KISS. Adam Bernardi on Willie Nelson. That is sold to Adam Bernardi. Thank you on that one. And our next auction is going to be Kiss, 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 and... Uh-oh. What is this? Okay, that needs to be inspected. That has possibly a pressing defect. So in the bonus crate is Kiss, Saxon, Motley Crue. Let's see what's going on with Motley Crue then. Motley Crue is a 1982 U.S. reissue specialty press. Strong VG, $25 start on that. Okay, and then Boston. Boston is $17.50 for third stage. Wham, Make It Big. Shrink and Hype. Nice, $17.50 on that one. Nice, $17.50 on that one. The Beach Boys Spirit of America, $12.50 on that one. And Gypsy Tramps and Thieves by Cher, $13.50 on Cher, $13.50 on that one. Kiss, $15 start. Motley Crue, a $25 start. I'll put up Saxon next. Rush is $17.50 for Hemispheres. $17.50. Wow, half off Rush has an original inner sleeve. Yeah, has an original inner sleeve. The Saxon, though, the title is Wheels of Steel. Motley Crue is a 1982 reissue. Strong VG, $25 start. Now, y'all know the real OG of this is thousands, like a couple $1,000s. The real first pressing. It's a grail. It's uber rare. I've only ever had the second press, and we sold it earlier this year for $700 or $900. So Most of the copies people settle for is the big label, Elektra, which is technically a reissue, but it's also the OG year. So that confuses a lot of people. It is the OG year, 1982. It's just when Elektra picked them up and started producing them and marketing them because they knew they had a hit band, Motley Crue, and the rest is history. That's a rough, very possibly even slightly inaccurate history, but that's the deal for that. So the real pressings on leather records were low production. They did like 2, maybe 3 different pressings. First press, rare. Second press, less rare. And then there might even be a 3rd edition, but then Elektra. But that's still the same year, 1982. So most people's like, okay, 82 reissue, but it's OG, year of release. And most people settle for that copy because the other ones are extremely tough to get. Motley Crue has bids for $25.25. Chris Baycheck on Rush. And then Samantha said, I got the wrong Grateful Dead. Earlier, Samantha, you got Grateful Dead set. And this was sold to you for $27.50. If you don't want that, it is sold to Brent Robley. Okay? And then we got the Rolling Stones Black and Blue. The Rolling Stones is $12.50. Phil Collins, No Jacket Required. One More Night. $10 on this. Inside Out. Take Me Home. Wow, Susudio. Phil, $10. The Judds, their Christmas album, Shrinking Hype, $12.50. Joe Tech Super Soul, $10. And 10cc is $10. Bloody Tourist. 10cc Bloody Tourist, $10. That's a great Phil Collins. So please take me home. I don't want to remember. Motley Crue's at $28. Kiss. Chris Martin, you're out. Eric Van Leuven on the Judds. Wasn't there 2 in here? Nope, there's only 1. That's sold to Eric Van Leuven. Question on Kiss. Motley Crue 30. Leslie second on the Judds. So I think we need to tag this Grateful Dead to Brent Robley, okay? So earlier she claimed, but she wanted Skeletons in the Closet. And evidently you were second on that one, okay? Because we just did a swap, and that means that one's sold to Brent, because that's the one he wanted earlier. Okay, so let's introduce, or let me tell the details. There's a lot left in the half-off crate. Holy moly. I've got some excellent stuff for the morning flip video already set aside if these don't sell the second read-through. So we have an 83 USOG Pittman 56 press VG condition. Okay, the high bid is with Sean Miller. No, that's for Motley Crue. The high bid on this is with Steve Mason at 16. It is up to Chris Martin if he wants to bid again. If not, then we're definitely about to knock it off. And then Motley Crue, like I said, the year of release for this was 1982. This is, in fact, like the 4th pressing, okay? But it is 1982. They call all these. What I do, this is kind of like Leonard Skinner. I'll say it's the first Elektra label, okay? Which means it was on a previous label, which are rare. It's kind of like when you look at Skinner's Sounds of the South. Those aren't near as expensive as like Motley Crue leather records, but you get what I mean. I'll also do it for The Who. I'll be like, this is the first MCA label instead of Decca, which they like the Who's Next album's on. So Who's Next was out, and then they moved over to MCA, and most of them you see are MCA. So I'll say, well, this is the first MCA label. It's still an early press, possibly from the year of release. Okay, condition on Black and Blue. No condition notes on the vinyl. VG Plus jacket, $12.50. These are all these are all half off, no more, no less. Half off the sticker. It looks like we sold about half the crate, but we need to sell the other half. So I'm going to read through these one more time. No more, no less. A big chunk would be gone if somebody picks up that Springsteen box. We'll try it again. But right now, I'm going to mute my mic for more water and more Mentos. Give me 1 second. It is that time of night for a snack. Muted? Am I good to go? Was I muted? I'm not for sure. Either way, here we go. These Mentos are addicting. And I haven't had a break. And I didn't eat much before the sale. But now I'm starting to get some energy back into me. All right, I'm good to go now. I was like, man, I hope I hadn't been chewing on Mentos. What a better snack to get you going than a whole roll of sugar. Very quickly here, Pelican West Haircut 100. $10 on that. 38 Special Tour de Force, $10 on that. Motley Crue 45. Kiss is at 18. Sorry for the break. Y'all have caught me at 11 o'clock. This is snack time. I need to go get something more nutritious here in just a second if I'm going to go for another couple hours. Trio, Dolly, Linda, and Emmylou, $12.50 on that one. 10 Years After, A Space and Time, 10 Years After is $10. The Rolling Stones Emotional Rescue, $17.50. Peter Gabriel, $17.50. And then Bram Tchaikovsky was $10. Also, Elton John's Greatest Hits Volume 3. I guess that's why they call it the blues. I'm Still Standing, Too Low for Zero. That one is $17.50. Also, Leslie Holt on the Trio. Motley Crue's at $45. Kiss is at $18. Somebody got outbid on Kiss. Chris Martin. Now Motley Crue 45. Long Live Beethoven. That is an 89 Denmark press for $10. Willie Nelson, always on my mind. Willie is $7.50. It does have the original on her sleeve. Willie Nelson, $7.50 on that one. Super clean copy for Willie. And it's a gold stamp promo. We had a ton of gold stamp promo Willies. We have Sophia Loren in Rome. This is the soundtrack. It has a House of 1,000 Records, Blevins, Florence, Alabama. Some kind of record store from Florence, Alabama. Blevins. That's now $17.50. Bruce Springsteen is $25. A 5 LP box set. Live. No condition notes, inner sleeves, and booklet. $25 on that now. Eric Clapton was $12.50. And then the Roller Coaster soundtrack was $10. And Blue Cheer. Now this is a classic rock, blues rock, psych rock album. This is a reissue. OGs are tough to find and hard grade. That wouldn't be a bad one to have if you don't have it already. I'm assuming, Sean Miller, you're done on Motley Crue. Chris Martin, I'm assuming you're done on Kiss. Final call on those auctions. Beach Boys Made in the USA, that was $15. The Four Tops Live, that was sealed for $10. Aaron Lewis is going to get the Bruce box. I mean, how can you go wrong there? Like I said, great value, especially if he ever was to reissue that. I hope he does one day, just see how close I was on the pricing. Hall & Oates Beauty on a Back Street. Hall & Oates is $10. And the Best of Crow, $7.50. Jamie K on Blue Cheer. Thank you on that. 10 Years After, nice clean copy and shrink. Should be OG label. Looks and feels like it. That's the first label. Terre Haute. I'd Love to Change the World. $10 on that. Blue Cheer, Scott Jokenstaller second. Paul Oakley third. George Scherer fourth. Andy Lewis. Andy Lewis is A. Lewis 7519. Leslie on Test, and that was for something, or maybe she's just sending a test comment. And then Motley Crue 49. Mortgage Guy Rob wants Elton John, Greatest Hits Volume 3. Adam Minardi wants 10 Years After. Susie on the Four Tops Live. And then we're done on Kiss. And Kiss is sold for $18. And that was sold for $18 to Eric Dog. Unfortunately, I lost Chris Martin on that one. And then Steve Mason got bumped on Motley Crue, and he says he's done. So Sean Miller came back from the dead, and that is sold to Sean Miller for $49. Too Fast for Love. Let me see what else I got over here in the bonus crate. Mike can throw up some more Kiss. Whoops. It's a lot easier to not sleeve records that way. Can I check the sleeve on the Trio? The sleeve, everything looks good, just very little, if not no signs of wear. It's nice. And then it has an inner sleeve as well, which looks like paper dolls from Dolly, Linda, and Emmylou Harris. Okay. All right, there's that. Saxon, Wheels of Steel. Saxon is a 1980 USOG specialty. VG++, a $20 start on Saxon. All right, $20 start on Saxon. And then I had, nope, nada, nope. Well, we got to chip away at these sometime. So let's put up Kiss Destroyer, a 1976 OG pressing, VG minus, no feelable marks. So a lower grade copy was scuffing. $5 start on Kiss. Okay, finishing up the half off recap. The B-52's Whammy, $12.50. Rolling Stones Goat Head Soup, $17.50. The 3-track UK Elvis Costello, $10 on that. Two Lefty from Willie, $7.50. Hall & Oates Private Eyes, $10 on Hall & Oates. Wonderful Wanda Jackson, $10 on Wanda Jackson. Merle Haggard, I'm Always on a Mountain When I Fall, $7.50. Boston, $17.50. Wham! Make It Big, Shrink Wrap Hop Sticker, Wake Me Up Before You Go, and Careless Whisper, $17.50. Brent on Costello, that is so to Brent. And Brent, I don't think you were watching earlier. Just so you know, there was a mess up, and you did, in fact, get this Grateful Dead, okay? That was, in fact, sold to you half off at $27.50. Just making sure you knew you got that, and that was the one you wanted. Leslie Holt on Willie, and that was Two Lefty from Willie, sold to Leslie Holt. And then 007 Platinum on Merle Haggard, that's sold to 007 Platinum. Paul Oakley on Crow, that's sold to Paul Oakley. And then Saxon doesn't have a bid yet, and now it does. Jay Nutra has it for 20, and then Kiss has one bid for 5. Okay. Also, we have the Beach Boys Spirit of America. The Beach Boys is $12.50. Gypsy Tramps and Thieves Share, $13.50. The Rolling Stones Black and Blue, $12.50. And then, this is not Elvis Costello. Phil Collins, not Costello, $10. Jotech Super Soul was $10, and 10cc Bloody Tourist was $10. Sherry, you were second on Merle Haggard. Okay, awesome. All righty. Anybody else on anything left in here? Sully's like, I better get that Phil Collins. Chad has talked about it so much. I better get it. I agree. I 100% agree. And he's like, ring me up. Kiss is at $10. Who's out? Greg Beddinger. It went from 5 to 10. Let's try to double it again. Next bid 20, then 40, then 80. Okay. What to do next? Let's see, that was new stuff, right? That's an empty crate. Don't need that right now. That's new stuff from tonight. That was new stuff from tonight. That was our best offer crate earlier. And I'm about to put these in here so we have another empty crate. All right. Anybody else? Metal hot pictures. That was next on my agenda. Let's see if I can airdrop them to my Mac right quick instead of trying to show them on my phone. I think I can do that. And while I'm doing that, I'm going to chew on a Mento or two. Give me 1 second. All right, I got good news. My Mentos are gone. So I don't have to stop anymore to chew. That's a bad snack to try to eat during a sale. I can't get those things down fast. And they're addicting, and I just ate the whole pack. So Mentos are gone. Probably good for both of us. All right, so Raven, Metal Church, Great White. Let's see, I think I can make it a little bit bigger so the titles aren't cut off. There we go. All right, so Raven, Metal Church, Great White, Dark Star, Twisted Sister, Power Trip, Grim Reaper, Def Leppard, Motley Crue, and it's not going to let me toggle. Okay, there we go. Oh, my keyboard was off. Okay. Sacrifice, Babylon AD, Onslaught, Savatage, Anthrax, Vicious, Rumors, Tyrant. That one's called Phantom, Running Wild, Tigers of Pantang, Sinner, Warlord, Slaughter, Skid Row, Fighter, Creator, Every Mother's Nightmare, Steelheart, Culprit, Deadly Blessing, Destruction, Sabbath, Bloody Sabbath, Best of Scorpions Volume 2, Motorhead, Ozzy, Iron Maiden, Man of War, Armored Saint, Kicks, Nuclear Assault, Obsession, Rat. Wow, we got a Rat and Roll. It could be OG, it could be a bootleg though. Those are tough to find. Tyrant, Striper, Poison, and Bark at the Moon, Ozzy. So, wow, great stuff for tomorrow. Great stuff tomorrow. Okay. We have over here Raven, Metal Church, Great White, Dark Star, Twisted Sister. Nice. I wonder what pressing that Motley Crue is. Babylon, Anthrax is always big. Running Wild, been selling a lot of those. A lot of demand for those lately. Every Mother's Nightmare. Ozzy. Ozzy. Cool. All right. Jay Nutra says 5 minutes plus on Saxon. What he's trying to say is you need to sell me this for $20 because it's been a long time and nobody else is bidding. And I really want this album. It's actually been 8 minutes. He had that for 8 minutes. It's sold to Jay Nutra for $20. Kiss is sold to Jay Beach for $15. Okay? Done and done. Awesome. Thank you, everybody that just won auctions and everybody that was bidding on auctions. How do I get out of this window now? Okay. Thank you. And let's find one more crate of vinyl. Could be best offer, could be... Oh no, we got plenty of Paul and Laura crates lately that's only been gone through once. And they were sticker price. So we probably can go through one of those. Possibly best offer. Let me see what's over here as far as options. That one's kind of mixed. These have never been shown best offer. The back half is vintage, and the front half is stuff that Paul marked. And these have never been shown for offer. There's everything in here from the Wicked soundtrack to Steely Dan and Fleetwood Mac, and then Tyler Childers and Psych and OCs and Buffett's. And let's go through this crate. Probably will be the last crate of vinyl. That will give us about an hour and a half to go through 45s and miscellaneous tonight. So, everybody still with me? Where is everybody watching from? That's going to be my current question right now. Where is everybody watching from? I would love to find that out as we get reset for the home stretch tonight. If you've been tuned in since the beginning, thank you. If you've been tuned in since the beginning, thank you. And very always curious where everybody's watching from. Let's see what's going on here. All right. I love to see the locations. Pretty amazing. Let me see what's up here. I'm on like a hunger binge. Got to keep Chad. Got to keep this machine fed. It's that time of night. Otherwise, it's just like distracting. Big, big distraction. Aha. I know what I got. This stuff right here is so good. Oh, there's Otis's treats. I got to see Otis for a few minutes. Always makes my morning better. I get to see Otis for a few minutes, I feel so much better. They call that dog therapy, evidently. In and out. Yeah, somebody asked earlier tonight, how did the traffic look? And I was like, well, I think somebody went over there and said they waited 2.5 hours and they finally got a cheeseburger. All right. Look at all these locations. Love to see it. All right, a few more auctions going up. We've almost filled up our 6th crate, and we hadn't done much miscellaneous tonight, so when this is done, we got to get the miscellaneous rolling. I have a great record here at a great starting bid. So these were originally new, like $55. This is Nirvana in Utero, the 30th anniversary edition, remastered with bonus tracks. And yeah, it was $56.99 when it was new, sealed Nirvana, $35 start. These are all buy it now best offer. I think half of it's a vintage crate and then half of it's some stuff Paul marked and maybe even Laura. But don't hesitate to make offers. Maybe Paul marked it all. Yeah, these are all been marked. All right, so here we go. We got a 1974 UK pressing of Wishbone Ash Argus. Wishbone Ash Argus, that's $29.99. Sean Phillips Transcendence. Sean Phillips is $9.99. Sean Phillips Transcendence, $9.99. And then we had Famous Blue Raincoat, $24.99. All these in here are buy it now best offer. Jennifer Warren's doing the songs of Leonard Cohen. And then we have Nude by Camel. And this is a 1981 Dutch OG, $14.99. Nirvana has bids for $35.35. Patrick Lear on Wishbone Ash Argus. Nirvana has a bid for $40. All right, and then coming over here from the bonus crate, or actually, you know what? I had a few Japanese pressings I need to reduce the price on. Here is the next thing. I need to reduce the price on this Japanese pressing. This is a great Rolling Stones compilation, High Tide and Green Grass. Okay? This is Near Mint Minus and Pristine, and this is a $25 start. High Tide and Green Grass. It has the original on her sleeve, $25 start. And then Patrick Lear wants to pass on Argus, so actually we'll give that to Audio Explorer. Audio Explorer gets Argus then. Scott Jochemstaller on Camel. Great titles here. I think I went through this crate pretty late. It's probably a night where it was Paul and Laura. Probably last Wednesday when we had new vinyl. Paul marked a lot of stuff. Laura Martin. This might have been one of the last crates I went through. So we're going through it again late again, but there might be different people watching. Here's Jackson Browne, Late for the Sky. A nice copy, $19.99 for that. Nirvana is already at $40 with Chris Knapp. The Stones is at $25, and now another bid for $25. And then Duncan Brown, The Wild Places. Duncan Brown, isn't that the guy? Duncan Meyer, that's on Seinfeld. Who? The Race. I choose not to run. Duncan Brown, though, is $9.99. Ian Matthews, Stealing Home. Ian Matthews is $9.99. And Willie Nile. Willie Nile, also $9.99. By the way, if I don't say anything about grade, these are all EX Plus or better, and it's very true for these. These are very clean records. Joan Armour Trading, The Shouting Stage. Joan is $9.99. And then Madonna, Like a Virgin, $24.99. These are all new, buy it now, best offer. There's the original inner sleeve. All right, so Nirvana is at $40. I'm about to sell it. The Stones is hit $30. And I've got a few DVDs over here. I'll go ahead and start mixing in some miscellaneous right now. These are all $6.99 for these DVDs. I've already shown this one a couple times, but here it is again. This is Bob Dylan, No Direction Home, Martin Scorsese, 2-disc. The Rolling Stones, 3 Ed Sullivan shows for $6.99. Caddy Malua, the documentary film, Concert Under the Sea. This one was Kylie X, 2008. Sing, the Hotel Cafe Tour, 2008. Within Temptation, Mother Earth Tour, Within Temptation, and U2 Rattle and Hum. These are all $6.99. Joan Armour Trading is at $7 with Adam Bernardi. That is sold to Joan Armour Trading. Sold to Adam Bernardi. And then Heavy Metal Bebop, the Brecker Brothers. That is now $14.99. These are all buy it now, best offer. All right. Well, Chris Knapp, I lost a couple people on Nirvana. That's good for you. This is sold to you for $40. Let's put that in a brand new sleeve for Chris Knapp. Nice pickup there. I've got a sealed of a whole crate over here of a lot of new sealed records that honestly I don't know really where they came from. I think I know what they are, and if we just need to get rid of them, okay? So that was one of them there. And then over here, Paul Brothers at $30 on Stones. Sully got the U2 DVD for $6.99. Tracy Songer got Within Temptation for $6.99, okay? All those DVDs, $6.99, $6.99. There's those. And then over here, we have Ice House. That's $9.99. And we have Royal Bed Bouncer Kayak. That's a 75 Dutch import prog album, EX edition, $12.99. So let's see what else I can dig out of this crate. This is called The Smile. This is kind of like a super group. The Smile is a Wall of Eyes. And this is sealed, and this is going to go up for a $25 start. The Smile, Wall of Eyes. And this, doesn't this have like a, wasn't that like a super group? It's got like Radiohead members maybe. We also have Blackfoot Sue, Strangers. This was VG Plus $9.99, Blackfoot Sue. Fleetwood Mac Rumors, and this appears to be a really nice jacket. Has the original insert with it, nice. And here we go again. You say you want your freedom. $19.99 for Rumors. They just don't make music like that anymore, do they? Supertramp, Breakfast in America, VG Plus, $14.99 for Supertramp. And Steely Dan, Katie lied. VG Plus, $19.99 for Steely Dan, Katie lied. And Traffic, Low Spark of High Heel Boys. EX Condition, Traffic, Steve Winwood, $17.99. The Stones, I'm going to make sure DJ Not So Good is done bidding. If so, it's sold to Paul for $30. And then Audio Explorer, $27. Smile, Chris Knapp, Smile, $27. And then here's some more DVDs. These are $6.99. We have Natasha Bedingfield live in New York City. Toby Keith, 5 great big videos. Ditto. Hasn't somebody been asking for Ditto all night long on vinyl? There they are. There she is on DVD. And then there's Cara Dillon. And then there's Sheryl Crow, the videos. Those are all $6.99. Music-related DVDs. $6.99 on that. Traffic is sold to Sully for $12. You got it. The Smile's tied. Chris Knapp, the first bid was Audio Explorer for $27, and now he just bid against himself. You actually just bid against yourself. Your bid came in first, and that means Paul Brothers does get the Rolling Stones for $30. And let me bring over a new crate because we have filled this one up. All those DVDs I just showed were $6.99. I think that Steve Mason been asking for Ditto. Now, when somebody asks me, do you ever get Ditto records or do you ever get whatever records? The answer is yes. We get about everything here. It's just, do we have it currently in stock or do I have access to sell you one instantaneously? And that is where it gets a little bit more difficult. At that point, I'm like, well, maybe. Maybe. This is a best offer crate. Yes, this is a best offer crate. Okay, The Smile, $30 of Audio Explorer. Now Chris Knapp tied them. So I guess technically Audio Explorer has it for $30 because Chris Knapp was going to match that anyway. So Chris Knapp, you're still out, and Sheryl Crow is sold for $6.99 to Paul Brothers, okay? Here we go. This is a best offer crate. Yes, Lips Inc. This is EX, $12.99. We have Love False Start. Love False Start is VG Plus, $19.99. Love False Start. The Rolling Stones Hot Rocks, 64 to 71, and this is VG Condition, $19.99, and that was mostly on disc 2. Laura marked this one, it looks like. So overall, not a bad copy whatsoever. Hot Rocks. Don't make me read the track listing. Don't make me read the track listing. Somebody will buy it after that. Rumors sold for $15. There we go. Man, the chain keep us together. Don't stop. Go your own way. Songbird. You make love and fun. I don't want to know. That's one of my favorites. Secondhand news. No reason to live. They all got together and just something clicked. It was magic when these people got together. Wow. And it was a lot of drama too. If y'all know the whole story, what was going on around these albums, it was wild. That is sold to James Hicks for $15. Guy Shard wants the Ditto DVD. That's sold to Guy Shard. Thank you on that one. Smiles now at $32. And DJ Not So Good on the Rolling Stones. Okay, we have Wicked, the soundtrack, music and lyrics by Stephen Schwartz. VG Plus Condition, $19.99. There is a tear in the cover, $19.99 for that. And we have Brian Wilson. This is a gold stamp promo, $19.99. It has the original sleeve. Brian Wilson from the Beach Boys. Chris Martin on Madonna for $18. That is sold to you. Thank you on that one. And that's right back here. What happened to it? Right back here. Yeah, they started hiding y'all's names. Technically, it's your nickname. And they just show me your handle now. So, yeah, I don't know what's up with that, but it's unfortunate. Chris Martin on Madonna, 18. Smile, 35. Let's pull out another sealed record from over here. This is out of print. Let me scan it and see what we can do on this. And we don't get this guy. I don't think he has anything in print anymore. And let me see what's going on with it. Now, I will say, there is some, I mean, like, I was most excited when Metallica announced they were going to put out a new album a couple years ago, because I knew that it was going to be real, and I knew I was probably going to enjoy it. But, you know, there's some other artists that are, I think, still original and putting out great stuff, but I don't think it's to the level of what we're going to see from the 60s through, what, the 90s. I don't think it's going to be, I think we've hit like a slump due to technology and the whole business of making music. Hope that's not true, but Dave Chappelle, $15 start. Dave Chappelle, $15 start. This is sealed, and it is a $15 start. And this is a Third Man Records. It's called 846, Dave Chappelle, $15 start. But you can't, it's kind of hard to say, because, I mean, I hear a lot of good stuff that's made in the last 10 years, but I don't know. I'm a fan of the 60s, and, I mean, I just don't think it's going to be replicated again. Next thing is Kylie X and Katie Matula DVD region, NC or PAL format. Let's see if we can figure out on that. We have Kylie X. Especially if you're talking about rock music. Rock music, it's going to be hard to top what's happened from, what, 30 years? This is Color PAL, is what this says. I know what you're asking. I just can't, I don't know where to find it on here. This is Kylie Minogue, right, by the way. 129 minutes, 1659 FH Audio English region code. It's got that thing right there next to region code. Can you see that? That's the Kylie. And then the other one, Katie Mula. NTCS All Regions. Yeah. NTC All Regions. Okay. All right, so there's that. Smile is sold to Audio Explorer for $35. Dave Chappelle has bids for $15 and $17. And let's put this in a new sleeve. Yeah, yeah, competition is a good point. It's like a lot of times now it's just like, I don't know who's the top 5 rock bands currently. You probably, like, if you asked that in 1987, you probably could name them off. But like, or 77 or even 67, but, or maybe even 97. But like right now, if you said, who's the top 5 rock bands, probably 2 of them would be bands that are 40 and 50 years old, right? Probably Metallica would make that list. Maybe even some other touring bands like, I don't know, who's the top 5 rock, like currently together, making music and touring. Here's some more DVDs. Johnny Cash, The Man, His World, His Music. The Bee Gees, One Night Only. And Hall & Oates live in concert. So Hall & Oates, Bee Gees, and Johnny Cash, The Man, His Music. These are all $6.99. David Hoy wants the Ray Red 73, wants the Katie Milua DVD. And there's the last 3, okay? There's the last 3 on those, okay? Dave Chappelle is at $20, and we're going through a Buy It Now Best Offer Crate. Buy It Now Best Offer Crate, we have the Cheetah Girls, $19.99. That's on colored vinyl, the Cheetah Girls. Also, we had Love and Money, Strange Kind of Love, $14.99. That's in shrink wrap. Mega Blast on the Johnny Cash DVD for $6.99. And we have Robert Fripp, Exposure. Robert Fripp is VG Plus, $24.99. And Neil Young, Promise of the Real, The Visitor, VG Plus, $17.99. Dave Chappelle, by the way, is at $20 with Fox Digital, and that means Chris Knapp, you're out on Dave Chappelle, okay? Let's go back down to the bottom here, and we have Desultory, Into Eternity. Desultory is death metal, $22.99. We also have Phil Manzara, Eno, 801 Live and Shrink, $29.99. And Rush, Clockwork Angels. Rush is $37.99. Rush, Clockwork Angels, $37.99. Okay, let's go back over here to this crate and see what else I can pull out. And the first thing I have is, oh, this is pretty cool. Speaking of Tool, this is Cinquantana. This is Pussifer Perfect Circle Failure. It's on blue white swirl vinyl. Cinquantana is sealed, and that's going to go up for a $25 start. $25 start. Guy Shard on Kylie Minogue. He has the player to be able to play that. All right, so this is sold to Guy Shard. Thank you on that one, $6.99. All right, so up here we had, I'm seeing these band names, but I think it's because of my discussion question, which is, I'm like, well, there's no Tool in here. There's no Foo Fighters in here. We're talking about current bands that are still big and touring. Tool, yes. Foo Fighters, yes. U2, yes. Iron Maiden, yes. Metallica, of course. Larry Gonzalez, Cheetah, 10. Larry Gonzalez, Cheetah, 15. Now, the other night, Donna Turner wanted to make an offer on this, and it was not best offer. So, 15, I'll do it on that one. And then over here, we got Rush at 30. Rush at 30. And Marcus King, great artist, yes. Wet Leg. Yeah, I mean, there's some. That's what I said. You can't say there's nothing coming out because we'll put it this way. There's a lot less than there was for about 4 decades, right? I mean, there's a lot less high quality stuff coming out. You have to really hunt for it. And, but yeah, there's still some creative people out there for anything, but not like it was. Have you ever seen some of those drops like in 74, the list of albums that would come out in 1 week? It's just like all multi-platinum, incredible. We have ZZ Top Afterburner. This is in shrink wrap, $29.99 for ZZ Top Afterburner. And then Larry Willis, Inner Crisis. Larry Willis, a 1974 promo, great. This is Jazz Funk EX Condition. Larry Willis, $44.99 on that. And then the Byrds Greatest Hits, VG Plus, $19.99. And that is in shrink, a Columbia 2i label. Rush is sold for $30 to Patrick Lear. And then over here we have, and then Larry Gonzalez on Cheetah Girls for $15. So over here, Dave Chappelle, the last bid was Nick Bergeron at $25. And then over here, the Cinquanta, the Pussifer Perfect Circle, that was a $25 start, by the way, okay? And then next is Paul Simon, Shrink Wrap and Hop Sticker, VG Condition, Mother and Child Reunion, me and Julio down by the schoolyard, VG $14.99. And then we have Charlie Daniels Band, Midnight Wind, Gold Stamp Promo, VG Plus, $14.99. And then the Kinks, Going for the One, VG Plus, $14.99 for the Kinks. Also, Jimmy Buffett, son of a sailor, Mr. Buffett, EX, $17.99. So one more time, we did sell the Rush for $30 to Patrick Lear. This is a buy it now best offer crate. The Larry Willis Ryan Mustaine is called Inner Crisis. It is a 74 promo, great jazz funk, as a note from Paul, $44.99. Dave Chappelle, Chris Knapp is at $26. $26, okay? Chris Knapp. And then this is called Cinquanta. It was a 50th anniversary celebration for Maynard James Keenan, and it was Pussifer, a Perfect Circle, and Failure. They were playing live. It's a 2LP colored vinyl, okay? 2LP colored vinyl. That's a $25 start. The Paul Simon was VG, $11.99. Shrink and Hop. Jimmy Buffett sold to Nick Bergeron for $14.99. And then Larry Willis is sold for $38. And that was right here, and that's sold to Ryan Mustaine. Next thing is another Jimmy Buffett, VG $9.99. So there's another one, lesser grade, VG $9.99 on Jimmy Buffett. And then we have Eagles, Hotel California. And this is VG Plus, $24.99. Gatefold with poster, $24.99 on that one. Okay, and then Paul Simon is sold for $7 to Kristen Start. Dave Chappelle's at $28. Dave Chappelle, $28. And then over here, Dave Chappelle, Nick Bergeron, $28. Chris Knapp, you've been outbid then. And then we have Dave Alexander, The Dirt on the Ground. This is VG Plus, $14.99. It's on our Hooli label. VG Plus, $14.99. Steely Dan, Jamie K, $14. And that was Steely Dan, Katie Lied. Sell that to Jamie K for $14. There's that. And we have Tyler Childers live on Red Barn Radio 1 and 2. Yeah, here's a modern artist that, man, he's cranked out some great stuff. $14.99 on this, live on Red Barn Radio. VG Plus, $14.99 for Mr. Tyler. $14.99. Great stuff there. Fox Digital gets the Eagles for $20. And yeah, let's go ahead and make this a buy now for $25. Cinquanta, $25. Sully gets Tyler Childers for $10. Let me know what you think of that if you've never heard it. Kristen was going to pay full price. I just shot myself in the foot over $5. Dave Chappelle is sold to Nick Bergeron for $28. I think that record new was like $45. So that's a heck of a price, it looks like, for Cinquanta. So, Sully, if you've never heard that before, let me know what you think. Probably one of my favorite live albums ever. Okay? And Tyler Childers. Well, it depends on the definition of country. Tyler Childers has now they like to separate themselves, I think they separate themselves from country. They like to be called Americana, but they do fall under the umbrella of country. I think there's now a leg of country called Americana, which has kind of always been a genre, so Sorry, I had to down some caramel popcorn right quick. It's snack time. It's after 11. I'm allowed to snack after 11. We have Buddy Emmons, Emmons Guitar Incorporated. A 1969 US VG Plus, $49.99. The OC's Smoked Reverser. The OC's 2018 Peacock Blood Edition. The note from Paul says, or is that Laura's handwriting? I think that's Paul's. This, or Laura's, I don't know. This album goes hard. Jeremy Bryant, there we go. Jeremy Bryant, he's like 15 for 15 on the OCs this week. Thank you on that. I have to listen to their music. Now, that's an artist I don't know a lot about, but we sell the heck out of them. Shipping News, Save Everything. Shipping News is a 97 USOG indie post-rock. It would take you 5 lifetimes to listen to all the indie music that I've sold in the last 365 days that I never have heard before. I mean, I would still be listening to the first crate. We have gotten so much indie stuff I've never listened to. All right, I've had 4 bottles of water tonight, 2 Monsters and a large Diet Coke. And I have not used the restroom yet. Danger Zone is an 85 US synth pop, EX condition, $17.99. Beethoven Bittersweet. Beethoven Bittersweet. This is a psych record from 1971. It's a promo copy. VG Plus, $14.99. And Chet Baker, Quietly There. Chet Baker is a 66 US mono, VG condition, $9.99. The Black Lips. The Black Lips is Directions to See a Ghost, EX condition, $44.99 for the Black Lips. EX condition, $44.99. All right, I went through that little pile of DVDs already, right? Yep. Okay. This, okay, so Michael Freiberger on Chet. Michael Freiberger on Chet Baker. James Rainey, you were second. The Shipping News record, Shipping News, was EX $44.99. And this is a 97 USOG indie rock, post rock, okay? Fly By Night is new and sealed, $36.99, 180 gram remaster. The Psych record was Beethoven Bittersweet, VG Plus, $14.99. VG Plus, $14.99. And we had the OCs, VG Plus, $39.99, a 2017 Blue Vinyl EP. VG Plus, $39.99. The OCs, VG Plus, $39.99 for that. Let me fix this. Cue Jeremy Bryant in the comments. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And there's Jeremy Bryant. We have, no, he's not. Tim Buckley, Lorca. Tim Buckley's a 1970 USOG. Avant-garde folk. The OC sold to Jeremy Bryant. And then over here we have T-Rex the Slider, VG $14.99. And Frank Zappa and Captain Beefheart, EX condition, $27.99. One sweet dream came true today. Out of money, college spent, see no future, pay no rent. All the money's gone, nowhere to go. Boom, 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 boom. Ga-da-dun-dun, ra-dun-dun, beat-a-bonda. One sweet dream came true today. Run the Jewels, $20 start. RTJ Quattro, 2 LP yellow vinyl. Run the Jewels, $20 start. $20 start. We'll put that over here. All right, Black Lips is sold to DJ Not So Good for $30. And let's roll these again. All right, I need to clear off this bottom shelf. I hadn't shown these in a while. We had a sensation going for them for a while, and I think everybody got the ones they wanted. So I've got these drum sets, okay? I got these drum sets. This one is Tommy Lee. Yeah, Tommy Lee from Motley Crue. So this is like a high detail replica drum set from Tommy Lee, $79.99. $79.99. So there's Tommy Lee, and that's the first one. Michael Freiberger offered 10 for T-Rex. I'm going to sell it to you. And then let's read through these again. These are all going to be buy it now or best offer. Great titles here. Very quickly. We spent a lot of time on them already. I will spend as much time as I need to. Popcorn. I'll spend as much time as I need to get them sold. So don't hesitate to ask questions or make offers. Sean Phillips Transcendence, $9.99. Jennifer Warren's doing the music of Leonard Cohen, $24.99, Famous Blue Raincoat. Jackson Brown, Late for the Sky, $19.99. We have Duncan Brown, The Wild Places, $9.99. And then Ian Matthews, Stealing Home, also $9.99. Willie Nile is $9.99. And Heavy Metal Bebop, The Brecker Brothers, $14.99. Ice House was $9.99. And then this was Kayak, K-A-Y-A-K, Royal Bed Bouncer. And that's a prog album, a Dutch import from 1975, prog rock, EX Royal Bed Bouncer by Kayak, $12.99. Final call on Run the Jewels for $20. The other drum set I have, who is this? Is Charlie Watts, and he is, he's $59.99. Charlie Watts, signature drum set, $59.99 for Charlie Watts, okay? So Tommy Lee, there's Charlie Watts, and I have Blackfoot Sue, Strangers, VG Plus, $9.99, and then Supertramp, a classic rock album, VG Plus, $14.99. So Logical, Magical, Gone Hollywood, Goodbye Stranger, Take the Long Way Home, $14.99. And then Run the Jewels is at $25 with Darren Johnson. Lips Inc. is EX, $12.99. Love False Start is VG Plus, $19.99. And Wicked, the soundtrack, Stephen Schwartz. Wicked is VG Plus, $19.99 for that. I got another Tommy Lee Jones, and this is a cool one. Really cool one here. Keith Moon from The Who. This one's $79. It's another double bass. It's got really intricate details on the side. Very 60s mod. That's Keith Moon, $79.99. They only make a few of these. There's not every drummer you can name. You know, there's not everybody, but this is about all that they can offer. I think I've got John Bonham around here somewhere, and I can get possibly Slipknot. Kayak is sold for $8 to Scott Yoakumstaller. Thank you on that. Brian Wilson from the Beach Boys, his solo album, $19.99. Run the Jewels is sold to Darren Johnson for $25. Also chipping away some sealed stuff over here. I think I got a few more comedy albums. I got a few more comedy albums over here. Yeah, Neil Peart. No, Alex Van Halen. Yeah, Neil Peart would be what? It'd be first of all, it'd be $399, and it would take up 4 or 5 boxes. Fastball. Let's do Fastball. Fastball, All the Pain Money Can Buy, 20th Anniversary Edition. Fastball is sealed, a $20 start. Fastball. That's now for bid. Also in here we have Love and Money, Strange Kind of Love, $14.99 for Love and Money. Robert Fripp Exposure, VG Plus, $24.99. Neil Young, The Visitor, Neil Young with The Promise of the Real, $17.99. And Desultory. Desultory is $22.99. Death Metal, $22.99. Phil Manzarek and Eno, $29.99. In Shrink, 801 Live, ZZ Top Afterburner, nice copy as well. In Shrink, $29. The Birds, I love saying this, In Shrink, original Columbia 2i, $14.99. Also, Charlie Daniels Band, Midnight Wind, VG Plus, $14.99. The Kinks, One for the Road, VG Plus, $14.99. Jimmy Buffett, Son of a Sailor. We sold an EX copy earlier. This one is VG. Jimmy Buffett, $9.99. And let's go ahead and grab another sealed LP over here for auction. And that one is this. This is Bill Hicks. Intricate Stories. Bill Hicks, live in Austin, Texas and Pasadena. Sealed a $25 start. Bill Hicks, $25 start on that. Chris Knapp on the Birds. That's sold to Chris Knapp. And over here, we have Dave Alexander, The Dirt on the Ground. That is VG plus $14.99. Buddy Edmonds is VG plus $49.99. We have Danger Zone, EX $17.99. Shipping News is EX $44.99. Tim Buckley Lorca is EX $17.99. Beethoven Bittersweet, this was that Psych record, VG plus $14.99. And Frank Zappa and Captain Beefheart, Bongo Fury, EX $27.99. All right. Over here, we have Fastball at $23. Bill Hicks at $25. Oh, wow. Jim B bidding on Fastball. Holy moly. Everybody stand back. Bill Hicks is at 25 with Mega Blast going to once, going to twice. Danny Thomason burnt his pizza. Danny Thomason burnt his pizza. Well, that's better than burning your house down. Bitter and Buckley, 28. Sold, Chris Knapp. Chris, let me know if you want to bid again on Fastball. And then final call on Bill Hicks for $25. Intricate Stories. Darkness imprisoning me. Jim B is bidding on Bill Hicks. Oh my gosh. Holy moly, what have we done? Darkness imprisoning me. All that I see, absolute horror. I cannot live. I cannot. Body holding. Details on Fastball. Fastball is all the pain money can buy. It's sealed. I found a whole crate of sealed stuff over here. I've been putting up for auction. Holy crap. No wonder he's bidding on it. Holy crap. Fastball, there's only one for sale for $220. The last one sold for $92, and the one before that sold for $197. No wonder he's bidding on it. Holy crap. Oh my gosh. The high bid on this is $23 right now. It's a $205,000 record. Bill Hicks, Intricate Stories. Bill Hicks, Intricate Stories is on white vinyl. It's a 4LP. And right now, there are 0 of these for sale. There are 0 of these for sale on Discogs. The last one sold for 36, and before that, 40. But there are 0 for sale, and they're as high, have sold for as much as 58. There's some stats. That is a 4LP set on white vinyl. No wonder. No wonder. Jackie Reynolds on Blackfoot for 7. Jackie Reynolds on Blackfoot for 7. Jackie Reynolds on Blackfoot for 7. Blackfoot Sue, sell that. Bundle deal. Probably not on these, Neil. These are too many. Just because they're thicker price, there's way too much great stuff still left in here. I would do a flat percentage of 30% off, kind of like what I did with Natasha. Jim B says, I will no longer be bidding as Jim B after tonight, so he can snipe some $300 records for 20 bucks. If you change your handle, then I'm no longer putting up records without looking up every single one of them. So that's up to you. I only know when I've screwed up when I see Jim B bidding, because that means I've put up a $1,000 record for a $5 start without doing enough research on it, which is something I've been known to do because we can't price enough stuff fast enough for this show. So at certain points of the night, I'm over here scrambling trying to find more stuff. And when you have a building full of records, it's really hard to sell records unprocessed. Otherwise, you're going to be screwing up a lot. You're going to be selling a lot of $1,000 records for $10, a lot of $200 records for $20. Now, I'm sure everybody here would love that, but that's also how we go out of business. You know, Jim B, I guarantee I have more overhead than you, okay? We got 15, about to have 17 people here on payroll. I promise I have more overhead than you, okay? I'm in a 10,000 square foot building on downtown square of Lebanon. Insurance, lights, water. I bet I got you beat, buddy. Unfortunately, I got to demand more out of records than you. Okay, so we have fastball at $35, and we have Bill Hicks at $28, but I think Mega Blast has already bid more. I have more kids. You don't know that. I've never told anybody how many kids I have. Fastball's at 40, Bill Hicks 27, Bill Hicks 28. Bill Hicks 29. I mean, there's none for sale, and that record's out of print, I'm pretty sure. One sweet dream came true. All right, let's go through some miscellaneous. Okay? Let's find some other stuff to go through. I'm going to be live. I think I started at 5:30 tonight. I started much earlier than normal, and nobody really, patted me on the back. But boy, if I'm late, I'll never hear the end of it. I'll never, ever hear the end of it if I'm late. It'll be all night long. Well, you were late tonight. Chad was late. Chad's late. Chad's late. This show keeps getting later and later. Chad's late. And then finally, I start on time. Crickets. Nobody's saying thank you. Good job. Good boy. We got Bill Hicks at $29. Jim B's out. Fastballs at $45. All the pain money can buy. $45 of Allen Hagen. Okay? Those are sold. And I'm about to clean up back here behind me, which means we're going to get into some stuff. I got silver and gold and bullion I've never shown. I've just got what we call miscellaneous, which is, this and that. And we got some of those too. And don't forget about these over here. So when you put all that together, you get this. What are these? Yeah, I just got all kinds of stuff. I got this. Man, I forgot about those over there. And then there's these. So, yeah, we better just go ahead and show that. Otherwise, we're going to be in a pickle. And that's not a good pickle. Bill Hicks is at 35 and fastball's at 50. Jim B is pushing more and more chips in. Okay, here we go. We have a 1989 Ford truck manual or a preview guide. Look at these beautiful Ford trucks. Fix or repair daily. A 1989 Ford Bronco. Boy, look at that. I'll take it. Brand new, beautiful. This is $6.99. I have a 1981 wholesale motorcycle accessories catalog. Wowie. Look at those trucker hats. You got motorcycle shirts. You got motorcycle helmets. $6.99. Cycle Guide, Harley Davidson, Highway 61, November of 1979, $6.99. We have Hot Rodders Magazine, November 1980. Holy moly, $6.99. Carcraft Magazine, Street Machine Nation, $6.99. Sports Illustrated, The Incredible Bulk, Tony Mandarich, the best offensive line prospect ever, $6.99. This is a cool one. Dallas Begins the long climb back, Jimmy Johnson cover. Dallas Cowboys, $6.99. Cowboy in Trouble, Tony Dorsett, 1985 Sports Illustrated, $6.99. Over here, we have Sports Illustrated, Super Bowl Bound, $6.99. We have Pro Football 1969, John Brody cover, $6.99. Pro Football 1971, Earl Morrill, Baltimore Colts cover, $6.99. 1965 Football Kickoff Yearbook, Notre Dame, Syracuse, Texas's Tommy Nobis, Illinois, Jim Grabowski. Football Roundup, 1969, Ron Carpenter, North Carolina State All-Star Tackle. We have Roger Ladonde, Jerry Hildebrand, New York Giants. Football Pro Magazine, 1966. College and Football Pro Magazine, Colts Packers cover, $6.99. The Superman of the Super Bowl, $6.99. And Oakland's Ray Guy in Pro Football Magazine, $6.99. All right, fastballs at $55. Oso Adventure bid $55 first. Oso Adventure bid $55 first. The condition of fastball is brand new and sealed, mint condition, perfect. Not anything wrong with it. It honestly couldn't get any better. $55 is the high bid. Oso Adventure came in first. Bill Hicks is at $35 with John Durden. Jim B, you're out. Danny Thomason on D for the Dallas Jimmy Johnson cover. Right back here, $6.99. What happened to it? $6.99. That was this one right here. Sold to Danny Thomason, $6.99, okay? There's that. Do you think early 90s mint condition and National Geographic are worth anything? No. The National Geographics are pretty much worthless unless they get up until the really, really old ones. 90s would be recyclable bin or donation bin. John Durden put Pro. Now, John, which one's that for? Because I think there's like 12 Pro Football magazines in here. Fastballs at $56. Fastball at $60. Fastball at $65. Fastballs at $61. Are we done on Bill Hicks? It's up to one person, Jim B. Jim B is still calculating. Jim B is still measuring. Jim B, you're out. The high bid is Oso Adventure John Durden for $35. And John Durden wants Pro Magazine Ray Guy for $6.99. Anybody want a bundle on pro or slash football magazines? There's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, including Sports Illustrated, 10. 10, I will do those 10 for $35 if anybody wants those. 10 for $35. Carcraft magazines, Hot Rodding, the 2 motorcycle magazines, and then the Ford truck manual. All this stuff is going to get sleeved and put out in our store for sale if nobody wants it right here. John Durden, you get Bill Hicks for $35. All right, that's sold to you for $35. There's all kinds of out-of-print records over here in this crate. Fastballs at 66 with Chad Snyder. Lots of bidding still coming in on this. Lots of bidding. That's the kind of stuff over here. Any Norm Macdonald on vinyl? I know they have Jerry Seinfeld on vinyl. We sold Dave Chappelle just a moment ago. We've already sold a Dave Chappelle. All right. All right, this is a $25 start. Bill Hicks, Revelations, live in London. 25th anniversary, $25 start on that. Okay? $25 start. Magazines? What else is in this tub? You just never know with this kind of stuff. You just never know. Seriously. I mean, I could open up a box and it could be literally, you know, the Ark of the Covenant. Okay? Where are we at on fastball? We're about to find out. Oh gosh, I think this is Beatles stuff. Okay, I'm probably going to flip through this and then say none of it's for sale. Let me see what's in here. Fastball is the 20th anniversary edition. Yes. Last couple sold was nearly $200 or so. Bill Hicks 25. Fastballs at 66 with Chad Snyder. Okay. Let's see. The Beatles. That's just a slip. Some envelopes. Okay. A distinguished hotel, the Whittler, to whom it may concern. This is a certified the Beatles stayed at the Whittler Hotel arriving blah, 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 blah. This is also to certify the bed linen below was designated authentic and factual to each of the Beatles' use of name. This is a piece of cloth that George Harrison slept on. $1 million. Bill Hicks is at 26. Bill Hicks is at 30. Fastball is out, and that means it's a final call to Chad Snyder for $66. Are we done? Okay. This is going to take a lot of further research. I think y'all know how I am with Beatles stuff. Some of this stuff I might go ahead and price out, but some of this stuff looks pretty dang cool. Some of it looks very much original. I need a little bit more time on this. Some of it also looks like just like reprints of stuff. So, $20 offer. Sight unseen, everything here, $875. There are 0 leftover auctions tonight. No, there's one. 50. I stand corrected. 50. 50, $25, which is a steal. That's half of market value. Okay, and then over here, we have, would I take what for shipping noise? What was that offer? $35 for shipping news. Was that in the last crate? Who is Spiky McVeigh? I don't recognize that handle. This is sold to you for $35, though. Okay. Buck Buchanan. Yeah, Buck Buchanan. Buck was at the Paul McCartney concert in Nashville with me. I saw you and Michael boarding the elevator, but I didn't catch y'all in time. What a show. Have you watched the video he posted on YouTube? He actually posted a recap on there. I sent it to Michael. What's in this tub underneath this? Oh. All right. Man, this caramel popcorn is addicting. I'm going to have to stop the show just to eat it. I'm sorry. I apologize. Wow, what a nightmare in Tennessee history. Football time in Tennessee, new head coach Lane Kiffin. Wow. But Eric Berry's also on the cover. Wow, new head coach Lane Kiffin. And folks, that's where it all went downhill. Oh my gosh. Horrible. A nightmare. A nightmare in Knoxville. And now he's LSU's nightmare for how much? $90 million. The $90 million man. Football time in Tennessee. $6.99. Lane Kiffin, Eric Berry cover. We got Edge of the Century, Styx. This is a tab book. Styx guitar book, $6.99. Paul McCartney World Tour book, $6.99 for Macca. World Tour book. Very cool. There he is, $6.99. I got 2 of those. The official Yellow Submarine magazine. That looks pretty cool. It's missing the back cover. The front cover is loose. Yellow Submarine magazine. We'll say $6.99. And then the Beatles Anthology. A 2010 special edition calendar. Nice. Some anthology memorabilia from 1995. There's a calendar, and it comes in like an album jacket. I'm going to say $9.99 on that. The Weekend with a chewed cover. I bet the vinyl's still okay, though. The Weekend. These are expensive. These are new, pricey. I'm going to say The Weekend, $10. And then, what do we have here? Mouse pads. Sgt. Pepper's mouse pad, $6.99. Another Sgt. Pepper's mouse pad. And Beatles well, it's the Meet the Beatles cover, but they also used it for With the Beatles. Yeah, $6.99. And then over here, the Beatles 2000 calendar. The Beatles 2000 calendar. We'll say that's $4.99, okay? Big pile of miscellaneous there. And let's go over here and figure out what we got going on. Let me toss this box out of the way. So first thing I have is the following. Fastballs at $75, now $76. Jim B, you're out. Fastballs at $76 of Chad Snyder. Bill Hicks is at $45 of Mega Blast. Danny Thomason says he's out. Any of this stuff right here is available. Beatles 2000 calendar, mouse pads, The Weekend, the anthology calendar, Yellow Submarine magazine, Paul McCartney tour book, Styx, and Football Time in Tennessee, Lane Kiffin. There he goes. All right. Let's see over here. Make sure I didn't miss any claims. Fastballs at $79. $90 million. After taxes, that's $50 million. Okay. Government's got to get their cut. Beatles calendars galore. Oh my gosh. Beatles calendars galore. Unbelievable. I think these are 1997 Beatles Abbey Road calendars. As many as you want, $6.99. $6.99. Okay? So fastball 80, we can go ahead and sell Bill Hicks then, right? And it was to Mega Blast, $45. All right, that's done. I think I may even have another one over here. Let me put this away. And fastballs at 80 with Chad Snyder. And what is this next thing here? This is a Beatles Please Please Me. Also a calendar. And another Beatles calendar. Wow. I got Beatles calendars galore if you need them. All kinds of Beatles calendars. Jim B says he's tired of bidding. Sounds like you don't have it in you, Jim B. Chad Snyder has it for 80. And then let's go see what's over here in this other crate. Fastballs at $80. We have... Here's another comedy record. Bumping Mics. Jeff Ross and Dave Attell. Isn't Jeff Ross the roast guy? This is going to go up for a $25 start. Give me 1 second. One time it was marked $40. I'm going to go ahead and get this sticker off of here for y'all. Here we go. This is Bumpin' Mics with Jeff Ross and Dave Attell. $25 start on that. So, Jim B, if you're out, final call to Chad Snyder for $80, okay? Going through this tub over here. Miscellaneous galore. Looks like Beatles and Stone stuff. Nothing against them, but if we stay on that same stuff, I'm not going to go through a whole gigantic tub of Beatles and Stone stuff. Yeah, these are all books about Beatles. There's a couple different books in here. Probably can get to a new tub. Tons of calendars, packets. Yeah, let's skip over this one. I mean, y'all know I'm a Beatles super fan, but this is stuff that requires research, tagging. I mean, I wouldn't mind to price it, but I can't just confidently say 10 or 7. There's older books in there. There's magazines. There's... Let's go through a different tub. New lid being popped open. Okay, this looks more my speed. This looks like a bunch of random stuff. Let's go through this and see what we got, okay? All right. Here we go. Pink Floyd stuff, I wish. Fastball. $81. $82. Chad Snyder, Not Giving Up, neither is Jim B. And then Guy Shard said, can I see The Weekend? You can. The cover is like destroyed, but I'm pretty sure this record is not too cheap, like brand new. It's on colored vinyl. The disc should be fine. If you buy this and it's not, let me know. But see the cover, it's really beat, but it's still sealed. $10 on that. $10 on The Weekend, okay? And then over here, The Weekend was on Target exclusive Red Sparkle vinyl. Red Sparkle vinyl. Okay, Fastball 82. Bumpin' Mike's is a $25 start. Elvis, The King at $75. Life magazine, it was originally $12 on the rack at your local Walgreens. Now it's $6.99. The Beatles Top 40, Hanson Super Deluxe Vocal Album with guitar chords. This is probably actually from the 60s here. The Beatles Top 40 book, $9.99. The Golden Era of the Beatles, $9.99. 50 Songs by Lennon and McCartney, $9.99. The Plain Truth, a magazine of understanding. You should be protest, but how? You should protest, but how? Got a very punk rockin' looking guy on the front. That is $6.99. And then we got Robert Wagner. And I think whoever bought this bought it because John Lennon's on the cover. But there's Robert Wagner. As George Costanza said, man, I feel like Robert Wagner. Has rock gone too far? $6.99. Has rock gone too far? People Magazine, 1985, $6.99. The Weekend is sold for $10 to Guy Shard. And final call to get a bid on Bumpin' Mike's for $25, and Fastball is at $90 with Chad Snyder. Okay. Has rock gone too far? Madonna? Who is that? Cyndi Lauper? Madonna? Prince and David Lee Roth. We have Elton John. The new Elton John. This is a lot of people on this one. Is this the Live Aid? Yeah, Live Aid. This one is... Who is this? Steve Marriott, $6.99. Pretty cool here. This is, what's his name from Star Wars? Christensen. Yeah, Hayden Christensen. Elvis Costello. Phonograph Magazine, 1978. Elvis Costello. Zigzag Magazine, Sex Pistols, Generation X. That one is $9.99. Trouser Press, Costello, $6.99. Rock's New Superstars, Julian Lennon, George Michael, $6.99. And then Explosive, 1980. We have Bo Derek, we got JR, we got Kenny Rogers, we got Yoda, $6.99. Us Magazine, Hulk Hogan and Cyndi Lauper, that's pretty cool. $6.99 on that one. Trouser Press with The Clash, I think that's worthy of $9.99. Hot Wax Quarterly, these have some cool stuff in it. Hot Wax Quarterly. You could order bootlegs out of here. You could buy risque stuff out of here. And it was a music magazine. But this is where you get a lot of those bootlegs and picture discs. See? There's all the picture discs from back in the day. And there's nudity stuff. And there's more nudity. And there's more bootlegs. That is $6.99. And then My Boy Lollipop Sheet Music, $6.99. Chinese cut paper designs. Chinese cut paper designs. I don't know, but how about $6.99? This is Sergio. This is a, what is this? Sergio Aragonés Gru, The Wanderer, $6.99. Heavy Metal Magazine, $9.99. Okay, there we have it. All right, so let's go back over here to the following. Fastball is officially sold to Chad Snyder for $90. $90 sold to Chad Snyder. And somewhere Jim B is pounding on his keyboards, screaming obscenities to the sky. Spock! And then over here, Bumpin' Mox is a no bid, I think. Bumpin' Mox is $25 if anybody wants that. I don't think that got a bid. If so, I missed it. All right, first thing is Paul Brothers wants the Beatles sheet music. Do you want 1, 2, or 3 of them? Okay, and then on the bottom, Regina also got Elvis, okay? So these are sold for $9.99. The Yale Khan or Spock. So these 3 are pending to Paul Brothers. Regina gets Elvis, $6.99 for Elvis Presley. And then next was Chris Knapp on ZZ. Chris Knapp on ZZ. What was that, Chris Knapp? ZZ? I don't think we had a ZZ Top magazine, did we? What was ZZ, Chris Knapp? And then Paul Brothers on Us. I think Heavy Metal's already sold. Next comment's Us. Let me find that. My Boy Lollipop. Trouser Press. Zigzag. Zigzag. Sold to Chris Knapp, $9.99. Paul Brothers on Us. Was that a magazine? Or did you get auto-corrected on something? And then Paul, did we have an Us magazine? Or, yeah. Okay, this here. Sorry, I went through them so fast, I messed up. $6.99 on that. And then Us was, okay, there was one, was Cindy, that was, I know what you're talking about. They're talking about this one. Okay, that one sold to Paul Brothers. The next comment is Clash, $6.99, no more, no less. I think that's the one I marked $9.99. I think you're off by a few bucks. I'm pretty sure I said $9.99, right? If that's not worth $10, then what is? And then Chris Frazier gets Heavy Metal. That's $9.99, so to Chris Frazier. And then Danny, it's already sold. Chris Frazier got Heavy Metal. And then sold Zigzag Us, okay? So what was left in here? We have all 3 of these sold to Paul Brothers. $9.99, $9.99, $9.99. Those are all sold to Paul Brothers. And then we had Sergio Aragonés Gru, The Wanderer. Circus Raves for $6.99. Steve Marriott. Hayden Christensen from Star Wars Entertainment Weekly. Phonograph of Costello. Trouser Press with Costello. And then we have Rock's New Superstars, Corey Hart, Julian Lennon, Wham, Hot Wax Quarterlies, My Boy Lollipop, Chinese Cut Paper Designs, Us, People, Elton John with People, Rock Gone Too Far, People, Robert Wagner, Plain Truth, okay? And then Trouser Press was $9.99. Chris Frazier wants to pass on Heavy Metal. So that means, Danny, it has opened back up to you for dibs on Heavy Metal. Heavy Metal Magazine, June 1985. It's a comic book, articles, ads. Did I see some Frank Frazetta stuff in here? Anything that looks like fantasy art, I immediately think it's Frank Frazetta. All right, I think we got a whole tub of this kind of stuff, but it looks like there's some different stuff also. So let me jump over here and see what we got going on. One sweet dream came true today. Came true today. Some of this is going to be flashed quickly. Okay. We have Look Magazine, 1952. Anita Ekberg on the cover. Also Eisenhower and Adlai Stevenson. That is $9.99. Fantasy Image Magazine. That is going to be $6.99. Neat Stuff Magazine, $6.99. Whatever Came of. The Best Updated, Newest Famous Profiles of People from Yesteryears. So you look up somebody and you can find out what happened to them. So you can look up Jimmy Lydon and Lashra LaRue, and there's Jerry Mathers, and it'll tell you what they're doing, okay? And then over here, we have the history of the Eagles. So this was an original tour itinerary book. This sold at auction for $25, and I never did get paid for it. So this would have been something the Eagles would have had. Actually, the Eagles, their management, staff, and crew, and it showed where they were staying, where they were traveling, what hotels they stayed at, what hotels they were arriving at. So the A party stayed at the nice hotels. The B parties and C parties stayed at cheaper hotels. That is $25. And before I get into this, we have a couple claims. First is heavy metal is $9.99. Danny, I'm going to pass because I think somebody else is going to buy it. And then John Durden says he'll take the Clash magazine for $9.99. And then over here, we have Chris Knapp taking the Chinese paper book for $6.99. Okay? All right. So that's sold for $6.99, and that was sold to Chris Knapp, the Chinese book. Okay? Oh, boy. What have I got here? These may be failures. Hold on a second. These may be 78 Trans Am wants the Eagles book, and let's sell heavy metal to Oso for $9.99 unless Danny says he'll take it. That's Mickey Rooney. That's bad. These are Clark Gable. This is just a photo. I can't remember on these. That's just a vintage. That's not signed. That's just a vintage photo of Captain Kangaroo. I'll say that's $6.99. You know what? I honestly don't remember. Might be stuff JSA failed, and that's why it's all together. Because I know we had a bunch of fake Mickey Rooneys. That's a secretary signature. I don't know who that is. That's a fake Robert Duvall. I know that for sure. I think that's bad Debbie Reynolds. I think this is bad stuff. Yeah. But I don't remember. I better set all this aside. Charlie Sheen. I can't remember what's going on here. I probably just need to set all this stuff aside. Okay, now this is different. This could be bad stuff or stuff that they never did look at. I know 3 or 4 of those for sure are bad, so let's not sell any of that. Don't want to be peddling fakes, whether you know it's fake or not. Okay, now we got over here. We have over here Eagles and then sold, and here we go. So I think we got... I honestly think when we were selling a lot of movie posters about a year ago, we had a couple people go overboard, and they had a couple big orders, and we never did get payment. And I think that's what some of this is. So let me I'm going to have to clear off the table to make some room. I think we might hit a pocket of movie posters here, or just any kind of poster. Let me go ahead and take some of this stuff in here on the table right quick. And at this point, this Fred Goodwin stuff, I mean, some of the stuff I've sold 2 or 3 times, that seems like, and we have so much of it still. Boxes full of posters, boxes full of this, boxes full of that. I really need to figure out how to get some of this stuff sold. So probably going to price some really cool looking movie posters here cheap tonight. Okay, so let's see what this one looks like. This is Jimmy Wakely, Singing Time in Texas. Singing Time in Texas movie poster. That is obviously an original. $25. Singing Time in Texas, $25. Vintage movie poster. Singing Time in Texas. Fred Goodwin had a price on it at one time of $175. Singing Time in Texas, 1946. Wow. Right after World War II, Swinging Time in Texas was in the theaters. $25 on that. One time Fred had that marked $175. Okay, we have Riders of Black River. Let's see what that one looks like. 1939. Wow. Riders of Black River. Let's see what we got going on here. Wow. Wow, look at the colors on this one. That's a cool one there. Great condition too. Look at that. Riders of Black River. Where's my camera at? I think I can kick out my... There we go. And maybe a little bit over here. All right, that one's going to be $75. That's awesome colors. What did I say, 1936? I'm going to say $75 on that one. Riders of Black River, Charles Starrett. Look at the colors on it. That's amazing. Some of these are, I mean, most of these, well, I will say this, almost all these movies I've never watched, but these movie posters are works of art. I mean, American history. I think that's why when we first started going through Fred's collection, I mean, at one time we had, what, 10 or 15,000 of these? And I think a lot of people were buying them. 1939, I mean, it's just amazing. Most people have never seen these before. All right, so Singin' in Texas, what happened? Singin', Springin', that was sold to Chris Knapp for $25. Chuck Haley, You Were Next. That one I'm asking $75 for. And then, let's see what this one looks like. Riders is sold to MT Matt for $75. Thank you on that. And what do we have here? We have, this might be a half sheet. This is Top Cam, please. This is Gunfighters, Ambush at Abilene. Gunfighters of Abilene, starring Buster Crabbe, C-R-A-B-B-E, 1958. $25. $25 on that one. Okay. Half sheet, very cool. That one's what they call a half sheet. What is in this box? Nothing. It can go in the trash. Okay. And then let's go back over here. And I've got some French postcards. French postcards. More French postcards. Is Guy Shard watching? More French postcards. More French postcards. And more French postcards. These are not from 20s, I'm going to guess. Maybe earlier than that. Just trying to find a date on this one. I think that's 1920. Yeah. I think that one's stamped 1920. $5 a piece if you buy all of them. Okay. On those. Gunfighters. This poster here sold to Chuck Haley for $25. Okay, that's interesting. French postcards. And then here's another poster. This sold for $30. So $30. Was that Riders a true OG? That poster you just bought for $75 was from 1939. Yes, that was a real one-sheet movie poster. Guaranteed. Guaranteed. Yes, 1939. This is from the movie Pit Stop. Really cool subject matter on this one with the cars. Okay. And that is right here, Pit Stop. Let me turn this light off. Hey, there we go. And maybe turn this light off. Hey, there we go. Looks better, doesn't it? Pit Stop, $30. It says Raw Guts for Glory, Flesh Against Steel. Looks like some kind of hot rod racing movie. Okay. Guy Shard says he'll take the French postcards. Yeah, if I say it's from Fred's collection, I'll tell you the year, it's original. This guy bought basically a warehouse of posters out in Texas in the 90s. It was like it was a poster distribution company. And then he bought out, I think, another collection here in Tennessee, another poster. So there was companies that distributed posters to theaters. The theaters had to send them back, and then they just got stored. And so when you find people say they found a poster collection in storage, a lot of times it's this old warehouses where they stored all these posters. Okay. So yeah, some cool stuff. Guy Shard says he'll take these. So these are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. Sell these to Guy Shard for $100. $100 on the number. Thank you on that. Let me start laying these flat over here. I got them down in my crate, but I want to lay these flat. So, and if y'all are fairly new to Collectco, we bought, you know, we've gone through, in about 2 years, we've gone through probably 10,000 plus posters. So you're seeing stuff that I've had at one time. Hawks by Night, that's a cool, these are what they call lobby cards. So these would have been sent, and sometimes you'll even see punch holes or tape residue on the back. This one actually doesn't have either. These would be hung up, these have been hung up in like a lobby, okay? Most of these I charge 10 bucks for. Highways by Night, $10 on that one. Richard Carlson, Jane Randolph. This is George Washington Slept Here, Jack Benny and Ann Sheridan. That's $10. Here's a poster. That's a 3-sheet. That's a big one. Give me a second on that one. That'll take the whole table to show and then some. All right, and then a flag. Can you charge me for the postcards? Jerry Rock wants to pay for the postcards you just bought, Guy Shard. You have a friend in the chat saying he wants to pay for the postcards you just bought. All right, here's a poster. 1976, a Paul Newman film. 1976, a Paul Newman film here. Let's take a look at this. Original movie poster. Buffalo Bill and the Indians. That's pretty dang cool. Let's look at the top cam. Buffalo Bill and the Indians. I'm going to say $35 on that. Paul Newman, Buffalo Bill and the Indians, or Sitting Bull's History Lesson. $35 on that, okay? Chuck Haley on the Jack Benny lobby card. That sold to Chuck Haley for $10. Thank you on that. At one time, Fred Goodwin had $250 on that. Rare, 1970, Monty Walsh. Let's take a look at that. Okay. I'm still on the top cam, aren't I? Here we go. I'm about to go right back to top cam, but let's see what's got going on here. Let me get this Black Sabbath light off. I can show a little bit more if I take the Black Sabbath light. It's either about to get bumped off or, yeah. Let me set that right back there. Monty Walsh, $35. $35. Okay. Cool movie posters here. Don't hesitate to make offers on some of these. I mean, my strategy for selling these after y'all don't buy them here is nowhere. I either have to try to figure out how to display them in our store or photograph them, which is time consuming, and list them on eBay. All right, these are really cool. Chuck Haley gets Monty Walsh for $35, so I'm here to sell these. This is an original lobby card from the movie Country Music. That's Flatt and Scruggs, $10. Nashville Rebel, which was the Waylon Jennings movie, that's Fair and Young, $10 on that. And then Heavenly Days, Fibber McGee and Molly, $10 on that 1944 movie. Another one, Heavenly Days, McGee and Molly. Another Heavenly Days lobby card. Another Heavenly Days lobby card. Another one, and another one. These usually came in sets of 8 and 12, and they would have been pinned up in the lobby of the theaters. 1944. These are originals. There's another Heavenly Days. And here is the main title card. The main title card's always cool because it looks like the movie poster typically. And this is the first one. This might be a whole set. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I bet that's the whole set. Yep. They usually come in 8s and 12s. So these, I would say, if you want all of them, the whole set for $55. Heavenly Days, 1944. Nashville Rebel is sold to Danny Thomason. He gets that one. That's $10. Nashville Rebel. And then we have Look Who's Laughing. That's another Fibber McGee and Molly. And this has Lucille Ball in it. That's pretty cool. Lucille Ball is in this movie. There's 2 of those. $10 a piece. 1941 on that movie. Look at the colors of these. And I went one night to a deep rabbit hole. I was like, we're going to figure this out live, how they were printing something like this back in the 30s and 40s to make it so vibrant, to make like an image transfer that awesome. The first one that was shown was from the movie Country Music, and this is Flat and Scruggs. I actually have one of these autographed by Earl Scruggs. It's on eBay right now. So I actually have one of these signed right here by Earl Scruggs, $375. This one unsigned is $10. Hollywood Barn Dance, Ernest Tubb. Ernest Tubb, this is $10, and this is, I'm looking for a year, $10 on that. Randolph Scott and Comanche Station, 1960, $10 on that. And then Everybody Dancing, Spade Cooley, Sons of the Pioneers, $10 on that one. Everybody's Dancing, there's the title card. That one's pretty cool. Some of these are numbered. They'll tell you the number and the sequence. And there's another one there. And that's with, once again, Ernest Tubb. $10 on any of those, okay? $10 on any of those. Singing in the Rain. We had a few signed photos at some point. I've already sold some signed Gene Kelly. I still have a signed Gene Kelly. Yeah. I have a signed Gene Kelly EP. Okay. There is some John Wayne stuff scattered here and there. I don't have any like early $20,000 movie posters, but I do have some pieces, maybe lobby cards of lesser known movies or lesser popular ones. I could have, you know, maybe a press kit or something, but I never did have, I had some $500 and $800 John Waynes, but we never did really have any uber rare, highly expensive ones. Hollywood Barn Dance. There's another one, Ernest Tubb. This might be the rest of the set. There's another one. Border Saddle Mates, Rex Allen and Coco the Miracle Horse, 1952. That one's cool. I love it when they've got the pistols in their hand. Look at those guns. Nice. That is West of Texas, Dave Tex O'Brien, Jim Newell. Texas and Baton. That one is $10. So is another one of those. There's another West of Texas. Look at the image for that. I think that's amazing they were able to print that in 1943. I mean, no computers. They didn't even know what a computer was. I mean, at that point, there was some large, well, like what, analog kind of computers at the Department of Defense, maybe. Texas Stampede. That's pretty cool. Charles Starrett. Texas Stampede, cool subject matter on that one. Chuck Haley wants Rex for 10. And that one was right here, the Border Saddle Mates. That's $10 again. Can I show the NR again? Definitely want it. The Nashville Rebel. Yeah, so there could be more of these pop up. This is, of course, the movie, the poster you bought autographed, Danny, by Waylon. He was the star of this movie, of course. And the lobby cards, I have a lot of them. A lot of the lobby cards feature the different people in the movie. So this is number 5 with Farron Young. There's also one with Tex Ritter, Loretta Lynn, Porter, and I should have more of them here and there. There could be even in this stack. 1966 is when that movie came out. All right, these are all $10 a piece. There's Texas Stampede. Also, we have Rhythm Roundup. That's from 1945. Bob Wills and his Texas Playboys. Blazing the Western Trail, 1945. We have Russell Hayden, the Vigilantes Ride, 1943. Some of these are, I see these during World War II era. I'm like, wow. Literally, the world at war, people going to the theater possibly seeing this movie. Pretty cool to see. The Texas Kid, Johnny Mac Brown, 1943. Johnny Mac Brown, the Texas Kid. And then Secrets of Laredo, William Holden, 1949. And then over here, the Gene Kelly, I've got, let me pull you up a picture of it. It's pretty cool, actually. It's pretty cool, actually. Can I claim the rest of the set for a bonus price? I honestly don't know where, or I don't know if I have them. I don't know if I have them. So, I don't know where they're at. They could be in the stack. I don't know. Let me see. What was I about to look up? Oh, my Gene Kelly. Let me look that up. Gene. I think I've got it on eBay for $500. Or did I sell it? I don't think I sold it. Yeah, here it is. So it's an EP. It's called Slaughter on 10th Avenue, recorded directly from the soundtracks of the MGM Pictures, words and music, Singing in the Rain. So Slaughter on 10th Avenue, and Broadway ballet and vocal by Gene Kelly. And it's signed and it's JSA'd. So I think I've got that listed for $500, $375. $375. So $375. Tex Ritter. And this is signed by Sugar Dawn Musical Slim Andrews. Signed. Tex Ritter, this is $10. Texas Masquerade. This is 1944, $10. Hollywood Barn Dance, $10. Country Music. That's another movie that had Marty Robbins in it, 1972. There's another one. $10 on that. Barbara Mandrell. I think that's Dottie West, right? Dottie West, Barbara Mandrell. Home in San Antone, Roy Acuff. 1949. Cool one there. Look at that. $10 on that. Tex Ritter signed. Not by Tex Ritter. It's not signed by Tex Ritter. It's signed by, this person here said, to the Silver Screen Cowboy Museum, Silver Andrews, 1983. Not actually signed by Tex Ritter. I got a Tex Ritter over here signed, though, if you want to see one. Red Hot Wheels, To Please a Lady. Red Hot Wheels, some kind of hot rod movie. There's two hot rods crashing. Tiny Lund, Hard Charger, 1967. See the great NASCAR drivers battle it out at 170 miles an hour. Red Hot Wheels, 1962. More hot rods. Thunder in Carolina. Look at that one. Thunder in Carolina, 1960. No. Yeah, 1960. Tiny Lund Hard Charger. Tiny Lund Hard Charger. These are all $10 a piece. All right, now here's another poster. The last time I sold this was $95. So let's take a look at it. Last time I sold this, it was for $95. All those lobby cards I just showed, $10 a piece. Oh, another awesome one here. I love the floating head. Let's take this to the top cam. Look at this one. Monogram Pictures presents Jimmy Wakely, Moon over Montana. Very cool. 1946. 1946. I'll say $95 or best offer. Okay? Don't hesitate. 1946 poster there. Okay. I think this is a whole set of Hell on Wheels. Yeah. This is, well, it's 3 of them. I sold 3 of these for $25. Marty Robbins, Marty Robbins, Marty Robbins. And Hell on Wheels, 3 of these for $25. Sold to Wolverine. Really cool one here. Mitchum Thunder Road. Man, did I sell that one for $10? I wouldn't think so, but I'll charge $10 right now. Mitchum Thunder Road. Probably if a lot of these don't have tags on them, then I sold them for $10. But that's a good one there. $10 on that. Okay. Sold for $10 to Wolverine. And boy, look at this one. $250. Yes. Songs of the South. Song of the South. This is the 1956 reissue. $250 is what I sold these for. Probably very much worth it. Look at that. Wow. So, $250 for these 3. 60s racing one because the rip. Which one? Do you remember the name of the movie? The 60s racing one? Maybe this one? You talking about this one? That gives character to it. Are you kidding me? These are 70 years old. Of course it's going to have a rip or two in it. Look at this thing. You don't want it to look brand new, do you? Then you're going to question its authenticity. What was next? A movie poster I sold for $10. Let's see what I got here. $10 for Last Stop on the Night Train. Whoops. Last Stop on the Night Train, $10. How am I going to frame with an ugly chunk out of that? Oh, that'll be easy. This in a frame? Well, first of all, you don't want to cut any of this off. So, I mean, it's just gonna be like that, right? That's a tape repair anyway. All that's going to be cut off right there. You tell them to put the frame about right there. Okay, what was next here? Was that the same one I just had? Yes. Okay. Madam X, $20. Madam X, $20. I convinced him to buy it for 10. Mission accomplished. Lana Turner and Madam X. That's pretty cool. 1966. If I start taking less than 10 for some of these because they have a couple dings or small rips, then I'm going to be in a pickle because probably about every one of them has some kind of ding or maybe small little tear. So, all right, this is sold to J Neutral for 10. You're going to, when you get this in your hand, you're going to be like, yes, I did a great decision buying that for $10. Okay, and then Jackie wants the Lester Flat. I don't think Danny was interested in that one. $10. That was for the Lester Flat from earlier, right? Boy, what's happened to it? Give me 1 second. We're close. It's right here. Nope. There it is. This is sold to Jackie Reynolds for $10. Madam X is sold to Jackie Reynolds for $20. Chuck Haley was next. Nice. Caddyshack, $325. Caddyshack, $325. Nice. Look at this. Number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5, 6, and 7. I think it's missing one. That's what I sold them for the last time. I forgot I had these. Wow. So, awesome. These are the original lobby cards. Look at that. I can recomp these, but I mean, at some point I checked those, and that's what I came up with, because I think some of these individually can get pretty pricey. I can recheck these. I think the OG movie poster is now way up there. Let me get it over here to Heritage. All right, so yeah, a set just sold for $475. $475, $187, and then 5 sold for $288. That was in February of 23. October of 24 was $187, and then most recently was February of this year, $475. So I probably seen the 475, and I probably seen the 5 for $288 and figured $325 was pretty fair. And then back in 2022, a set sold for $252. $325 is extremely fair for these. Yes. $325. All you got to do is find that 8th one, and if you frame up, it'd be an awesome set. You probably could find maybe a single one on eBay, or just wait for the right time. You could set that up, another auction house or something. So I think about the only thing they made Caddyshack was the one sheet and these lobby cards. I don't think they made, I've never seen maybe an insert. And then maybe some foreign stuff. Yeah, I was about to say the poster is getting near $1,000. So a nice linen back poster that sold about a month ago for $1,000. Yeah. $750. Rolled $3,250. Yeah. I had somebody not too long ago saying they wanted, when we was going, they was like, I want one that's rolled without increases. And I remember like a year ago, I was like, that's going to cost you $2,000 or $3,000 for a rolled one. So a rolled one is very rare because they rarely rolled these posters. They almost all came, folded, the movie posters. So a rolled one is extremely rare. Very expensive too because they don't have increases. So you could have a rolled poster for $1,000 or a folded for $1,000, but then a rolled one is $5,000. So much more expensive. Okay. We have Dean Martin and Jerry Lewis, the Caddy, $25. That's a real lobby card. The Caddy. That's pretty cool. Dean Martin and Jerry Lewis, $25 on that. I've got one from you, just one, maybe number 8. I don't know. Now, Fred, you know, some of these we had the reproductions. So some of these we had where Fred copied them, or he got different people to sign some things and he made copies. So I know at one time I had a bunch of, you know, the reproduction ones, which there's a lot of those out there for much cheaper. I just need to send these to Heritage, I guess. Or put them on eBay. I'd rather just send them to Heritage, though. Buy them now. If I had that 8th one, they'd probably be gone. The Caddy is sold for $25 to Chuck Haley. All right, let's keep rolling. Very cool there. I wonder if you just search. I might just need to go buy number 8. Are they for sale? No. Yeah, there it is. No. 8 by 10. No, they don't have them. Plus, there's a lot of fakes on here. Yeah, those are fake. Yeah. Those are fake. I'd hate to buy one on eBay because these could be reproduced so easily. I wouldn't want to buy an individual. I would want to hopefully find one here in Fred stuff. It's probably still in here in this building somewhere. Probably still in this building somewhere. Where? I don't know. Flea, signed by Flea. What did this cost new? Acid for the Children, signed by Flea. Now, this obviously isn't JS8, it looks like. Let me see if I can find comps on this. That's why I'll never own a Jim Morrison. I wouldn't buy a signed Hendrix or Jim Morrison unless you're buying it from Heritage, Sotheby's, Christie's, or Coletco, because I would be very hesitant. You don't ever want to get something like that on eBay. Unless you sent it to me or got an opinion in a group. I've been telling everybody, if you just want an opinion, post it where you get a bunch of other people's opinions, and if it starts getting mixed reviews, then it's fake. If you post a real autograph and everybody's like, yes, real, 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 then it's probably real. Okay, this book signed is kind of all over the place. JS8 once sold for $200. Now, I could easily get this JS8. It's going to be a while, but Flea autograph book, I don't know. I'll sell it right now for $125. Pretty firm on that. Jim Morrison. Jim Morrison is, there is no known signed on the front. So I don't think there is a known existent Jim Morrison that's been signed on the front. That means essentially, if you did find one, it would be a once-in-a-lifetime discovery. This is Coal Miner's Daughter poster. There is some damage to it. There is some damage up here to it. Okay? $10 on that. Coal Miner's Daughter. Just $10. It's ripped at the top. The movie about Loretta Lynn. Sold to John Durden for $10. Scrapbook of Hillbilly and Western Stars. Probably need to make sure this thing don't have any signatures in it. I don't think I've ever looked through this one before. Slim Whitman, Cowboy Copas, Bill Monroe, Sketches Quick, Tawny Scott, Bob Newman, Hank Williams. That's pretty cool to see. Was he still alive? Well, it doesn't say about anything about him dying. What year is this? 1952. Wow. So Hank Williams featured in here. I'm going to say, unless I find an autograph here near the end that's not facsimile, I'm going to say $10 on this. It's got quite a bit of damage in the front of it. Looks good so far. Autograph free. I mean, there's some that look like facsimiles, but they're not obviously live ink. Yeah, $10. It's got some pretty bad damage up here, though. Almost like termite damage. 1952 though, $10 on that. I remember these are pretty good, I think. I remember these. This is Los Angeles Olympics poster from 1984. These I'd probably have to check, and these are two pretty good lobby cards here. This is Teenage Thunder and Carnival Rock. And then here is Nashville Rebel window card, Waylon Jennings. These I sold for $75. I've got two more that are signed, $475. So this is an original, this was called a window card. It's blank at the top because they would have wrote showing tonight at Coletco Theater, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, 6 a.m. matinee, blah, 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 blah. Yada, 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 da-dee. 75 on Nashville Rebel. Okay, this is my sold pile, right? Yep, I almost grabbed the sold pile. Almost started reselling the sold pile. Ooh, great neck adjustment. So there's those posters. I'll leave y'all on top view for a second while I go grab another handful. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Do-do. We all live in a yellow submarine. Yellow submarine. Yellow submarine. We all in the land I was born. Live the man. Sail the sea. All right. Jeremy Abbott guitar picks. I think he played for Ace Frehley or played with Ace Frehley. Jeremy Asbrick, $6.99. The Holy Bible, 1906, loose pages. Some Bibles are worth a lot of money, hundreds of thousands. The Gutenberg, the whichever. We have Let's Keep Christmas, a sermon by Peter Marshall with an introduction by Catherine Marshall. Let's Keep Christmas, $6.99. Stay On Stranger, an extraordinary story of the Kentucky mountains. $6.99, 1954. Here we go. The New Promise of Pleasure for Couples in Love, ESO. How you and your lover can give each other hours of extended sexual orgasm. An illustrated guide. This may be useful to some people. It's an illustrated book on how to become better at reproducing. $6.99. Great Sex by Alexandra Penny, author of How to Make Love to a Man. Some of y'all may need that. $6.99. More Shirley Eaton Bond stuff. Shirley Eaton, Bond's Golden Girl, Her Reflections. For Fred, with many wonderful memories, a time never to forget. With love, Shirley Eaton. August of 2015. Now, I know without a doubt this is authentic. I didn't get this one JSA authenticated because it was made out to Fred. But this was Bond Girl Shirley Eaton, made out to Fred. And it's a book about her life and movies and film. Because she did a lot more other than just this. Other than just James Bond. So, I'll say bargain deal on this. With a bookmark. It says a bookmark for you, Shirley. That's her signature, XXX. $20. $20, okay? So signed Shirley Eaton book and signed Shirley Eaton bookmark. Now, I think y'all know I charge like $55 for signed photos, and that's very reasonable, and I've got lots. So that's a bargain deal for something personalized. And a bookmark, okay? And country picture book, $10. That was right here. Sold to Chuck Haley for $10. Okay. And then Phil Elliott wants to, Jeremy. I met this guy. I think I bought these from him. I bought some of his record collection. He was moving from Nashville. And he lived in, Nashville via Smyrna. And he had an ad on Marketplace. And I went to his house. And I was like, man, you look kind of familiar. And he's like, well, I don't really tell people, but I play with Ace Frehley. And I was like, whoa, no wonder you look familiar. And I think he either gave those to me or I bought them from him. If he gave them to me, I'm sorry, Jeremy, I just sold them. I don't play the guitar. Shirley Eaton is sold to Mega Blast for $20. Okay? All right? Next thing is a vintage paperback of Goldfinger. This is the original book by Ian Fleming. Obviously not a first print. First prints are hundreds or thousands. That's just a vintage paperback, but $6.99. And then I've got another one for $6.99. Let me make sure Shirley didn't sign these. She might have somewhere. Is there any photos in them? You never know. I found her signature on anything. Fred handed her a pen and was like, hey, baby, start signing all this. Okay, those are $6.99, $6.99. Got anything I don't have stockpile cash to buy concerning Clint Eastwood? Got anything that I don't have cash to buy with that's Clint Eastwood? I don't know. I'm going through these items one at a time. I don't think we have much Clint Eastwood around here. Clint Eastwood has probably left the building. Adrian Turner on Goldfinger. This is a book about the movie Goldfinger. I already have this. I've already have it, and I've already read it. $9.99. And I think at one time I was going to put this on eBay because it was a pretty obscure yearbook. And yearbooks are pretty good to list on eBay because people are looking for them to track down family history, et cetera, et cetera. So somebody might get on eBay and look, I'm looking for my great-grandfather's yearbook. He graduated at wherever in 1924. And, of course, they get on eBay. And I've sold a lot of yearbooks on eBay. They're great pickups at estate sales, by the way. A lot of people discard them like, who's going to want this old yearbook? Well, they forget that it might have literally their grandfather in it. So, Yellow Submarine. This is the sheet music. This is pretty cool. Signed by John Lennon and Paul McCartney. Of course, I'm totally BSing you. This is just $6.99. Wolverine National Rubber 50. I have to pay shipment to UK. Sold. Wolverine $50, and he's paying for shipping. Sold to Wolverine for $50. He's got to pay a lot of expensive shipping on that to the UK. That's going over the big pond. Thank you. I've got another one signed by Waylon for $4.75 if you want it. And what is this record? Okay. What is this record here? Future Islands. Why did I set this? No wonder it's expensive. Future Island Seasons. There's only one for sale for $93.33. The median is $60. This is called Seasons by Future Islands. It's a limited edition 7-inch single, 45 RPM from 2014. It's indie rock. It was recorded August 13th in Dreamland Recording Studios in Hurley, New York. It is limited to 1,200 and it's near mint. And my price on this would be, I would sell this for $59.99. There's only one for sale for $124.44. The last one sold 2 weeks ago for $87, and then one sold for $70. $59.99 on that. Okay? Yellow Submarine sheet music $6.99. Was getting ready to buy Beatles sheet music in a book. If this was signed by John Lennon and Paul McCartney, it would be $15,000 to $25,000 would be the auction estimate at Heritage. $15,000 to $25,000. Okay, let's see what else we got over here. I know a signed sheet music of Hey Jude by McCartney just sold for $7,500, I think, on eBay. $6,000, or I was looking at it for the longest. It was the sheet music of Hey Jude, and I think it just sold for I think it just sold for $600 or $7,500, and it's just signed by Paul. So here are, I think, some. Let me check on these over here. I Love Paul Beatles button. Let me get a comp on one. That should get me pretty close. These are pretty dang good items. These are originals. All right, so we'll start with this one. I Love Paul. One sold for $35, one sold for $100, one sold for $45, and then one sold for $18. Wow, that's a wide variety. Anywhere from $18 to $100. That's wild. $25. I Love Paul. Okay, $25 on that one. I'm Bugs About the Beatles button. sold for $50, $40.99, 9 bids, $15, and $47. On Bugs About the Beatles, 35 bucks. That's a cool one. 35 bucks. This is the stuff when I'm watching Beatles Anthology and I'm seeing all those girls at the airport screaming at their lungs out, and they've got stuff like this pinned to their jackets. I Love Paul, Bugs About the Beatles. That's just the kind of real Beatlemania stuff they were wearing. That's sold to Phil Elliott for $25. On Bugs About the Beatles, $35. I'm a Beatle fan in case of emergency button. And I need to put an A in there instead of an E. What was the question? Was the Hey Jude and OG Cod Plus signature? It was just sheet music. It was sheet music. This one has sold for, called Paul or Ringo. Ringo 36, John 80, George 53, Paul and Ringo 26, Paul and Ringo 25. I'll do this one for 25 too. I'm a Beatle fan in case of emergency, called Paul or Ringo. 25 on that one. And Bugs About the Beatles, that was 35 sold. I think it was, well, I'll tell you why I didn't buy it. It was interesting, but it wasn't the right image on it. And I'll show you what I'm talking about here in just a second. Let me look up this last button. Actually, I've already typed it in over here. Let me see if it's still in recently sold. It's longer than you, it was longer, maybe longer than I thought. I don't see it anymore in recently sold. Yeah. It was blue and white sheet music, and it said, Hey Jude. I think it's, I'll have to go to Terapeak. I Love the Beatles button. This is the fourth and final one. This one, active, is pretty pricey. And wow, that one sold for $400. Why did that one sell for so much? Oh, it's a 7-inch. Oh, no wonder. What the hell? This is 3.5. I'll do this one for 35 too. So 35 and 25 on those last two. Yeah, this one sold for $456. Look at that one. It's a 7-inch. Look how nice it is too. No wonder. 400. Oh, it's Perry Cox. No wonder. Perry Cox is a renowned Beatles seller, and he has an incredible eBay account. Yeah, his last two highest sold Beatles albums are 25,000 and 15,000. Then 10,000, 9,000, 7,000, 6,900, 6,000, 6,000, 5,000. He sells some pretty rare Beatles stuff. If you ever see Perry D. Cox, it's real stuff, okay? And you'll see prices. It just keeps going. This is recent stuff. 5,000, 5,000, 5,000, 5,000, 37, 37, 35, 35, 35, 35, 32. That's all recent sold too. That's where you go if you want something rare by the Beatles and you're ready and prepared to pay a lot of money for it. I have this. It took me forever to get one. We got it in a collection. That Hard Day's Night sleeve. I wouldn't take that for mine because I probably never will get another one. Phil Elliott, you need these last two buttons. 2 more there, buddy. You bought 2, you need 2 more. All right, let's keep going here. If you build up an account on eBay, you can get high prices for stuff. You got to build up a business and build up the clientele, and I've tried my best to be able to do that here over the last 5 years. You got to find great customers. You got to be able to guarantee stuff. You got to be able to present it well and guarantee it and promise and ship well, etc., etc. Okay? Bundle deal, I'll do, since you bought the other 2, I'll do $5 off. So 20 and 30, 50 for both of them. 50 for the last 2. Okay. This is a 2020 original watercolor on paper by Tim Doyle, and he signed it. It is $675 plus shipping. Tim Doyle, 2020 original watercolor on paper. Tim Doyle signed, $675. I forgot where that came from, but I've had some of this stuff for a while. It's definitely something we got to get listed online if no one buys it here. And then Phil Elliott takes these as well. So sell him these last two for $50. Okay. This is Clown of Doom. It's an artist proof by Chet Zar. Clown of Doom by Chet Zar signed. It was supposed to be a $275 start plus shipping. Artist proof and signed. Scary Clown. Clown of Doom. Chet Zar. $275. Skeletor. Skeletor was available. Think about it. I think if you look that up, you'll see that's a fair price. And then, did I miss any other questions? Any other country music stuff? Whatever's left in this tub, I'm probably... By the way, Facebook's about to end, isn't it? What time is it? Has Facebook already ended? Just so y'all know, hold on one second before I lose anybody. We are at... Okay, we got 18 minutes left. And I think I can finish this tub, and that's where the show's going to end. So we only got about 18 minutes left anyway. So whatever I'll finish in this tub. It was supposed to be a $675 start. So if something doesn't get a bid, I'm obviously $675. $675 on that. How would you buy a slab comic? Are you talking about the ones I showed earlier tonight? 2017, charcoal on paper, Zach Schiffer signed, $225. $225 on that. I think this is real. So there was a Beatles show that essentially got canceled, and and when you look at them, you're like, oh, that's fake. They're not really expensive, but they're actually real ticket stubs. I've got another one in here on the wall, and yeah, here's another one I've got hanging in here on the wall. I'm about to send them to PSA, because if you get them slabbed and you get them authenticated, they're much more likely to do well. But this one came from Dale's Pittsburgh collection, and I think this one came from Dale's Pittsburgh collection, and I just recently rediscovered it. Yeah, Soul Folk Downs. If you look up that concert, so when you see these, right, you're like, oh man, that's just got to be some kind of fake. It looks like it's because it was never used, and then they got like just sold off in bulk to, I guess, resellers back in the 70s or 80s. But every time I've seen one, it's had a different number. See? And there were some different colors, et cetera, et cetera. I think it mattered what section you were in. I've got to relook these up, but those are real. I think that was for a canceled show. Something happened, or they didn't sell too well because the Beatles, I don't know. I wish I could call it off too, but I think those are real tickets. They just never did use. So there's that. And then here's another cool thing here. This is called Little Tough Junk, Left and Right. These are silkscreen prints, numbered 81 of 200, $225. They're like robots that are smoking some ganja. Okay, these go together. They're robot smoking ganjas. They're robot smoking ganjas. Okay, they're smoking the devil's lettuce, the garden of grass. $225. That's for both of them. Okay. So some cool artwork. I bought this from a poster collector and an art collector. So he had a lot of cool art like that, and he had a killer poster collection. That's where that rare Metallica was we got from. Blah, 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 blah. Dee, yada, yada, yada. Okay, let's go through this other stack of papers. And Wolverine and any other 45 buyers, we got to get back to 45s hopefully tomorrow. But tomorrow is my last sale, and that will be it. Okay? Here's what we got. More posters. Let's see what we got here. This looks like Grand Funk. It is. I think that goes in the Grand Funk live album. $6.99, Grand Funk. Okay. Nice. This is Bond. James Bond. It's Goldfinger and Dr. No. And it's a reissue, of course. It's a what they call a double feature. Really cool poster here, though. I have this one. Otherwise, I wouldn't be selling it. I don't have it framed. I have a lot of posters I probably won't have framed because I just don't have space, but I like collecting them. So, but that's pretty cool. That is a Sean Connery poster from 1966 when he was still making movies. It's got some damage here and here. It looks like they taped something to it. See this right here? They probably taped like an announcement, probably like when it was playing. And right here, yeah. So Dr. No and Goldfinger double feature. This is $125. $125 on this. Pretty cool poster. I mean, it's from '66 when Connery was still Bond, and it's a double feature of two of the biggest movies of his. The first one and then Goldfinger. Pretty cool. Miss Honey, Miss Galore, have James Bond back for more. Okay. I understand MT Map, but if you change your mind, or if you want to make an offer, I'll listen, okay? Let's go back over here to this. The Elvis stamp collection set. I'm going to say, so you get Graceland, a set, a book, more stamps. This is like the ultimate collector's set for Elvis stamps. You get the print. Where's Regina Tabor at? You get the book with more stamps. Yeah. $29.99. $29.99. How much are the Beatles tickets? To be determined. Give me a second. There's another record that I think is expensive. So let me set that right back there. That's probably why it's mixed in with all this stuff. What else do we have? Here's some budget autographs that I didn't want to have authenticated. This is signed by Michael Martin Murphy. I guarantee it to be authentic. $15. $15. Signed by Stephen Forbert. I guarantee him to be authentic. $10 each. Stephen Forbert. Michael Martin Murphy, 15. Stephen Forbert, 10. Some sort of tapestry. Let's open it up and see what we have. What are we looking like on time? 12 minutes or so? I have a tapestry of, it looks like Kid Rock. Kid Rock Greatest on Earth Tour 2019 tapestry. Kid Rock Greatest on Earth Tour tapestry. $15. My name is Picture, a great song. I'm a cowboy, baby. I will never be able to fold this up. So, for sake of time, I'll let somebody that's got better folding skills, I'll leave it in this thing, which comes with a free door sticker, okay? That comes with a free door sticker. So let's lay that over here. Regina wants the Elvis stamp collection. I was waiting for that to happen. That one's complete and new in the mailer. Let's keep going here. Yours, Mine, and Ours. Looks like a movie poster. Sounds like a movie poster. Your, Mine, and Ours. Lucille Ball, $15. Your, Mine, and Ours with Lucille Ball and Henry Fonda. Original movie poster, 1968. $15 on that. So who got Kid Rock? Chris Frazier got Kid Rock. Chris Frazier got Kid Rock. Phil Elliott, you were second. Hold on a second. Chris Frazier, you got Kid Rock. Phil Elliott, second. Regina got stamps for $29. Chuck, I've already sold them. And then Jerry said sold. Was that on what? The Lucille Ball poster? If so, it's so to you. If not, Chuck Haley's next. Oh, man. I don't remember this one. Yours, Mine, Ours. Okay. That's so to him. Dang. I know what this next one is. I'm going to have to check it right quick because I bet somebody will buy it right now, but I need to check. I know what it is without looking at it. I don't need to see anything further. Yeah. All right, I'll do this one. I'm going to say $195. Did I get the poster? Jerry Torrey's got Yours, Mine, and Ours for $15. Yes. Yeah, he got the Lucille Ball. This one's $195. It's the original movie poster for Led Zeppelin. The song remains the same. It's fragile. $195. The original movie poster. The song remains the same. Theatrical release. Awesome. Zeppelin. John Bonham. John Bonham. That's what he says after Moby Dick. John Bonham. Bum, 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 bum. Ah, da, 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 da. Okay, we have a Tom Jones tour book we thought was signed, but it's just printed on there. So Tom Jones tour book, $10. Led Zeppelin's $195. This is pretty cool. Arizona world premiere. The movie Arizona. The reason I had this set aside is I could not find a comp anywhere. It's like a press kit for the movie Arizona. It's an original press kit. The movie Arizona, $35 on that just because I really don't know what to price it. Here's some more budget autographs. Roy Acuff. Best wishes to somebody, Roy Acuff, $10. And Roy Acuff to Sylvester Stallone. No, who does I say? To Sylvian C. Somebody, Roy Acuff. If anything, you could cut that out, you know? You could make it a cut. $10 on the Roy Acuffs. Get Together, Words and Music, 54 favorite songs. Scholing Beer. World War II era, maybe? 1942, yeah, very patriotic. Get Together, songs, Scholing Beer, sheet music. It's all patriotic stuff. Or some, mostly patriotic. $15 on Get Together, 1942. This is pretty cool sheet music. I've Been Working on the Railroad. $10 on that sheet music. $10 on this sheet music. When That Midnight Choo-Choo Leaves for Alabama, Irving Berlin. And this is from the 20s, I'm pretty sure. 1912, wow. 1912, original sheet music, $10, train related. Here's some stuff I never to get payment for. We'll go through this stuff fast. My Friend Irma Goes West, $10. That's a lobby card. Living It Up, that's pretty cool. Dean Martin and Jerry Lee Lewis, or Jerry Lewis, not Jerry Lee. That's pretty cool though. Living It Up, Jerry Lewis, Dean Martin, $10. This might have been a bundle deal. Yeah, 2 Dean Martin, Jerry Lewis, Money from Home, $15 on those. So there's 2 for $15. That's what I got for them the last time. This one was 2 for $15. And that was Dean Martin and Jerry Lewis. That's called Scared Stiff. 2 more Martin and Lewis. Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, $35. I bet that's a cool poster. Chitty Chitty Bang Bang, $35. Let's take a look at it right quick. Yeah. And it has this insert with it. Look at that. Nice poster. And it says, direct from its reserved seats, continuous performances, popular classics. $35 on Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. That's a cool poster. This is a big non-payment order. I've never gone through that. We canceled this months ago. I never did go through them. As you can see, they're still got sticky notes on them. So this guy had a huge order and just could not pay for it. So 35, that's sold to Michael Ruttman. Chitty Chitty Bang Bang. I'm assuming you want all the Dean Martin stuff, right, Chuck Haley, because you bought the last one. That would be 2 for $15, which was kind of the discounted price I gave them. So 2 for $15, 2 more for $15, and then that one for $10. All right, so that would be $40 for those. And then Jay Nutra says, what was the Bama printed? This here, this was made in 1912. That sheet music you see there, that was made in 1912. Okay, and then all these sold to Chuck Haley, 15, 15, and 10, which would be $40, okay? No claims on that one. Maybe I can get through these stuff quickly. Facebook's about to end, but we got time. Let me skip that one because I don't know what's going on there. This is $10. This is the toy. Yes, this was made in 1912 when that Midnight Choo Choo leaves for Alabama. This is 1912. Yes. Not 100%. This one right here, yeah. This is the toy. The Alabama sheet music's 10. Sold to Michael Ruttman for 10. That's Richard Pryor and Jackie Gleason. Richard Pryor and Jackie Gleason. Sold to Michael Ruttman for $10. Speed Run. What is this one? Whatever this was, I sold it for $35. Let's look at it. Whatever this is I'm about to open, it was originally sold for $35. Jerry Lee Lewis and Hardly Working. I keep wanting to say Lee Lewis. Jerry Lewis and Hardly Working. $35 on that. Okay. $8 for, sorry, wrong camera. $8 for The Stooge. Dean Martin, Jerry Lewis sheet music. I sold that for $8. $17 for Pretty Maids All in a Row. $17 for Pretty Maids All in a Row. Very risque looking poster. Looks like some kind of cult looking female seduction campaign. $17 for that. Pretty Maids All in a Row. Cool lobby card here. Jumpin' Jacks. Dean Martin, Jerry Lewis. That's a cool one. $10. Pretty Maids is sold to Chuck Haley for $17. The Mono Men, I Don't Care Jezebel. I'm not for sure what that is. Estrus Records, I don't know what these are. Does this have a price on it? Let me skip these. Okay. 2 lobby cards for $15. Bob Hope and Lucille Ball. Sorrowful Jones and Fancy Pants. So these 2 lobby cards, Bob Hope movies with Lucille Ball, both for $15. Okay, both for $15. And then here's another one for just $10. So 15 for 2, 10 for that one. Okay, I'm back at the bottom. Now let me see the stuff I passed on right quick because it looked like we had a lot going on here. Guide for Armed, Unarmed Man. You know, this might have been stuff I never... It might have been a bundle deal. Let me go to this one first. Okay. Both of these posters I sold in this packet for $35, so I'll do them for $15 each. This one has damage. This is The Man with Two Brains. Steve Martin, The Man with Two Brains, but it does have damage. So I originally sold both of the posters in this envelope for $35, so I'll do them for $15 and $15 each. The Man with Two Brains, $15 on that. By the way, if you're on Facebook, your connection could get interrupted because I think there's less than 120 seconds left now, maybe even less than that. But when I get done showing these last couple, that's probably where it's going to conclude anyway. Hold on one second. And the other one is called Cuckoo, maybe. And then for those that are still watching on Twitch, we can recap and do some other stuff, okay? Oh, One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Ah. Yeah. It's kind of damaged, though. All right, so at this point, let me ask y'all this. For anything that I've shown tonight, does anybody want to see it again or make an offer? And believe me, I'm here to sell stuff. Yes, my mic is muted because I'm chewing on some popcorn. Okay. This is sold for $10 to Jerry Torres. You got it. Matt, I'm going to sell you Bond for $50 for two reasons. One, you've already bought a Rush poster this week for over $3,000. Second of all, if I can share a James Bond poster with another fan, it'll make my day. That's sold to MT Matt for $50. Okay. The sheet music. I do not have a Diary of a Madman puzzle. I wish I did because I know you would buy it. But unfortunately, I do not have one in stock. I got Blizzard. And here's the sheet music for the trains again. All right, so the first one here is When That Midnight Choo-Choo Leaves for Alabama. Irving Berlin. On the front is a picture of Vera Michelina. So this is sheet music. In 1912, in America, there was almost no way to purchase music. I think at that time, you could have bought an Edison wax cylinder. So if you wanted music, you had to buy sheet music and either know how to play it or go somewhere and watch it be performed. Or at that time, there was Edison wax cylinders and some of the very first thick Edison discs were being made. You were very limited on how to hear music. You either had to go to a very high-end affluent household that probably had an Edison player, or a lot of people bought sheet music and learned how to play it, etc., or went and seen it live. This is $10. It's printed in 1912. It's basically just front and back and then a couple pages. That's the way it came. Also, this is on the few ways songwriters and musicians made a living, was selling sheet music. So from pre-1920s, pre-war stuff for sure, pre-depression, back to when they first started printing sheet music, that was the only way musicians could sell anything and make money other than playing live, right? That was it. There was no, they had wax cylinders, they had Edison disc or Edison cylinders that until they started producing 78 RPM for mass consumer. So that's why sometimes we have thousands of pieces of sheet music, because it was popular. It's very popular. And a lot of people had pianos, yes. So this one here is 1936. This is Calumet Music Company out of Chicago. doing I've been working on the railroad. I've been working on the railroad all day, all live day. I've been working on the railroad. I don't know how to read music or sing it. I used to could do it when I was in church choir. I kind of knew these notes, of course. Quarter notes, half notes. This one's kind of detached. See, look right here. Vincent Lopez, Modern Piano Method, sensational. See, about the only thing they could do was sell instructional books and sheet music. That's how musicians made a living. All right. The two Bob Hopes, these two here for $10 to Chuck Haley. Okay. All the live long day. So it's an authentic 1912 book is what you're saying, not a 60s reprint. What I'm trying to tell you is this was printed in 1912. This is not a reprint. This is not a reissue. I'm telling you, as good as I'm alive and breathing, this was manufactured in 1912. Yes. I will guarantee it. 1,000,000%. 1,000,000,000%. Without a doubt. I have stacks of sheet music from the 20s and teens. We probably have, I know where a crate is up front right now that has probably 500 pieces like this. Some of them from the 20s, the 30s, the 40s. But yes, we've got hundreds of pieces like this. That's sold to J Nutra for $10. Okay? Anybody else on anything else that's been shown? If not, I'm going to go eat my parfait, make tomorrow's videos, clean up here, go home and order vinyl for Paul's show on Friday. Eat more of this caramel popcorn that I've been snacking on for 3 days. I can't believe no one bought Led Zeppelin. Wow. Anybody else have any questions? Popcorn. No claims from Jim B? And the last Bob Hope sold for $10 or $5 to Chuck Haley. Yeah, you can find old paper stuff in good condition. I mean, I've seen documents from the 1700s that are still in good condition. Paper stuff, if it's been just sitting somewhere for years and really not seen light and just kind of been flat and folded and tucked around, you can find paper stuff. I mean, they literally just found a Superman comic in an attic earlier this year from 1939, and CGC graded it a 9.0 mint. And it's been sitting in there for 80 years. And that was 9.0, and it just sold for the world record, however many millions of dollars. So if you got paper stuff just sitting flat, untouched, I mean, it should be good for hundreds and hundreds of years. Now, if it's in light or if it's around bugs and varmints, you're in trouble. It's amazing a rat didn't chew on that super. I mean, what's the odds? I mean, a priceless American artifact sitting in the attic for 70, 80 years. Just untouched. That's why it sold for, what did it sell for? 9 million, 8 million? A lot of millions. A world record. Where is it? Superman. Highest. 9.1 million. I mean, that's just amazing. I mean, look at these colors. It had that one little blip right there. Look at that. That's probably what held it back. But look, that's amazing. Little color break there. But no, look at this down the spine when you're grading a comic. No color breaks. Because, you know, usually when you open them, so when you open these, you know, it bends right here, right? If you just naturally, well, I mean, look at this. See that right there, how it's got a color break? Or any kind of book. Let's see if this one does. This one's not too bad, but it has a couple right in here, right there. Right there, there's like, right there. See that? How it, kind of the color breaks? I mean, that's the difference of a 9.2 or an 8.5. And if you look at this, it looks like it was basically not red, not really opened. The spine of it's just immaculate. Look at that. $9,120,000. That will be $15 million in about 5 years if it comes back up on auction, or 10. A great investment for somebody. Probably somebody bought it that doesn't even collect comics. They're just looking for a high value asset to acquire. This is the 13-4 elevators, a 2016 reissue, $39.99. It's a 2 LP. 2 LP. Gatefold. No. Yeah, it's a 2 LP. FYI, message Ed today, silver. Okay. We can take care of you on that. I thought this was crazy when I would prefer to have Action #1, but 8.5 for $6 million. You know, like I have $6 million laying around, but I figured, you know, now that Superman, this is a better comic. This is a more desirable because it's the first Superman. Now with that one set in the if they ever resold this one, oh my gosh, this one right now would already be bringing. I bet this one would bring $9 million if they re-auctioned it today, and it just sold back in April, just because of the demand. It looks like for Superman #1, that one should be more valuable naturally. So that's incredible. I mean, that tells me if you're investing in these high value items, they're getting balled up because like every time an auction happens, they just get more and more expensive, it seems like. I mean, we were selling posters 2 years ago. Some of the Star Wars stuff I sold, I went back and looked at prices, and they're up like 30 and 40%. I'm like, man, I was selling that one for like $375, and now you can't get one less than like $800. Saw the 1/1000th gold. No, we still got a bunch of those. 1/1000th gold, we still got a bunch of different ones. All right, I'm signing off. I got to find some snacks up here, and I got food from my mom at my house, and I got to go to the gym first so I can eat chicken and dumplings and not feel bad about it at 5 a.m. So if y'all want to know what I'm doing at 5 a.m., I'll be on my couch eating chicken and dumplings. I want to thank y'all for being great customers. We're going to be doing this again tomorrow, and tomorrow is my last sale. I'm out of town Friday and Saturday. Friday is my birthday. I'm going to Las Vegas with my family to have some family fun at the blackjack table. No, we're going to the Sphere to see the Wizard of Oz and sightsee in Vegas. I want to take my mom and sister around there and show them the sights. And we're going to eat at buffets. We're going to eat at the Wynn Buffet. We're going to go walk around all the casinos. And we're going to have a good time. So tomorrow's my last sale. And when I sign off tomorrow, they're meeting me here at 3 a.m. Friday morning. We got a 5 a.m. flight Friday morning. So tomorrow when I'm signing off, I'll be packed and ready to go to Vegas because we're leaving at 3:30 a.m. at the store. So I've got a crazy schedule tomorrow. I'm leaving for Vegas after the sale tomorrow. We're going to be getting there that morning, and then I'm going to be up all day Friday. I'm going to try to catch a nap during the day or do something, or go to bed early that night so we're well rested for everything the next day. So with that being said, I'm signing off. I've got a lot to do. Thank y'all, and good night, and